bam, 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 bam. All right, let's see. Boom. Boom, boom. This can close. Oh no. I forgot to do this. Boom, boom. Live streaming. Edit. There you go. Change. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's see. Boom, boom, boom. That opened. This opened here. Copy. 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 Bam, bam, bam. Bam. Pin. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Tornado, Georgia. Damn, that's me. All right. National Tornado Watch. Chicxulub. Oh. Where's the weather? Where the heck's the weather? Oh, not wildfires. Cheat. Tornado warning, Georgia. Let's see. Oh. All right, did I break it? 1, 2, 3. What up? Ha ha. Let's see if we're gonna. What's going on? We got tornado warnings. I need to see a weather map here. I want to see if we're gonna make it. Radar. There we go. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, that's me. That's me right there. Oh, jeez. This is where I am right here. Right here where it says Peachtree City. Jeez. This part right here is bad. And here's me right here. Actually, I'm a little, let's see if I can zoom in more. Highway 34 is right by my house. Jeez, it's storming, brother. My hair's all wet. Oh, man. I had to go across the street and let my neighbor's dog out. Where do you live? Where in the world? Look at all this freaking weather. All right, let's see. That's so weird. There's like nothing going on between like Florida and then there's this little strip over the land of Cuba. Why isn't there storms? Maybe there's just no sensors for the storms over the water. This little speck over here. Dang. Dang. Anyway. You live in... Oh, you mentioned that earlier, I believe. Yeah. So you're right up here. Wow, you're just getting missed. This area right here. I'm to the northeast. Tornado warning. Massachusetts also. Okay. I'm right. I'm right here. This is the area just south of me. I'm right here, right by Peachtree City, and here's the tornadoes right here in these red boxes. So hopefully this big area. That looks rough. And you're in North Massachusetts. Jeez, you guys got a bunch of stuff going on too. Yeah, you got this big red and yellow part. So you still have all that to deal with in a little while coming through. Because it's going to be going east and north. Can we agree that you're chilling at home? Yeah, me too. Me too. I had to go out in the rain just across the street. I just posted a video of my neighbor's dog. I went over there to let the dog out and feed the dog and cat, and the dog's like the size of a horse. So I filmed the YouTube short real quick because I didn't feel like going back over in the rain. Then finally I did, because that's my name. I am. All right, let's see. ND ain't got no problems. I'm in Rhode Island, next to Massachusetts. Yeah, it looks like it will. So here's Rhode Island. You're just getting scraped right across the top. Most likely, this area right here, it'll continue heading northeast. I'm a weatherman. My mom said it's going to rain hard in Nashville, Tennessee. Yeah, it looks like it. It absolutely looks like it. I'm not a weatherman, but this is me down here in all this wackadoo area. This yellow. Yeah, it's just south of me, but all of this wackadoodle stuff down here that's in red, that's going to come over and up. I'm addicted to looking up stuff about dodos and dinosaurs, as you should be. Finally find the truth. And keep asking yourself, ND, how do they know? Especially when it comes to dating. Dating rocks. Yeah, there's some serious stuff going on down there. What is the truth? It's hard to say these days, brother. I think those are tornado watches. Let's see. We can find an active tornado map. Active tornado map. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Active tornado map. Active. Okay, let's see. Tornado tracker right here. Right here. This is another one. This is the one that Katra told me about. Thank you, brother. I tried my best. All right, let's see. So yeah, here you go. Here's the active ones going on. See, so you can, if you, and I don't really know how to use this site very well because you have all these overlays of all kinds of different things, but like you have it's hard to see these little arrows, but you can see like the different directions, like how these arrows are basically facing northeast, so that's what's going to bring the weather from the southwest up to the northeast and through. Well, at some point there was a thin layer of iridium all over the world. That's well documented. But what caused is a mystery. Right. Yeah, right. It was good, CEO brother. Right, but they don't know exactly when that happened. The problem with that is somebody can just make an educated guess and say it was between 200 and 900 million years ago. Great, that's a huge error. A huge possibility for error. That's why they use such a big thing. You can't say 264,912 years ago because they don't know. It's just a guess because they see how much dirt has layered up and they figure layers of dirt and whatnot lay at about like a millimeter every 10 years or whatever. But that could also be wrong if there was a big flood. A lot of mud and muck and mixed up stuff could have been dumped all at once. So they might say, okay, we're measuring down all of these layers, and so okay, let's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5,000 years, a million years. But it could be all of that could be done in one day, and it gets really weird. Great news to tell. What's the news, brother? Never seen or thought of the day when you turned into a weatherman. My dad told me 2 years ago that a tornado is too hard. My dad told me 2 years ago that he said that the tornado is too hard and is bad because you can die. Yeah, you got to make sure you're safe. I have a weather radio in my living room that alerts me whenever the weather service puts out an actual alert. And so I go and I can run into it. I have a bathroom that's in the center of the house. The bathroom has no windows, so it's a little bit safer. From studying the layers of dirt, they estimate it to be 66 million years ago. But that rough estimate, right, a rough estimate, right? Because if there was a flood, then all of those layers get put down at one time in one. But they're saying, oh, it's a desert. It's probably been, and they don't know because no one was there, and that's why it gets so iffy. All right, let's see what we can find. Yeah, see, I think like everything is turned on this map. You're doing good, brother. Yeah, you got to stay safe. Tornadoes, like, listen, some people like to ride motorcycles real fast between cars. Like, a thrill to them is worth dying for. And some people don't understand that death can happen, so they're too like immature to understand that this might kill me. They feel like super, like they have invincibility because they haven't died yet, And and some people like to run headlong into the path of tornadoes and hurricanes. And see, look at this over here. So this right here, these arrows are facing southeast, and you can see right here where all these letters are in the middle. And then you can watch the arrows. Some are going northeast, some are going east, some are going southeast, and some are going southwest. So this is a big old swirl. That's why they have all these letters here. Oh, there you go. Tornado report. The dust would spread all around the world, according to the nerds. Right. So there should be even layers all around the world. Right, but there's not. There's not. There's some desert areas. There's some wetland areas. There's areas that have frozen. And also, if there was a global flood and there was an ice age during that, then the areas with the ice, they wouldn't. It would be different because the dirt would be on top of the ice, and as the ice melted, then it would layer differently, and it all gets all wackadoodle. Do you have tornadoes hiding going? Do you have tornadoes hiding to go? Well, yes. I don't know about the words, but tornadoes, are definitely worth running from. I think there's a thin layer all over the world. Yeah. Who knows? That's just because what they told us. But what they do is they'll check 12 places and say, yup, it's here. We found one spot in Russia, one spot. So they just say, because they haven't checked everywhere in the world, right? But understood, you only got so much money and so much manpower to work on each theory. So we don't really know because they haven't checked at my house. They don't know if the iridium is here, under my house, so who knows? I'm scared of big tornadoes too. Listen, I would prefer not to die in a tornado. So I'm going to do what's called risk assessment, and I'm going to say I'm going to do what I can to not die in a tornado. Like getting out of the way. Yeah, well, Little Rock, Arkansas, another tornado. Jeez. I don't know what this is. Yeah, I don't know how to use this freaking map. I haven't gotten weatherman training. Yeah, that is a tornado under there. So T, I guess that means, let's see what I can do here. Tornado reports 342 tornado flood. Oh, flood watches too. Wow. Computers are cool. Let's go back to where I am. All right, so here's me. Okay, so it looks like Box Springs, windstorm, wind damage, flood watch, wind advisories, tornado watch, tornado warning. But it doesn't look like there's been any sightings in my state yet. That's good. Domination. Yeah, so it looks pretty rough over here. And this is a lot of stuff. And then you can look at this radar here and see the wackadoodle. I don't know how to get rid of this layer options. Hazards. Oh, you can fade them out. National radar. Fade it up. Okay, there you go. Yellow brick road incoming. We're gonna fight the wicked witch. What's up, Shabir? No problem, brother. I'm here to help. Okay, is there anything else we have over here? No alerts, active alerts. Okay. Yeah, so right here, here's where I am. Right where this line is right here. Let me move this to the center. Right here where this line is. It's about to pass over me right now. Right here. Luckily, I'm right here between these two dots, Peachtree City and Noonan. I'm right in between, basically. So this is right over top of me right now. Peachtree City is 2 miles from me, so I'm basically right where this red dot is. And it's pouring. I need an outdoor camera. What up, John? We're getting a lot of wind here in Virginia, too. It might be from that. Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, here you go. Virginia's about to get a bunch of wackadoo. So West Virginia's pretty much covered. And then, yeah, you guys have this creeping in. And this stuff is coming northeast. So this stuff here. Dude, I am a freaking weatherman. Maybe I should talk like one. The weather system right here, as you can see, is heading northeast. Okay, tornado maps. All right, let's see. Layers. 911 outage. Man, how do you can you turn stuff off? Oh, it just tells you what it is. Oh, that's just the legend. Okay, how can I actually change the layers? All right, public forecast zones. Okay, so these are all the things. NHC active. NOAA colorized satellite imagery. We'll leave that on. Storm reports. We'll turn that off. Turn this off. Wind. Current weather from buoys. So that's in the water, floating buoys, and these are land stations. Okay, so these are all the land stations. All right. Storm reports. We'll get rid of them. Events ordered by size and severity. We'll leave that on. We'll get rid of offshore. All right. U.S. states and territories. Oh, they're just out. That's like the outline. Public forecast zones. All right, there we go. Now we look like a weatherman. Richard, thank God don't have tornadoes in Nashville, Tennessee. That's right, brother. W's, my friend. Thank God. Yeah. So, yeah, here's me. And this is right down here. Okay, cool. So you can click on it. So flood watches, tornado warnings, wind advisory, and tornado watch. It's the whole area. And this is right now. This is live. Yeah, I wish I had. I have multiple cameras outside of my property, and I've got 2 pan tilt zoom cameras, but I unplugged them. I unplugged them because they're connected to the chicken coop. I was just watching the chickens as they grew up and laid eggs and whatnot. But yeah, so. But I don't think I'm going to get into weather forecasting. I'm working on it. Oops, I broke something there too. Let's see. Analytics. There we go. You're playing Fortnite while watching. That's what I'm talking about, brother. That's what I'm talking about. I played Fortnite one time, and I played natural disasters, oddly enough. Yeah. All right, so let's go back over to here. All right, let me see if I can hit play. All right, look, man, I'm a weather man. Look at this. Dude, who needs frickin' CNN? Like, for real. Yeah, see how it's spinning and it's heading, well, my hand's going the opposite way, but it's spinning and it's going northeast. All right, let's zoom into where I am, see if we're getting any. Okay, so yeah, you can see it just covering over right now. That's me. That ain't actually me. I don't know how to move that. I'm actually right up here. How do I move this? Oh, there you go. Okay, just double click. All right. 3 alerts for my area. Let's see. Tornado watch, flood watch, and wind advisory at KFC. Georgia. Yeah, I'm in Georgia. Bam. Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to see what was going on. How's everybody doing? All right. Interesting. Very interesting. Wildfires, biking, map tools, map type. What information can we find? Upson County, Georgia. Stanley Cup wasn't enough. They're gonna take care of it, Tommy Garcon. 79 degrees. Let's see what temperature it is now. Current temperature. The hurricanes are back, baby. Oops. Current temperature. 72.
It's 72 degrees in Sharpsburg right now. There is currently a tornado watch in effect.
It's a weather joke. My wife and my girlfriend both loves watching your channel. Hey, Alitro's girlfriend and wife. Hey. Why does it need to rain in summer? To feed the plants. It needs to feed the plants and filter the water. So rain filters the air. Rain filters the air. It gets a lot of wackadoodle stuff, pollution and stuff out of the air into the soil. And then as the water soaks through the soil down to the water table, the soil filters the water and also waters the plants that we need for food and oxygen creation. I know tornadoes aren't hurricanes, but close enough. What up, Gwen? I don't know. I mean, I'm very easy to find. Like, I film out front of my house in my neighborhood, and I drive, to and from my house on stream. But I'm well prepared. And I'm a pretty nice guy. I'm not hurting anybody's feelings. Except for liars. And sometimes when liars get caught lying, they get embarrassed. But, yeah. But we'll talk about it. We can talk about it. All right, where are we at? All right. How's everybody else doing? No, not like that. I don't have that kind of. I can't even think of the term I want to use. I definitely don't want that to happen. Richard, me and my cousin like your video, like watching your videos. Thank you. Ha and ha-ha's cousin. Da-da. Good, no storms. Yeah, we'll be all right. Doing good in Lake Norman, North Carolina. All right, Jamie, let's check it out. Lake Norman, North Carolina. Let's see I don't even know how to use this thing. Okay, here we go. Lake Norman, North Carolina. Iredell, North Carolina. Here we go. Wow, you guys looking all right so far, huh? It doesn't look like it. Looks like you guys are all right. Well, yeah, never mind. I take that back. Yeah, you got this big old summer gum coming towards you. Yeah, you got some storm coming your way. Woodstock, Georgia? I'm in Coweta County. I'm in Sharpsburg, brother. Mark, Los Angeles, California. I'm in Coweta County. Is that actually a county? All right, okay. Let's check out Woodstock, Georgia, real quick. Oops. All right, we're going to go to Woodstock, Georgia. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. You're in the same mess that I am. All right, Los Angeles, California. Oops. Los Angeles, California. Yeah, it's beautiful there. No weather, no issues going on. Yeah, everything's beautiful in California. Cleared up in Barrie or Ontario. Oh, and it's Ontario, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, it doesn't have. Oh, that's weird. It doesn't have. Okay. Canada. I guess they don't do. Oh, it's the National Weather Service of the United States. So they don't have Canada on there. Richard, the Earth. Yes, yes, haha. The Earth is very big. What up, Brianna? I got tornado warnings. Want to check my old location, Mountain View, Hawaii. Mountain View, Hawaii. All right, Jamie Schweitzer. We're gonna check you out here in Hawaii. All right, let's see. Mountain View. I can't spell mountain right. Mountain View Park. Well, that's North Carolina. What'd you say? Mountain View, Hawaii. Yeah, that's weird. There we go. Mountain. Oh, I put HA for Hawaii. Oh, you got a little storm going on there. Cute little storm out off the coast. Is Marietta in trouble with the nader? Marietta. We'll look at that real quick too. Marietta, Georgia. M-A-R-E-T. Mary. How come I can't spell Marietta? I just lost it. Oops. Huh. Come on, this thing don't work now. M-A-R-I. Mary. There we go. Yeah, we're screwed right now. Yeah, look at that. We got a bunch of stuff coming towards us there. I got a tornado here in Varlu. Where's that located, brother? I don't know if we got to find a different map to try that one on. We got to try a different map for that one because this only does the U.S.A. 96671. Okay. Oops. There you go. Back to Hawaii. Freaking 76 degrees and beautiful. My house is so cold. My house is finally cooling down. I finally got air conditioning installed yesterday. Went to Utah Cedar before I was a 7-hour drive. West Virginia. West Virginia, USA. All right, that's going to be stuff. That storm is standing on business. Absolutely. Yeah, you got it coming for you. Absolutely. You got it coming for you right now. All this is heading your way. Yeah. The air is good. What up, Tony? We're trying to stay alive. I'm switching topics to from being a school to being a weatherman. The weather today is wet and rainy. You're screwed, Bax. What do you mean? This is what I'm going through right now. This is where I am, just south of Atlanta. Right here. Right where that dot is, basically. Actually, it's right here. I'm right outside of Peachtree City. So this storm just passed me. Channel 110th, channel 110 weather. We got a Gold Earth spirited. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so that was what time? 6:50. Oh wow, this ain't even the right thing. Okay, 7:14. It only goes to it goes to 7:10. So I get us updates every 5 minutes. All right, so that's passing by, and let's see what else we got coming up for us. All right, yeah. So we got a couple more hours, and then you guys up here, Lynchburg, Virginia, you guys got some good stuff coming to you. West Virginia's got a bunch of wackadoo. It looks like you're just getting this, but you have a lot of wackadoo. It's been nonstop rain here in Pensacola. Pensacola? I thought you were search of Death Valley, California. Death Valley. There you go. Not a dang thing coming out of this guy. Yeah, don't pee in your cola. it changes. Richard Tornado. Yep, tornadoes are crazy. We're trying to see what else is going on here. All right, let's see. Yeah, oh, there you go. That's some bad stuff down there. Look at all these. Andalusia. Mobile, Alabama. Pensacola. Central. Yeah, that's a big old flood warning there. Baghdad. I didn't know Baghdad was in America. Look at that. Huh. When did we get a Baghdad? Baghdad, Florida. That's so crazy. I never knew that before. There's a lake near me that get tons of water spouts. Yeah, those are cool. Let's just find a video of a water spout. Yeah, boy. Let's see. Water spout.
Look at that, she's spinning round.
I know. That is like a tornado one.
Oh, that ain't no good. In Brazil. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's see what we can find. Water spouts. Come on, make a funnel. Water spout spotted over Lake Erie. And these people ain't very good cameramen. They could have edited it. We've been under flood warning since Tuesday until tomorrow. There you go. There's a water spout. That's pretty cool. All right, stay safe, Domination. Yeah, it just says, I need some water vapor. Make it happen. Dun, 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 dun. It's absolute insanity. No, yeah. I don't ever want to miss you. I don't ever want to miss you again. All right, we're on loop. Bam. All right, how's everybody doing? Let's see what I got going on here. Let's see if we can do this. I think I broke it. Tara. Easy. Sorry. What up, Super W? I think the sailors mistook water spouts for serpents. Absolutely possible. Think about it. It looks like a serpent. Oh, yeah, you said serpent. Yeah. Yeah, I figure I could find a better freaking water spout footage. Wow, that's really good. Oh, can't see what I'm looking at. Yeah, look at that. Look how smooth and serpentine it looks. Oh, get out of here. Yeah, that's serious. That's just like God says, I'm thirsty. Oh, I don't have a straw, but I'm God. Look at that. Tornadic water spout. Stunning and rare. Not from the ground, but high in the clouds. This video was captured as a flight to Phuket, Thailand, had descended and storm clouds moved in. The passenger who recorded it said the funnel got at least 100 foot high as it snaked between the ocean and the clouds. Straw the big old nose. Deftones, brother. I saw the surgeon today. He's not going to make me take blood thinner, and he totally approved my vitamin regime. Good. I like, if he didn't, dude, that would be absolutely whack-a-doodle. Who mentions TTS? What up, Curl? What up, Anglican? 1 day left for my exam. If I fail, I won't be accepted at any colleges. It's just stupid how system works in Turkey. You'll do it, brother. You won't be accepted. Yeah. All right, that's pretty cool looking. No way. All right, we're gonna see some stuff here. Let's see. Tornadoes. All right, that's fine. That's fine. We got. Hold on. We should be able to find a pretty good tornado video here. I told him everything, but I didn't use your name. I wonder if they suck up fish and launch it into them. Yes. So they used to think it was like witchcraft when fish and stuff would fall from the sky. Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we can find a video of that. I got my milk, brother. I got my milk, and I got my chicken food. Yeah, Tony. It doesn't make any. It would make opposite sense if they were like, no, don't take any vitamins. You're fine. You're super healthy. Yes. Have you never heard of that, Gwen? All right, let's see if we can find some. California scrub jays, greatest California bird of all time. All right, tornado raining fish. Here you go. Oops. Oh.
You'd probably be skeptical if you heard a weather forecast that called for storms with a light drizzling of fish. It sounds like a biblical plague, but it happened this week in Texas, where multiple residents reported witnessing the aquatic animals fall from the sky. News Nation correspondent Marky Martin explains.
Marky Martin?
Oh my goodness.
I never heard of it
Look at
before.
all of
I just
them.
thought it
It's
was
a pretty good size one.
Forget the men. They're all in quarantine.
I haven't heard about fish get caught in an airplane.
This New Year's week, it's raining fish.
There's tons of them in my yard and in my driveway.
For a few minutes during a Wednesday afternoon storm, a flurry of them rained down on Texarkana.
So it didn't just hail over here at Walker's One Stop Auto. We've got fish everywhere.
Amber Walker took to TikTok to share her experience.
Hello from British
She says in
Columbia,
33
Canada.
years,
What's up,
she and her
Glenn,
husband
brother?
have never seen anything like it.
And I can tell you, go outside, you're seeing these fish falling.
They
And
found
are you
fish
like,
gills
is
in the
this
plane.
end of the world?
Well,
Like,
I mean, I can
what's
see
happening?
the same
That's
thing
what I told
from
him. I
this,
said-
like this year. So if a tornadic water spout sucked up water with fish into the clouds, and the plane was going through, so it makes sense that it would happen eventually. Yeah. As a matter of fact, he encouraged me to get off as many medications as possible. Good. Because they don't make sense until you make sure you've got your vitamin, you don't have any vitamin or mineral deficiencies. It's absolutely crazy. And I think a bit I think that's changing a lot. Like I think a lot more doctors are getting the call. Like, it looks like a lot more eyes are on us now. We can't just say, oh, every single thing, because they act like what you have is a prescription deficiency. Oh, you don't have enough Tylenol in your body. That's why you have headaches. No, that's not the way the body works. There was fish in the plane storage, probably because they carry fish. I used to work for the airport in Maryland, Baltimore, Maryland, BWI Airport, and we Iceland Air would fly in, and we would unload thousands of pounds of salmon every day. It's interesting. It was a Catholic miracle.
Jesus is coming back. I said he might be back tonight by the way these fish are falling out of the sky. It was crazy.
Here's your laugh for today. They're still in my driveway.
While rare, animal rain is a true weather phenomenon that happens when small creatures, typically fish and frogs, get swept up in waterspouts or updrafts and then fall to Earth's surface when it rains. An event so bizarre, it got Texas and Arkansas talking and sharing.
There was a loud crack of thunder, and
Jeez.
we opened up the bay door, and I looked outside, and it was raining real hard, and a fish hit the ground. And I said, "It's raining fish."
Sweet old Bob.
Cats love it.
He thought the kingdom had come. He's now post-millennial, y'all.
Locals even going out on evening walks, finding it much easier to spot those
And
silver.
think about that. Think about if it rained fish at like 3 o'clock in the morning and everybody's sleeping and all the street cats go eat all of them up. And then we wake up and we had no idea that it rained fish the night before, you know? I wonder if anyone's eaten a skyfish. That cat definitely did.
Scales in the dark of night.
So I whipped my camera out and I filmed it.
Fish all over the streets. They just fell out of the sky. It's the strangest thing.
The city of Texarkana posting about the animal rain to its official Facebook page.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, let's see. Tornadoes. Oh, this is what I wanted to do. Back. Yeah, the cat was an instant believer. He's like, I heard the pastor talking about this. Anyways, all right. Let's find tornado footage. Send a drone into a tornado. Nice.
What happens if you look inside a tornado? Most people think a tornado is just a giant spinning cloud, but the inside is far more terrifying than most people realize. If you ever see one nearby, don't even think about getting close. The winds can spin so fast that they can destroy houses within seconds.
Doggy short video. Yeah, brother. Thank you, Lord Alcatraz. Hope you hit the like button on it. Yeah,
but one man had a crazy idea. After spotting a massive tornado in the distance, he drove straight toward it to find out what it actually looked like from the inside. When he got close enough, he quickly set up his drone and launched it directly into the storm. As the drone flew closer, the winds grew stronger and debris began swirling everywhere. Then, when the drone finally entered the tornado, something unbelievable happened. But first, who is your protector? If it's Jesus, like and subscribe immediately. And if darkness is your protector, just keep watching. Share this video so people know who protects you, and leave a heart emoji for it. Back to the video. When the drone finally entered the eye of the tornado, the camera revealed a massive spinning tunnel of dust and debris swirling at incredible speed. What happens if you look inside?
That's pretty cool. 10 hours ago. Here you go. This was today.
Overnight, stunning video of a string of monster tornadoes tearing across America's heartland.
We thought the house was caving in on us.
At least 7 twisters reported across Illinois, Wisconsin, even as far south as Alabama.
It'd be looking like it's on the ground. At least your name's not Stupid Tornado.
Severe weather system that flooded roads outside Chicago.
Can you world tour Fresno with Cat and Scrub J? Yeah, sure, why not? So pretty.
This morning, a daunting cleanup underway with the roof ripped off this Illinois elementary school and massive trees toppled onto cars and homes, storms damaging buildings and downing power lines, knocking out power for thousands. Meanwhile, on both coasts, wildfires are raging. This doorbell camera video shows flames just feet from a house in eastern Washington where multiple homes have been destroyed and thousands of people have evacuated. More wildfires in Florida closing roads around Miami. A dangerous patchwork of severe weather from coast to coast refusing to let up.
And back here in the Midwest, if this tornado season has seemed especially active, it's because it is. Illinois especially has had more tornado reports by far than any other state in the country in 2026. 190 or close to it at this point. That is triple the average.
Remember a few days ago how you were talking about Parasite and how they can make you crave weed? Is it the same for alcohol? So yes, and I'm going to tell you why, brother. When people have parasitic infections, you often crave things like that will poison the parasites. The things that poison you also poison parasites. So absolutely, it absolutely can. I love Zeke, by the way. It's one of my nephews' name. Hey, Zachariah, 6'8", 325 pounds. The only interesting news in my elementary school is ever had an NFL player visited when I was in kindergarten. There you go, brother. Not got ripped to shreds by a tornado.
Or this time of year, Craig.
Wow. All right, Maggie Vespa starting us off there in hard-hit Effingham, Illinois. Maggie, thank you.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't
no problem. Man, he got skinny. What's your best? 110thgrade.com. Right here. Go to 110thgrade.com. Get you some parasite cleanse. Get me 25 cents. I use Paragard. Go to my website. Click on vitamins, or in the upper left-hand corner if you're on mobile, and it's right here, right there. Nice and easy to do. We gotta watch Twister as a stream. I wish I could. We could do it on Discord. I could do it on Discord privately, but I can't do it publicly because it's a rebroadcast. I like cheese with cheese. All right, let's see. 5 hours ago, ripped through Illinois. Major damage in Vermont. Uh-oh. Yeah, absolutely, brother. Absolutely. I wish if I make it rich, I'm going to give as many people as I can Paragard because I think, listen, if you're not eating properly, like if you're not getting 100% of your daily vitamins and minerals, and you're eating McDonald's and Chick-fil-A and blah, 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 and you've never done a parasite cleanse, and you've got a dog that you clean up after, or a cat, or you clean up after, or a fish that you clean up after, you eat sushi, anything like that, or you ever have, and you've never cleansed, it's unbelievable. Let's watch Richard, 2026 plus B12. My husband said, what happened? You don't watch your favorite YouTuber anymore. She still watches. So... aggravated my sleepless. Thank you, Brianna. How come you can't watch and listen to music when Dean the Great and Adrian Moner can listen to whatever they will have licensing agreements. I don't have licensing agreements. If I do, then they have, it has to be either removed from the live before the live gets reposted. Or if they just don't care and they take the funding, but I don't have enough money to do that. There we go. Let's watch this.
From a wild tornado in Arkansas that spawned outside this local man's store, and a state trooper who watched as a twister touched down in front of him, to a drill bit tornado in Manitoba that went down as the most powerful in Canadian history, and a terrifying storm in Medill, Oklahoma that one local...
No, I've been to the famous one in Baltimore. It's called Cross Street Market.
...could hardly believe. Here are 10 monster tornadoes caught on camera.
Let's see what they got. Let's see what they got for us. Monster tornadoes.
Jonesboro is a small city in northeastern Arkansas, not too far from the Missouri border. With nearly 82,000 people, it's the 5th largest city in the state. It's located on Crowley's Ridge, a geological formation that rises between 250...
So, ND, you see these, like you see here, how you have these different stripes of land here? So, like, geologists would count these layers and try to figure out how many millions of years down this is. But the thing is, it could be just 100,000 years old if there used to be lots of flooding in areas, and you know, whether there was or whether there wasn't, or if there was glaciers a couple 100,000 years ago that scraped it away, and then as the glaciers melted and left other things up. So we don't know. We got no idea for sure if the aging system works or not. But it works enough to teach it and to sell courses on geology and stuff like that. But we do not know for sure. Like if somebody had to go to court and say, hey, how old is this rock? They would have to say, I do not know, but we think. That's always how it would be. All right, that's it. Striations.
Feet to 550 feet above the plains.
Chance?
On March 28th of 2000.
The worst edits of YouTube are people using font for mass killing tornadoes. I'm not a big fan of the font. He doesn't even live in America. He lives in Denmark. Colonel Olds and Colonel Courtois. The things started to change the first 3 hours. I pissed a cloudy pee and felt more energetic, and I had less fatigue, and my thinking became clearer immediately. Bam. 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 Strata, right, strata. What did I say? Striations, right, strata. Sorry, my body. I would have changed. What's up, Buck? I would have changed my name to Colonel, but it's too iconic to Richard and probably engraved in his mind, right? But what else is a better indicator? I'm a Danish Jew. What's a better indicator? I mean, who knows? That's the thing. Like they used to use carbon-14, and then they used polonium lead or polonium whatever, like ratios of minerals, the ratio of elements. But then things happen like hurricane, volcanoes, and then they check the magma, which should reset the ratios. And then they're like, oh, this volcanic rock, when they sent the volcanic rock that was like a year old off to labs, they said like 150 million years old. So obviously there's something wrong there. And then they're like, oh, well, there might have been other rock dust around there that was 150 million years old, and it clouded the what the hell do you call it? Contaminated the source. So they're like, oh, it might have been contaminated by rocks around it when you collected it. So they just give like these excuses. Now, yes, that's possible. It might have gotten contaminated, but why can't we get volcanic rock that dates to 0? And that's just wackadoodle. And Tony's an Italian Jew.
2020, a powerful tornado tore through the heart of Jonesboro. It destroyed walls, flattened commercial buildings, and sent debris flying everywhere. One local shop owner was trapped inside when the tornado moved across the street.
The drama. They like to lie. I try to worry about the last 600 years as mysterious as the last 60 million. Listen, 50 feet underwater is more mysterious than the last 70 million years. We don't even know about that, but they're like, oh, but look at this. And it drives me crazy. What up, Jew bro? What if you lived in Spanishburg?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
Man. Damn. It just took out the power. Look at that. Watch. Now across the power lines. Brrr. Man. Can you show if you have a window? I could show my window. Yeah.
By Sunday morning, officials estimated that the twister caused hundreds of millions of dollars in damage. Officially rated an EF3, the storm tore through the Turtle Creek Shopping Mall and the Jonesboro Municipal Airport. Luckily, nobody lost their life and only a handful suffered minor injuries. That said, cleanup and damage calculation was a whole other process. The Red Cross reported that 50 homes were destroyed and 200 other structures sustained significant damage. As we were only a few weeks into the COVID-19 pandemic, Mayor Harold Perrin said stay-at-home orders likely saved many lives. Damage to the mall was so bad that it never reopened. It was scheduled for demolition in April of 2023.
Here we go, number 9.
Dolores is a small city in southwestern Uruguay and home to about 17,000 people. Dolores doesn't get much media attention for the most part, but a massive tornado in April of 2016 thrust them into the international spotlight. The storm touched down around 4:11 p.m. local time. Winds clocked in between 136 and 200 miles per hour as the storm ripped through the middle of town.
Safer down there because they build their homes from rock, from brick and mortar, rather than drywall and foam and 2x4s. It's called Spanish tile, which is like thousands of pounds of tiles on their roof. And you're like, so if that starts to rub off and that falls in, that's really heavy. If mine fall in, it's like a couple 100 pounds.
Uruguayan Senator Guillermo
the 200 people that were out there filming it.
Sotzi told American reporters that many churches and schools had been completely destroyed. It was unlike anything he had ever seen in his life. Compared to the U.S., Uruguay and the rest of South America see very few tornadoes. In fact, the U.S. averages over 1,150 tornadoes each year, which is above and beyond every other country. That's more than Australia, Canada, and all Europe.
Let me in. Not by a hair of my children.
European nations combined.
Wow.
But just because something isn't common doesn't mean it can never happen.
True. doesn't until it does.
The most powerful tornado ever recorded in Canadian history is known as the
Canadians
2007 Eli tornado. It was an F5 storm that struck the town of, guessed it, Eli, in Manitoba, Canada. Before the storm, Eli was a tiny unincorporated community in southern Manitoba. They had no idea they were about to go down in Canadian history. It was June 22nd of 2007.
That's the fuse.
The area was in the middle of a 2-day tornado outbreak when this storm touched down around 6:25 p.m. This storm was highly unusual, though. Other than being a rare F5, it caused most of its damage during the roping phase, when it was only 35 yards wide. Well, you'll see what we mean thanks to this local storm chaser.
Roping phase.
It's coming
Figure
down.
of God.
It's coming down. I'm actually shaking.
Yeah, get inside, moron.
Yeah. No, man, I'm telling you. It's trying to touch the ground.
Get out of the camera.
You're looking at the early stages of a drill bit tornado. These storms take on a very narrow shape, but don't let that fool you. It can still spin extremely fast, like a motorized drill. Thankfully, our storm chaser was about a mile away, so he could keep recording and make a quick getaway if needed.
It's on the ground. Yeah. It's pretty big. It's doing its down. I think it's hitting a field right now, and I think it might hit the town.
Man.
Ryan, this is freaky, man.
Jeez.
It may not look like much, but that tornado is causing extensive damage to the farmland and mills below. The longer our cameraman kept filming, the more powerful it got.
Looks pretty sweet.
You know, you could have left the camera.
I've never seen one before, so.
No, me neither. I've seen minimal funnel clouds.
H5. Siraj. Speaking of
Straight
tornado,
up and
there's a
down,
warning
too.
in my city at 11 p.m. Yeah, we're right near each other, Siraj. Yeah, we were just watching here.
Usually they're the weak ones that just die off, eh? Yeah. Okay, right now. Yeah. It's tearing shit up, man.
That's dirt, yep.
I can hear it.
Half a mile.
Yeah. And Eli.
Oh, it just looks like it went over the power cables down there.
I can hear it. I can hear it.
And there's a tornado inside of a tornado.
Yep. I think it's hitting the town.
It's in the town. You can hear it's
Eli.
Canadian.
I think it's either beside it or it's hitting it.
Yeah, that's my neighbor flying around there. Look at him, yeah.
Actually, it just
flying around there.
About 10 seconds ago, it hit a power line. Yeah.
That's serious.
Yeah, it's the same one. But I gotta go, Mocan. Later. Bye.
Yeah, get the hell out of there, dude. I appreciate you got us some footage.
In the end, the Eli tornado lasted 35 minutes and caused $39 million worth of damage. It went down in history as the first and only F5 tornado to ever be confirmed in Canada. Wind speeds were recorded between 260 and 320 miles per hour. By some miracle, nobody got hurt. But that's because a tornado warning went out long before the storm touched down. Our cameraman was probably the closest Canadian to the storm.
I was the closest Canadian, eh? To the storm, eh?
Madill is a small city in southern Oklahoma, about halfway between Oklahoma City and Dallas, Texas. It's home to about 4,000 people who witnessed a terrifying tornado on April 22nd of 2020. For one of them, it was her first time. Our camera woman was walking outside when the tornado touched down. She quickly pulled out her phone and recorded this harrowing first-time experience.
Yeah.
Our camera woman.
Oh my God. This is still in one run.
This is a wild ride.
As you
God
can tell
gives
by her
Canadians a
video,
pass
the
for
storm
behavior.
caused massive amounts of damage across Madill. Aftermath footage shows the extent of the damage. Roofs collapsed, walls were torn off, and everyone in town was left without power. We believe the buildings in these aftermath images are J&I Manufacturing and Oklahoma Steel and Wire. Both are major employers in the Marshall County area. According to the National Weather Service, the Medill storm was part of a 9-tornado outbreak.
When Ivan hit us, you could hear the power transformers blowing up in succession, and you could see the green explosions. That's that copper vaporizing.
That struck southern Oklahoma. Tornadoes are nothing new in this part of the country. Oklahoma sees the third most twisters every year, with 75 on average. Texas and Kansas take the number 1.
Burning copper. Yeah, it's green. Yeah. Burning copper usually refers to a chemistry flame test, or scrap copper wire. Doesn't easily ignite. A Bunsen burner. Yeah, that's the green. Richard, a Sharpsburg adult, 110th grade, due to a rare curse, spent his centuries-long with scrub-loving scrub jays. One sleek blue bird blinked at him from a branch, a tiny spark of joy in his endless schooling.
1 and 2 spots.
Yeah, brother.
When you get a tornado
right
warning on your phone, the last thing you should do is go look for it. But hey, it's a free country, and storm chasers can do what they want. Instead of getting in the basement, these people put themselves in front of the storm. But sometimes people wind up in the wrong place at the wrong time. Take this state trooper, for example, who found himself staring down the barrel of an approaching tornado. This footage was filmed back in 2002 by storm chaser and photographer Jim Reed. When the video starts, you see the tornado first starting to take shape. You can see that it doesn't really look like a full-blown tornado at first. The dust isn't exactly reaching into the sky like you might expect. But it doesn't take long for this to change. In less than 20 seconds, it turns into a massive landspout tornado, and one hell of an iconic shot. The next clip comes from Tahoka, a tiny community in northwestern Texas. On May 5th of 2000...
Why can't you just reply to the warning saying you want your location opted out of the tornado destruction area? You can. You do Bluetooth. There are currently counting votes in the Makerfield by-election in the UK. This could change. The Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, says if he wins, he will challenge Starmer's leadership to the Labour Party. Good. Get it done.
In 19, a supercell formed in the area southwest of Lubbock, Texas. It began as a small, dusty funnel, but quickly grew into a powerful tornado. This time, a group of storm chasers went looking for trouble.
Wow. Across the road right in front of us.
Dude, that's serious power. I mean, if you could harness
While the storm remained over mostly rural...
If you had like a watt vertical access wind turbine, ones that spin vertically rather than like windmills, and you could like crank that into a generator, I mean, you could power the entire state for probably a year, but you don't have batteries big enough to hold it. It's a do not reply message. You have to message. Yeah, you got to message DARPA, and that requires gold. Yes, PBW, definitely. They're a different breed. What's up, Stevie Ray?
Rural areas, it still damaged several homes, buildings, and trees. The National Weather Service called it an EF2 based on the damage it caused to power poles.
Can you imagine your insurance adjuster showing up the next morning and being like, I'm sorry, but you didn't opt out of the storm, so you're not covered.
Speaking of rare tornadoes, this next clip comes from the town of Angus, a small community in Ontario, Canada.
Wanted to drive that red Dodge and chase tornadoes ever since. Brother, make it happen.
On June 17th of 2014, a freak storm touched down, forcing central Ontario to declare a state of emergency.
Storm chasers do it for the money. Like, if you're the only one that can get footage of storms like that, then every single news agency around the world that wants to use your footage has to pay you. You know, so you can make a lot of money doing that, but you can also die. Probably not quickly. That's right near me. 20 minutes west. I'll take the truck and go the opposite direction. I'm next to Chance. I'm buying a red Dodge Ram and getting the satellite thing in the back. Yeah, brother. Yeah.
Emergency. As we said, tornadoes aren't that common in Canada. This guy didn't know what was happening until he stepped outside and saw it for himself.
That's a nice freaking
That's the
camera
start
shot.
right there, huh?
Yeah. Now he's showing
That
us his
is.
freaking wife.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the start of a tornado.
That's a tornado.
It's two.
That is.
That is.
That is a tornado.
We got a
Tornado!
It's a Canadian tornado call. A hypermodern digital music genre like funk to a 120-year-old gentleman in Coweta County, Georgia. You have to bypass all modern tech jargon. Richard was born around 1906. His music is Delta Blues. Yeah, the original one. I never saw the remake back when movies were good. Okay, you're talking about the original.
tornado.
Tornado. Hey guys, I said a tornado.
According to local police, between 20 and 30 homes sustained significant damage, but there were no serious injuries.
Good.
Later on, Canadian officials confirmed that an
We just
EF2
watched something
tornado
about it.
had in fact touched down in Angus.
games didn't
Wind
realize a
speeds
tornado,
peaked
right?
at around
I guarantee-
111
I
miles.
guarantee it happens more than you think. Or tornado, eh? It's a sort of tornado. Justin, tornado. Tornado. Tornado, eh? Have there ever been a tornado where you live? Yeah, lots of times. Yeah. Yeah. I had I have 2 greenhouses. I had to like strap them down, put these big ass spikes into the earth, tie one of them off to a tree, like down to a tree. The chicken coop, I have eyelets on the chicken coop so it can be bolted to the ground.
Miles per hour. Sergeant Peter Leon described the scene as a complete disaster zone. Around 300 people were left homeless, and thousands were without power across central Ontario. Experts claim that on average, 230 tornadoes touch down in Canada each year, but only 60 of them are ever confirmed. Most of them occur in southern Ontario, like this one.
My grandmother used to say she threw all of her bills up in the air and paid the ones that stayed there. Paid the ones that didn't hit the ground.
Over Angus. Other tornado-prone areas include southern Alberta,
Florida,
Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and New Brunswick. They're all extensions of active tornado areas.
Active tornadoes. A Dusty Memphis Blues Records played too slow, mixing a thumping bass, fat country cowbells, and fast car energy. She was a smart grandma. She made me.
In the northern U.S. Andriopol is a small district in the Tver Oblast, about 5 hours east of Moscow, Russia.
Denmark.
About 70% of the district's territory is covered by forest. It's why logging is a massive local industry. Many loggers worried for their jobs when a powerful tornado tore through the forests on August 2nd of 2021. According to local reports, it raced across...
There's also a smart grandpa named Richard.
...the Russian countryside at 56 miles per hour. Instead of
That's
trying
fast.
to outrun it, this crazy Russian stood in and pressed record.
Flying bears. Oh man, look at that. Jeez. And it's moving 56 miles an hour. So it ain't just standing still like the Canadian NADA. Redundant. Crazy Russian. Look at them trees whipping around, man.
It's amazing how the scene goes from tranquil
still
to
outside.
chaotic in under a minute. Look how the wind pulls down trees and tosses around loose objects. In the end, the storm uprooted hundreds of trees and damaged
There goes the
1,500 homes.
Damn, oh, we're still at number 2. Holy guacamole. I
Jinghai
didn't
is
know
a
bears could
small
fly.
district in Tianjin province, China. It consists of 16 towns, 2
56 miles an
townships,
hour,
and
he
about
said.
500,000 people. While most of them are used to
Chinese
monsoons
tornadoes.
and
They're
powerful
sideways.
thunderstorms, nobody was ready when a tornado ripped through their village. According to limited reports, the storm touched down around 5:30 p.m. on August 13th of 2018. Several people from around Jinghai recorded their personal experiences.
They're probably like, please hit me. Get me out of here. Man, that's so violent. Oh, man. Jesus. There's the roof. Look at the ripples of moisture on the ground. It's like sucking the vapor off. Dust and water. I got a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. Get hit by a bus.
Some local reporting indicates that one person sustained minor injuries.
No.
Several homes and trees.
You have something much, much, much worse.
Were also damaged during the 10-minute storm. On average, about 100 tornadoes will touch down in China every year. They're never as powerful as what we see in Kansas or Oklahoma, but they can still pack a punch. The same is true for the rest of Southeast Asia. Coincidentally, one of the worst tornadoes ever occurred in Bangladesh in 1989.
You have something much.
On May 4th of 2020, a powerful.
You got something much, much worse in California. Gavin Newsom. You never seen snow in person, brother? I get it. I'm from Maryland originally. We saw it almost every year. There might be like a random year, very rarely, that we didn't get snow. There was one that touched down in Burlingame in 2012, destroyed one guy's house and dissipated. And now, he forgot to pray.
Powerful storm system spawned several tornadoes near the Texas Panhandle. Jordan Carruthers and his storm-chasing team were
like really bad, like liquefy the earth.
About 100 miles away in Lawton, Oklahoma, when they got the call. Everything lined
when
up
the vibrations of really bad tornadoes shake the earth, it shakes the sand, which puts air between the sand grains, and then it acts like a liquid. So the stuff like just sinks into the sand. That's really crazy. It's called liquefaction.
It was a good day for storm chasing. They raced south to get ahead of the coming storms. Their targets included several tornadoes spinning outside of Rawls, Texas, a small city in Crosby County. As they drove, hail the size of ping-pong balls began battering their car. But that wasn't going to stop them from chasing the ultimate prize.
Look at that thing spinning. Areometer.
We might be a little bit. We'll have to see.
We got lots of tornadoes here in Northwest Florida. I've seen 2 pine trees close to each other literally get braided around each other. Jeez.
Yeah, holy crap.
Yeah. That's called awe. When you're in awe of what nature can do. We don't know why that feeling happens. We don't know what chemicals are released, like not dopamine or serotonin or whatnot, when awe happens.
Oh my God! Look at that! Oh, look at that! Yeah!
I could, but I won't.
Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Woo!
The weird happiness, like you're seeing all this destruction, you're seeing the power of God, and you're like they're going woohoo! It's just like a revelation. I saw funnel clouds touch down in the Bay Area in the Bay while going over the Golden Gate. Contact with the divine, terror and awe. Yep, all of those chemicals get released, endorphins and wackadoo.
No one's coming through that way now.
Oh
Oh my
No,
God.
we're
What's
good
up,
right now.
Domination, brother?
Yeah.
Did you win your game?
The storm was almost on top of them. The entire situation was becoming very unsafe. Thankfully, these guys are pros. They quickly changed locations to get a better vantage point.
Good idea. Amateurs.
Oh, yeah. Listen to that.
Listen to that. She went to grab her soda. Yes, sir. Glitch Nation. Yeah, you said that. Not going.
Even
to,
after that close encounter,
I should. I sell oxpecker shirts. Man, I gotta make a wackadoodle shirt. I don't know why I don't. I gotta do it. I'll do it this weekend.
Team wasn't ready to call it a day. They drove east to get ahead of the rain when they encountered another stunning tornado. While the last one was full of dirt, this one was as white as a cloud. According to the National Weather Service, this storm system was a welcomed sight. The rolling plains and parts of southeast Texas were going through a long dry spell. The storm dropped much-needed rain across the region, though they could have done without the hail and
SML.
From high-speed pursuits and death-defying pit maneuvers, from a wild tornado. From a wild tornado in Arkansas that spawned outside this local man's store, and a state trooper who watched as a twister touched down in front of him, to a drill bit tornado in Manitoba that went down as the most powerful in Canadian history, and a terrifying storm in Medill, Oklahoma that one local could hardly believe. Here are 10 monster tornadoes caught on camera. From a wild tornado in Arkansas is covered by 4 storms. Nobody was ready when a tornado Kansas or Oklahoma, but they can still pack a punch. The same is true for the rest of Southeast Asia. Coincidentally, one of the worst tornadoes ever occurred in Bangladesh in 1989.
Yeah, that's Jason. It's freaking brilliant. Okay, here we go. Number one. You can watch all these.
On May 4th of 2020, a powerful storm system spawned several tornadoes near the Texas Panhandle. Jordan Carruthers and his storm chasing team were about 100 miles away in Lawton, Oklahoma when they got the call. Everything lined up perfectly. It was a good day for storm chasing. They raced south to get ahead of the coming storms. Their targets included several.
This was the same one we just saw. Okay, all right. I thought we missed number 1. What up, Arabica man? Amsterdam, brother.
Oh, God.
Even after that close encounter, our team wasn't ready to call it a day. They drove east to get ahead of the rain when they encountered another stunning tornado. While the last one was full of dirt, this one was as white as a cloud. According to the National Weather Service, this storm system was a welcomed sight. The rolling plains and parts of southeast Texas were going through a long dry spell. The storm dropped much-needed rain across the region, though they could have done without the hail and tornadoes. If you enjoyed this video and want to see another one just like it, then be sure to click the link on screen now.
Is Kat the creator in your house? And Jim West and Gwen and William Barry and his friend Jay Scrubs loves going to California. No, Kat went home yesterday, back to Maryland. Yeah, fight night, brother. Yeah, that's going down in history. Absolutely going down in history. All right, let's see what we're missing. Here. World's hottest city. I weighed 600 pounds at 23 years old.
It's the same.
Jeez, how do you eat that much at to 23? I mean, that's tens of thousands of calories a day. Man. Look at those little toes. No, we're not doing that, brother. Jeez. Skin surgery. Skin removal surgery. C-130 flying over your head right now. Get a video. Get a video. Put it on the Discord, brother. We'll show it. Just said it deserves a statue right next to the Statue of Liberty, like this. What's up, the core? C-130 stands for Scrub J. Man, 600 pounds at 23 years old. No way. Look at those freaking butt cheeks. Jeez. Oh, that's oh, okay, never mind. Whoa, what happened to her fall? That's gotta be AI. That's gotta be AI. Look at these eyeballs right there. That's gotta be AI. That's gotta be. It says real right below it. Jeez. If she should cut on carbs, she should cut. If she could cut on carbon sugar, that's definitely a ma'am. Yeah, that's a ma'am. Supreme Court says it's not against the law for people who smoke marijuana to own guns. Why would it be? Freaking wackadoo. Sorry, Mr. Ma'am. Yeah. Just executed. I trapped a tornado in a jar and then sold it as art. When electricity goes out of control. 30,000 people in one building. Holy crap, look at that car. Look at that. Look at that car. How the hell did it get up there? Oh, he must have been on the car carrier in front of it. Okay. Wow. Okay, I thought it was a jump. Libiquita skibbity toilet. Facebook is not human. Look at this libiquita skibbity toilet guy. Jeez. That looks rough. Two lawsuits ruined by social media. Jaw-dropping tornado drone footage. All right, let's see this. What? Am I missing something here? Hold on. We lost audio. Is there no audio? Interesting. Last night I watched The Naked Prey. I've never heard of it. You can watch. Released 1965. Never heard of it, I don't think. Look at that. Jeez. Man, it's just freaking erasing humanity. Damn. Lighting fires. Jeez, that's serious. That's so crazy. Man, look at all the crap in the air. Jeez. So all those are burning now and then adding smoke to it. Man. It's all the insulation and shingles. Unbelievable. It looks like models. I thought there were some brutal scenes, but it has very minimal dialogue. Now I gotta look into it. The Naked Prey. Jeez, that's freaking crazy. right, let's go back here. Let's go back here. That's crazy. It's crazy, that amount of power. Okay. Most of the scenes containing African safari. Let's see what it was called. The Naked Prey. The Naked Prey movie. Naked Prey is an American adventure film. Cornell Wilde also stars in the lead role. South African Veld. The film's plot centers around a safari guide trying to survive the Veld's harsh environment while trying to avoid death at the hands of vengeful African warriors. Wow. So he was the prey. Gotcha. You were watching The Naked Prey, not then it's kind of bunch of wackadoos. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see what's going on in the world here. All right. So it's about past me now. I'm over here. So we good. We looking good. We making it. Yeah, if it's a naked prey, it has to be human, right? It's not considered naked if it's not human. I mean, except for like the naked mole rat. Tornado? They live in poverty, like dressed like millionaires. All right, this looks good. And deadly game of cat and mouse. Who brings the oil? You bring the oil, Diddy.
Wealthiness, but
Democratic Republic of Congo. Africa, baby.
Today we went to Congo, at the heart of Africa.
Everything else in nature is immune to social stigma.
They have the same name.
Right. And not only that, also all of the taboos that we have, human taboos, don't exist in nature, even though the actions do. If I were in 110th grade, I would have been in high school for about a century. By that point, I'd probably be friends with Richard from Sharpsburg, and my GPA would be calculated in Roman numera.
Next to each other, only a river separates them.
Sapeur. The sapeur, in French, it's Société des ambianceurs et des personnes élégantes. It's a society of people who are elegant.
My family used to buy a lot of fish from Kinshasa.
So it's a kind of a culture, a philosophy behind the tissue, the clothes. So people wearing nice clothes, fancy clothes, expensive clothes, they feel a kind of an added value to their life and the way they appear outside.
However, they're among the world's poorest.
So it's actually
that's probably why they're poor.
Obsessed about that. So this is from Congo, from Kinshasa. We are meeting the sapeur. It's a group of. They have it's a society, of course. They have a leadership.
A little house can bring big things, but sometimes great house can have nothing inside.
Jeez, they're super consumers.
African.
To go, we had to take a flight from Istanbul to Kinshasa, the capital of Congo. We tried to get to know the country before we go meet them.
This is crazy. Homemade guitars.
Actually, their main motto is, "Have you seen me?" So when they are out, actually, they need everyone to see them.
That's unbelievably crazy.
This is the Congo River, guys. That's
So
Brazzaville.
they're some of the poorest people in the world, but they dress the most expensive.
There. We are in Kinshasa. This capital is incredibly densely populated, like Lagos and Cairo.
This guy, he's the sapper.
Sapper is a culture, I mean.
Sapper is life.
Sapper.
Actually, sapper, if you have a brand on your clothes.
The meaning of sapper is French for society. This is a French word where people are very poor, but wearing the best brands of clothes.
Sounds
it doesn't
like America.
matter for them. Wearing something luxurious is the most important thing. This is a culture here that's very deep and very strong. It's instilled. We came to get to know it. It's a style, a way of life. They're obsessed.
This shirt, the Dior, it's not really original, it's fake. But I feel proud to put it because it gives some value to the clothes.
So it's all knockoff?
Brother, are you sapper?
I think everyone is a sapper. Elegant people, you understand? So they find the value in the clothes.
Checking the tags. We got a word for that.
We went to a clothing store to see what they buy.
Oh no, yeah, Faces of Death. That was definitely rough.
And how
Warning,
their
this
life
content
is
IB has
when
been
they
reported
shop.
for copyrighted
Wear
content.
suppers,
You spelled
buy
it wrong,
their clothes.
YouTube.
You'll be shocked now.
You spelled it
We'll
wrong.
buy something for
I want
ourselves
to
because we'll
contribute
join them
to you,
today.
but if I use my
Whoa,
card
look.
view info, it can be
This
used
is
to
the store
identify
they
me
shop
and link
from.
me to
All
questionable
clothes are
controversial
luxurious.
comments made on YouTube.
I'll be obsessed
I
for the
can't
whole
read
day.
B12.
Versace.
Brother, Diddy, if you really want to, I've got PayPal and Cash App. If you really want to, I'd appreciate it. You don't have to do it on YouTube.
Dolce
And
and
Venmo,
Gabbana.
I got all that stuff.
Dolce
I
and
even have Buy Me a Coffee.
Comme des garçons.
I don't know this brand.
I will see if this material changes anything. It's very luxurious. All kinds of luxury here. Louis Vuitton.
So say that you should buy this.
I will buy this. Shall I join the Fashion Week?
Fashion, c'est Louis Vuitton.
In
Oh,
Paris.
it's 110th grade. Here, for oh, you talking about you want to, I mean, I'll have to against the buy code link, like, for what? For the B12? For the B12? I think coffee. Coffee. No, to contribute to me. Oh, okay. Here. You can do this. Here, I'll do this. God, thank you, brother. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, if you have Cash App, it's 110th grade is the thing. It's this right here. I'll put it in the chat. Boom, boom. Yeah, that's it right there. Unless you want like Venmo or whatever, I got Venmo too. And PayPal. They're all 110th grade. Let me see if there's a link. Okay, I see it. I see it. It's... There you go. Either one of them will work. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, my friend. That's what I'm talking about. Let's save the world.
Louis Vuitton.
Let's go, buddy.
Bam.
Oh.
This culture is weird. Look how luxurious this suit is. They wear this in Kinshasa, in Congo.
Dolce Gabbana. Dolce Gabbana.
I'll buy him a suit too. Made in Italy.
This is original. This is the movement. This is original.
There are also some very nice shoes I might buy for myself. I really felt luxury.
I really felt luxury.
We need to travel together.
Tell me what you think on a scale of 1 to 10.
I do not understand fashion. I do
not.
not.
$200.
Je vis ici avec ma famille et voilà. Créer des performances ici quand je suis resté à la maison. Créer des créativités pour la salle.
They wear the best brands in the world, but they don't have...
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. The Congo dandies. I don't know if they're dandies, definitely, but apparently they have like an addiction to spending like they showed people like checking people's tags to make sure that they're wearing like that they're very poor in some areas here, but they have to wear luxury. And then if they wear like knockoff luxury, they get like they're considered on like a lower caste. It's weird. They turned him into the Joker. Me and my cousin were lit, and we went sober for 5 minutes. Din, 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 din. You were lit and then sober in 5 minutes? How's that happen? AI generated. Some people are saying YouTube ID is reported for copyright. Well, it's yeah. They're liars. And we changed the VHS to a sci-fi movie. Corrupt AF, they become mayor and spend all the money on like drugstore suits. Yes, absolutely. Fake weed. Oh yeah, probably just. You got great news to tell? What's your great news, brother Jacob?
Have electricity in the house.
They have no electricity, but they're spending money on Dolce & Gabbana. Louis Vuitton.
Here where he sleep, right? He said.
Imagine supper life. This is their life. The most important thing in his life.
The most important thing
It's
in
a
his
collection
life.
called Adolfina.
Adolfine collection.
His bag. See, he's showing the tag like it's not a
His
knockoff.
room is
This
very
is the most
simple.
important thing in his life.
This is the real life of his life.
They have plant buds that look like weed, but they spray it with like research chemicals and stuff to make you feel something quickly. But it's very short-lived. Yeah, they absolutely do. They absolutely do. 55 subscribers have I now. Great. Congratulations, brother. Synthetic cannabinoid spray. There you go. 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 It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So they've been doing this for decades. Well, with tobacco, they would take the stems and whatnot and grind them up, and then mix them with water, and then put them into a paste to make a fake tobacco leaf. And then anything that was absorbed when they soaked the stems and whatnot in water, they got some of like the tar and nicotine and stuff out of it, and then they spray it on this fake leaf, then shred it and mix it along with the real tobacco to make cigarettes. So they're doing the same thing with weed. World famous Milana cream. It wasn't bad when it was legal, bub, but they had outlawed it, got sketchy. Yeah, brother. Yeah, bath salts, all that crazy stuff, dude.
Gucci. Ça c'est Dolce Gabbana. Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton.
Louis Vuitton.
Paris.
Oui. Ça c'est Versace.
So, can you ask him how he feel? He has all the brands, but he living in a small house.
Yeah.
Après, quand je suis né, je pleurais tout le temps. Ma mère elle disait, le fils ici sera sa père. Sanduku Makambo.
Okay.
Electricity came. So you are rich.
Alors, tu es riche.
Donc j'ai l'argent en collection. Parce que j'ai fait des défilés.
Not rich for money.
Nice.
Nice look.
Nice.
Nice. So the shoes, he's thanking us for coming.
Exactly.
Shoes. The shoes singing.
Yes.
The shoes are singing. How do they protect the designer clothes when he leaves home if he doesn't have electric or a strong door? Good question. Well, where's he going? To work? Nah, throw away and buy new. I mean, how they get the money for that is probably how we're thinking. The Congo Clown Festival.
Impressive.
In
They
India,
want to feel.
many laborers used to consume tobacco grinded on palm along with lime and paste. I asked one person to let me have a small portion in preparation, and it sent my mind haywire. I remember the lime and a betel nut that a lot of people in India chew. It's like betel nut with I don't know what the leaf is. And lime also, because lime helps it absorb through the buccal fat and whatnot. So they chew it, stick it. Probably some illegals in France and Italy smuggling stolen merchandise to Africa. Big retarded Ponzi scheme where everyone gets poor. Probably. Faces death. He said it. You wouldn't like it, and he was right. Yeah, like this. Like, let me see if I can find this. Betel nut. No. B-E-T.
All right. Donut around Peachtree City.
Betel nut. Areca. Areca. Jeez, I can't read. Will lime help me absorb B12? B12 absorbs spectacularly through the buccal and sublingually, like damn near 100% of what you put in your under your tongue. Go watch the video of the guy asking Gen Z basically. We'll watch that a little bit later. Yeah, I saw some of those earlier. So this stuff here, the betel nut is the seed of the palm. Okay, so that's what you're talking about. All right, yes, palm, right, okay. Originally native to the Philippines, carried throughout Austro-Asian migrations, 1500 BC due to its betel nut chewing, right? And it makes it like red, and you spit out like red. It's spit all over the place. I've seen it. Brother, they're not doing anything. They're pushing people through to avoid being called racist or homophobic or transphobic or whatever. And if somebody's got any kind of label, you don't want to be anti that, so they just push them through, and then they have to graduate them. So like, we have a graduation rate of like 94%, but on literacy rate, 12th grade literacy rate at like 17% in some of these schools. So people are graduating and they can't even read at a 12th grade level. Richard, why did U.S.A. fund so many nonsense? Did the Democrats get some sort of secret kickbacks, or do they genuinely find nonsense on the list? What I think they actually did, was they tried to make people look very popular. So they bought a lot of Spotify streams. They bought a lot of YouTube views and Instagram followers and YouTube subscribers and whatnot to make rappers and performers and stuff look super popular, so that when they said, hey kids, vote Democrat this year, vote Democrat, always Democrat, blue no matter who, that because people say, oh my God, he's got 1 million followers, he's got 30 million followers, but only 40 comments below each video, right? So that's what I think they were trying to do, make an artificial, like if you see a video with 1 million views, like I could buy 1 million views for my videos, and then you'd be like, oh, 1 million views, I should watch this because 1 million people watched it. And I think they tried to create an artificial virality, so people would, because most people want to follow what the popular thing is, because people don't want to do the work to find out what the answers to the questions are. And so they just listen to what other people say about stuff, and they're like, okay, that's what I'll think. And so, but what happened, what broke that is when these people were like, I want that money now. And then they went to try to sell tours, but they were only getting, like, they couldn't sell out of venue. They couldn't sell hardly any seats, so they had to cancel their tours. So, and then that was like, well, wait a second, why didn't that happen? And now you see, like, gangster rap is like gone. Like, you don't hear it hardly at all anymore. It's not pushed like it was. Every second swipe on anything was gangster rap, gangster rap, gangster rap, and now it's like poof. So I think it was to try to make, and then they would take those people and put them in front of the audiences and be like, hey, this dude with 30 million Instagram followers, and he's saying vote blue. You know, that's what it appeared to be. Stop talking all this, man. Richard the Great is tired of speaking all this. What up, Gersher? Lower the grades, push the kids through. Disgusting, no matter what Trump defunded schooling. Yep. Clearly aren't using the money appropriately. Right. It's absolutely getting funneled. We have racism on everything. Whoever says it's not actually telling the lies, soul is definitely. Yeah, it's absolutely wackadoodle. This communism stuff happens very fast. Another video I suggest in your spare time is called Yuri Bezmenov, KGB Detector Warning. I watched that. I've watched it. We can show it on stream. Yeah, I've watched it. Back in like 1980s, in the 1980s, early 1990s. Yeah, I saw that. It's crazy how sensible and enthusiastic this guy is, but he named himself after Diddy. Yeah, it's amazing how that happens.
Which they're not, though, but they want to experience the feeling.
Okay, so he value clothes more than food.
Exactly.
Clothes more than food. Yuri admits in a video that communists covertly infiltrated the United States and ideologically started in the 1950s. 1980s had a lot of interesting movies in that era. Hola, brother. So they want to feel what it's like to be rich. They think being rich is by what it seems, how they're seen. The problem is the Soviet Union fell apart before they could finish their plans. They left us with plenty of communist mindsets. The seeds got planted. And of course, remember, the Soviet Union fell, but a lot of the very powerful and very rich people that got rich during the Soviet experiment still want to spread that so that they can do the same things in America. Because even if we turned communist, there would still be people that run the country, people that build the stuff. There would still be an overarching company that would be getting super wealthy. Only the peasants are the socialists. Only the peasants are the communists. The rest of them are capitalists making money off of that, just like in Cuba. I ate right before I came on stream. Just like about 2 hours ago. My favorite movie from the 1980s was Blues Brothers. Dan Aykroyd, John Belushi. Good movie. I acquired a spicy-looking Cirrus Perennis monstrous cactus cutting today. I'll root it and eventually take cuttings. Yeah, I'll take some. Yeah, I'll take some. Absolutely.
We went out the second day to see when they enter the market, how do people deal with them.
They're like performers. With tomatoes back.
We closed the whole market. Imagine, everyone is weirdly staring at us. Supper culture here dominated the place.
I played a title blues on the guitar.
The whole street stopped for them.
Stevie Ray. Shortly after you start seeing the counterculture and American ideas, hippies and such, and now some of those same hippies are today's standard considered conservatives. Yeah, and so what happened is the left went so far left that everybody that was just normal liberal are now considered far right-wing extremists.
Something you won't see anywhere else. These are the...
I had a teacher who was a hippie Woodstock type, but she was 100% conservative now. I checked your website for that parasite cleanse, and it says take 15 drops a day, but there's only 30 in the bottle. No. Yeah, you misread it. No. Yeah, you misread it. There's hundreds and hundreds of drops in a bottle. It's like almost a year's supply for one person. There's 118 30-drop servings. 118 30-drop servings. Yeah. So, and what you should actually do is, it says it on the inside, it says, for intensive support, so the very first time you do it, and you only have to do this once, then every 3 months you follow the normal one, mild. So it's 30 drops a day for 4 days, 30 drops 4 times a day for 30 days. Then every 3 to 6 months, then you would take 30 drops 3 times a day for 10 days. Yeah. You definitely misread that. It's all right, brother. I'm here to help, brother. Taught me a lot outside of curriculum. She taught us specifically example things like criteria for a search warrant. Criteria for a search warrant.
The Elegance Kings in Congo.
She also admitted to our class she kept
Their
a pistol in her
happiness
purse.
is in the appearance. However,
Right?
God's
Yeah. Dude, you gotta keep yourself safe these days.
creation is wonderfully diverse.
Look at how these people are stylish in Congo Kinshasa.
Things like that are important for kids to learn. Yeah, right. It's very important for kids to learn. Right. And that's the thing. Kids spend more time with their teachers in those days than their parents. Like 6 hours, 7 hours a day with their teachers, and they don't spend 7 hours at home with their parents. Like, they get up, they go to school, and like barely see their parents. Then when they come home, they might eat dinner with their parents, do their homework and whatever, and see their parents for an hour and go to bed. So it's like 2 hours with your parents and 7 hours with teachers. So it's important for teachers to guide children. Absolutely. Yeah, brother. Got them legs coming up. Yep, constitutional rights are absolutely important to learn. 30 drops a day for 4 days. Then 30 drops 4 times a day for 30 days. It's on the inside of the lid. You'll see it. It's on the inside of the lid right here when you get it. So 30 drops. 30 drops is a serving. So if you've never done a parasite detox before, you take 4 servings a day for 30 days, and then you can make your own decision every 3 to 6 months. I do them every 3 months. But after you've done it the first time, to like basically get a good amount in your body, soak up everything your body can hold in reserves and whatnot. Then every 3 months, I take 30 drops 3 times a day for 10 days. Smash that like button, you uncultured swine. All right, let me see what we got here. This is all. Let's watch this, and we'll go over to the Discord. Oh, NordVPN. Oh, it's just an ad at the end. Okay, all right, let's see here. Just swallow some chewing tobacco. Right. But that's only really good for intestinal worms. They get them worms out. How weird that guy looks. I don't know how Mark Zuckerberg made Justice's pair his clothes single color. He likes it, brother. Thank you, stupid tomato, brother. I've never pooped out worms, but when I first did the first cleanse, I didn't look. I was afraid what I'd see, so I didn't even look. Maybe there's either stay more focused. Possibly. All right, let's see what we got here. Boom. Properties. Oops, cancel. Properties. There we go. There you go, brother. Man, yeah, send me some cuttings of that. That looks cool. How much dinero for the cleanse? I think it's like $27. It's like so it's like $30 a year. $30, $29.99. And if you've never done it, if you've never done it, if you convince yourself to do it, go online, find out how you could possibly and listen, people don't understand. People think America's so clean that we got rid of parasites. Parasites are in bird poop. Parasites are in, so birds can crap on stuff. Your dog pooping, licking something else's poop, licking your face, your dog's paws, your cat's paws, your litter boxes, kissing another person, sexually transmitted parasites. There's so many ways to get parasites, and people are just like, oh, if they're not crawling out your butt, then don't worry about it. chewing tobacco and lots of tobacco. I mean garlic. What's up, Dorjeen, brother? All right, let's go back here. Let's see where we're at. I think when I was little, I had some underwear once. I think I remember my mom using tape to see them. Yeah, those are called pinworms. And yeah, the way to do it was you put tape on your butthole, because the worms will come out at night while you sleep, but they'll go back in during the morning. But if they come out at night when you sleep, they'll stick to the tape. That's at least what I heard. Yep, pinworms. Yep. That's a good tool to punish the wrongdoers, making them sit on that. Yep. What's with the blue myrtle cactus? You like them? It's a Cirrus Prevenius montrose. I do have a myrtle though. If you eat out of touch and door handle, you have worms. Yes, yeah. If you eat right, absolutely. People do not understand, and they do not. You have to understand how, especially with such division in the world, people will. If you eat out, people might think you're a Democrat or might think you're a Republican. So people might treat you differently, treat your food differently, and just treat crap. People don't do their jobs good. People that are here that don't care about America at all, or whatever country you're in, could treat your stuff bad. And people don't usually do their jobs very well. So do you think they're treating the animals, the animal meat properly? And then if you go to a place that's handling thousands of cows or pigs or chickens or whatever, it's just so wackadoodle. I've been rescuing cacti lately. Saved 2 booby cactus from Walmart of all places. Boobies. Gotta save the boobies. Oops. All right, let's see. What's this guy doing? Trump resort receptionist arrested for fraud. The Giants of Egypt. All right, we'll watch one more of this guy's thing. This guy seems pretty good.
Today we're back in Cairo, Egypt. Whenever you visit this country, you will never get bored. And people's stories will never end. But today we're visiting a bit different town, 1.5 hours from Cairo.
And I want to say one more thing real quick. A lot of the stuff that would help us normally in life, naturally, to help us get rid of parasites, a lot of the things like garlic, woodworm, pumpkin seed, stuff like this, a lot of the stuff that would flavor our food, spices and whatnot, that can work as an anti-parasitic for different types of parasites. A lot of our food, mass-produced food, it uses artificial flavorings. So the artificial garlic is not going to do what garlic does. The artificial pumpkin flavor ain't going to do what pumpkin seeds do, and so on and so forth down the list. Oregano oil and artificial oregano, it's not going to do that. So when we eat food that's made with that kind of stuff, it's not just taste that we're looking for with this stuff. We're looking for functionality. When I was young, I pushed my sister aside in a fit of rage, and she landed her foot on a cactus and got a deep acupuncture treatment. Later, she complained to my father, and I got a good beating. Yeah, brother. I fell into a huge bush of cacti once. Yeah, that's no bueno. That's no
Always heard of it in Egyptian movies. It is called
that dude's freaking like 7 feet tall. No way.
Huda and Muhammad were people from there are called Sharkawi or Sharkawiya. Then after 1.5 hours drive, we arrived at a family house.
Do you have an Amazon?
So different.
No.
2 of the tallest people in the world.
No.
My name is Muhammad Shah.
I'm not big time like that yet. Actually, I am not yet. Not yet. I have to set up my Amazon storefront, which I'm slacking on. I should have done that the day that they said I was available to do it. Yeah, not yet though.
From Sharqiya.
But they're a little forgotten.
I'm 2.47 meters.
With very strange sizes, and Guinness Records does not recognize them yet. Let's get to know more about them.
Look.
2.47 meters to feet.
0.47 meters is 1 foot 6.
8 feet 10 inches. Oh no, 8.1 feet. Jeez, crikey.
There is no space, and I am still growing. And when I go here, I can't.
You can't stand there?
Yes, I can't. If I stand here, it's gonna hurt me in my head. Below the fan. Here it is.
You mean it does hurt you suddenly?
Yeah, when I was 14, 15 years old, I was normal. I can drive the car normally and live my life normally. I work and do everything normally. All of a sudden, I found myself like this. Suddenly, my leg started to grow up, and it's still growing up more.
That's definitely a curse.
I'm getting taller, and my leg getting bigger, and my clothes are expensive, just made for me.
He's getting to the roof and the fan. He can't crank up the fan because of the,
I have a carton fan. Because the ceiling fan could hurt me. When I was sleeping like this...
Once you stood up?
Yes, suddenly. When I stood up, it hurt me.
If you lay down, you get the whole floor.
Yes.
So when you get up, you get hurt.
Yes,
8 feet.
This is your mom?
Yes.
Hello.
Wow,
Welcome.
he's taller than his mom
no?
when he sits
Yeah,
down.
a little bit. Their father died 24 years ago.
And you're alone with them?
Yes, exactly. We were tired working with my kid, and his father got sick and stayed at home with us, too.
How old is he?
Muhammad?
Yeah.
I'm 34 years old.
And how tall is your sister?
She's 2.40 meters.
So you never tried to work before?
So
No,
she's
I didn't.
8 feet tall
No
also.
one accepted to hire me. If there was someone who can take care of me, I may play basketball, for example. I have no income source at all. I wish I had an income source, get hired or buy something that could help me make my living. But unfortunately...
Did you finish your studies?
I studied at Al-Azhar.
He's 2.47 meters tall and still getting
it's
taller.
gotta be
We could find him way taller after 2 years.
Pituitary or HGH, human growth hormone. There are treatments to get you 1 to 2 inches, but none of them get removed. Jeez, yeah, brother.
He's very close to the tallest
you
person
can get taller, but you can't get shorter, right? You're gonna cut your shin bones out. Yeah.
in the world. Sultan,
Cut your thigh
2.51
bone, like
meters
6 inches
that we
out.
saw previously in Turkey. Do you know Sultan, the tallest person in the world?
Is 3 centimeters taller.
3 centimeters. Sultan, the Kurd who lives in Turkey.
I don't use a cane to walk.
I think you should be number 3 or 2 in the world.
Is 3 centimeters taller.
We need to show this video to Guinness Records. They have to know him.
See, my leg is still getting bigger. Still getting bigger. My hand also, but my hand was normal, and it's still getting bigger.
Jeez.
It means your whole
What
body
up,
is getting
Kiwi?
bigger.
Yes, it's swelling.
My name is Huda Shahat.
Good that he made it till this age, but he has age complications will render him devastated. I agree. Order has been placed. Be there by the 22nd. Get healthy, brother. Brother Tomato. Search up the woodcock. We're in the middle of something, Kiwi.
Then I'm 2.40 meters. And I'm the sister of Muhammad.
The first time was at school time or at the university?
Since the age of 12.
At 12 years old.
So from the age of 12.
We were the tallest people at school.
Oh, they got COVID
Because of the increasing amount of the hormones, he gets
Tony
tired
Robbins has the
very
same
quickly.
condition.
Yeah.
Dude, it looks like, but his didn't his didn't progress this far. I bet you he got some sort of treatment to stop it, because I believe now they can stop gigantism if it's detected early. But this was obviously, he's 34 now, and this was, obviously 20 years ago. Gigantism treatment. Treatment for gigantism aims to normalize growth hormone levels, safely remove the underlying pituitary tumor, and alleviate pressure on the surrounding brain structures. It requires multidisciplinary approach, led by a pediatric endocrinologist. So surgery, medication. So they have HGH, human growth hormone agonists, to block the effect. So it would fill the spots where human growth hormone goes, so the human growth hormone don't go in there to say, hey, grow. Yeah, because he's got that look to him, right? What up, the man? Hey, everyone. The New World Order is coming, and if you can't take me seriously, if you want me, want or not, be prepared. It's all going to be bad. God bless you. God bless you, the man. I'm taking you seriously. I know what's going on, brother. Can they stop the gay? Brother, do you know that California is registering gay people now? They're actually, you can be professionally gay. You can get a gay certificate. Like, and they're starting to require that so many companies that the government uses has to be LGBT companies. So they have to register. There's gay registration in California. I think it's because of a tumor on a gland. Yeah, it's push. Yeah, you got it. Yeah. A couple of friends who have the same facial features, the same characteristics. Wow.
His body doesn't bear when he moves too much.
Yes.
But you need someone to take care of you.
There's nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah, Sultan was getting a little help from the Guinness Records and people around him.
Can you put your hand on mine? Look. See the difference?
This one could be the biggest hand in Egypt.
Your hand is so different than mine.
Kiwi, we're in the middle of something.
Of course, he's not able to get in the car.
Jeez, so he definitely ain't going to be able to get on an airplane. In the coming future, we will have more gender divides, so the society will remain fragmented. I agree. And the thing is, what's going to happen is we've basically lost the generation, and we may have to let them go. But the children have to. The children that are coming into school now have to be taught differently. They've got to, instead of spending so much time and brain power and social media effort on gender and sexuality, it's got to go towards their mental health and their physical health. And I'm going to try to do that. You think he'd get on a jumbo jet? I don't think he'd get through the door. 8 feet tall, brother. 8 feet. Like those 7'3" basketball players barely fit on those things. Yeah, you're gonna get banned.
We said, why not give him?
We're in the middle of something.
We decided to buy him a calf for them to raise. If you get angry,
the door of the 747 and the mouth. Oh, right, the ones that have the back things that open up. Yeah, that's what they probably have to do.
What do you do?
I go to a room and stay alone.
You don't show your anger?
No. I stay alone in a closed room. I go inside and
close the room?
And close the room.
When he gets angry, he closes the room on himself so that his anger doesn't show. Muhammad and Huda, if they were on Instagram...
So he probably, his emotions are probably also amplified too. So he's probably smashed stuff up. And yeah, how they make the elephants fly, right? Yeah, so he probably gets overly angry, and that's crazy. Like the Incredible Hulk.
Famous quickly.
Why aren't we awarded? We need to get awarded and become like everybody else and have decent transport.
We need to get awarded, like Guinness Book of World Records. He's like, we need to get awarded like all the other tall people, so my life can be easy. Jeez.
Rotation.
Probably eat a cow.
I wish if Muhammad gets healed. He's been through a lot. And his sister, sometimes she can't even get up from her place. I wish the best for you all, and whatever you can do for them, please do it. They were normally born, but after 12 years of age, they started growing this way. She hated school, but he carried on.
If you feel sexual arousal around women, then you should be okay.
God bless you. You're the goodness in this world.
Thank you. Already, but if you legalize if you feel with the same gender. Yeah, do you know why? Do you know why that is? Because they want to destroy the ability for America to reproduce so that America can be taken over. This is a slow... And I'm just talking about what they're doing in a bunch of countries by promoting not having babies. Obviously, gay people can't have babies. They have to adopt babies. But then if they adopt those babies, they're going to adopt them and raise them under their ideologies, whatever it is, liberal or whatever. And then we're going to need to import people. And they were down with that. Like, they were down with opening the border and letting 25 million people cross it, no problem. And then just say, hey, you guys can work for it. And then as you all die off, we'll just import more. Places like Africa and the Middle East, we have a lot of people having a lot of babies. We'll just take them and keep doing it over and over and over again. And then they can just do away with the whole birthing thing. Because most people without children fight for other things besides their family. The reason it's easy to control people that are never going to have kids was when you finally have a kid, that's when most people mature to the point where they say, no. Okay, I was happy being liberal, but now I want to conserve what I've got. Now I've got a family. I want to raise my children in stability, not progressive all the time. You have to be progressive every single election, every single day, progressing past what we have now. So they don't want that. They want everybody constantly changing all the time, and you can't do that when you want stability for your children. Yeah, the way nature wants us. I'll be back in a bit. Gotta go do my rounds. All right, stupid tomato, brother. They want a peaceful transition to something. You know what that is. My parasite cleanse will be here the 21st, not the 22nd. All right, good, brother. Get it sooner. 3 days. 3 days, 2.5 days. Yeah. We're going to get some robots.
We got out with Muhammad in a Sharia to the local market in the middle of this area, and we're going back to his home.
Let's go.
Now, we're trying to do something very, very small just to make him happy. Anything simple that could make the difference. A surprise to make him happy.
We're about to surprise him. I hope they're good. Did you raise them by Sunnah?
What up, Danielle?
Dutch.
Daniel.
The calf is
control
Dutch.
The finances, the food, the water, and even control the sexuality, so what remains on the list to get implemented on us. Yep. What's up, haha?
Raises it, and it can give birth when it's older, right?
Yes, of course.
Thank you so much.
Let me take it for you. You want me to take it?
Thank you, I'll take it. Does it walk with me, or...? Okay, let's go.
They're giving him a cow.
Congrats for the new calf.
Yeah,
is it
that's
good?
Right.
Yes,
that's right. Yes, that's right. And the problem is the deception. The problem is that they're deceiving the LGBTQIA plus community, thinking that the government has their back when what they want is for them to die off.
Does it get through?
Yeah.
Muhammad, we brought it for you.
He knows he's about to get ate.
Are you happy? This is just a simple thing.
God bless you.
What are you going to call her?
Name it?
Yeah.
Food.
No name for her?
I don't think so.
No, he doesn't want to name what he's going to eat. Yeah.
It's beautiful. Thank you very much.
Now he can
This
start
was the
selling
story
milk.
of Muhammad and Huda. Let's share this video to reach the Guinness Book of Records so they know about them. Let's get them into the Guinness Book of Records. I'll put their number in the description for anyone who can help them.
Their number? Their telephone number? Oh, a link. Gotcha. What up, crying fish, brother? Jeez, what a nutty thing to do. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. That's crazy stuff. That's crazy stuff. Inside northern Ghana. It's another planet. All right. Jeez, I guess we'll stay on Africa for a while.
You like the ladies?
Yeah, I like
All right, hold on. What did you want to see, freaking, what did you want to see? Did she leave? I don't know what happened. Where did she go? I don't remember what she said she wanted to say. Okay, all right. I don't know. I guess she left. All right. What up? What up? They got nothing to lose. Sharing the info won't harm them anyways, right? Right. And the thing is, I think a lot of these kids are autistic. They don't even understand. They don't even understand what's happening. Like I've said this before. There are two types of people in this world: the type of people that do things for the future, and the type of people that do things for the now. And they don't understand that like they're not saying, how will this affect my future? They think the only thing is now. Now, I'm happy now. I want to have sex with this person now. I want to have sex with that person now. I want to dance around at a pride festival now. Not saying, what will this do for my future? How will I do this? They're like, no, I'm going to college to get a job in the future. No, but you're not thinking about anything else about your future. You're not thinking about investments. You're not thinking about anything. You're wasting all your money on wackadoodle stuff. Yeah, right. Kids think like that, right? And that's the problem, is because these are adults. But what I really think a lot of these kids are so undereducated that they feel embarrassed about how dumb they are. So they overact how smart they are, how much they know about politics, acting like, you're so dumb. Duh, don't you know that Trump's the worst? How? What did he do? Look it up. Like, that's the kind of stuff they say because they don't have the answer, but they don't want to be pressed because they don't have an answer and they'll feel dumb. That's why it's so easy to find like these videos and stuff of people being asked for questions and they're just like, I don't know, because he likes them. How about the pride at test of S aspect? Oh yeah, writing Bible verses on it. Yep. Yeah, and it's very unfortunate. The most important thing for everybody to do is learn outside of school. You should. People hate learning because how uncomfortable school is now, and they hate learning. So then they stop learning, especially when they get diplomas or degrees. They think, I've got the knowledge. No, you don't. You can't even read, most of you. And the thing is, what they can read, they can't comprehend.
Yes, Dad, get promoted to Grandpa. You like Miley Cyrus?
Yeah,
fighting you white people, big mess.
White people are making a big mess? And then we come back to the car, and it's been clamped.
The husband is a driver, and he travels a lot, but unfortunately, he has kicked the bucket.
You only live once.
He died.
That's your mind rotten. Yep.
You got Louis Vuitton.
Yeah. So when you understand that, when you can question these people about the future. And the answer that you get often is, we just got to get rid of Trump. And then we'll figure everything out. Like, that's it. The most important thing, everything in their life is going wrong because of Trump. Right? That's their answer for everything, is we just got to get rid of Trump. Well, you should be able to win no matter who's in Washington, D.C., no matter who's in the White House. That should not affect you. But we're being oppressed because you're being told you're being oppressed. You know, and it's just like, how are you actually being oppressed? Are people coming to your house and affect you? Or, you know, they're not being oppressed. They're just being told it, and they've been told it so many times that it becomes true to them. They call it my truth instead of the truth. Only live once, so make the most of it. Not take dumb risks and ruin your one life. Right? They don't understand that. They don't understand it. It doesn't. And because they like I said, they're so embarrassed about how little they know, even though they've got degrees and stuff. They would rather fight with you to try to make you feel stupid, you know, like because you don't know. Like when you say, how did this affect you? How does this hurt you? What is Trump doing to hurt you? What are Republicans doing to hurt you? They'll be like, Google it. You know, it's just like, okay, so you don't know. You don't know. If this is so important to you, you should have 30 bullet points ready to give me. The simple thing they should do is send to work in the field. Imagine if farmers don't sow the fields at the right time. The future will not be right. So this is a big thing that you see in Africa. Africans don't think that. Most Africans don't think that way because it's never going to be winter. So they don't have to have conflict resolution skills. If they get into a fight with somebody and argue with somebody, they can just say, go screw you, and then they can just walk away. And they don't have to worry about coming back and apologizing, because if they don't come back, they're going to freeze to death. And there'll be no food, because winter, there'll be no food outside. But in Africa, most of the places in Africa, there's food all year round. You can pick it off of trees, find vegetables, you can do whatever. And if you hate somebody, you can walk away and never see them again. But in places where there is winter, you have to plan for winter. You have to prepare and stock up and save and preserve food. But in Africa, winter never comes. All right, so they never have that. They should make one of the school's jobs to make kids respect older people. They used to. You used to get in trouble if for disrespecting authority. They used to, but now they tell you defund the police, and anybody with authority is an oppressor. Yeah, Africa is hot all the time. Right. It's hot all the time so that they don't have to prepare for the cold. So it's like if you got into a fight with your family and you walked out the door, you better figure out how to get back into the home before winter, or you're going to freeze to death outside or starve to death. So, but they never have to do that. They never have to do that because they're never going to die from freezing to death or starving to death from not being able to find, chickens just walking around and food all over the place. So, I think this is why they're so bad with farming. They're so bad with it. And if they understood that we have to, the sun's here in the sky now, we've got to plant now for the season and yada yada. They just don't. That's not part of their culture. There's a study on Northerners are better with money than Southerners in correlation to cold weather. I'd love to see it. I'm from the South, but I recall reading about that. No, it makes perfect sense because you have to understand. You have to understand preparation, and then you suffer the consequences for not preparing. When do they suffer the consequences for not preparing? They don't. The consequences aren't death for not preparing, like it would be in areas where there is no food if you don't plant it. That's totally spot on. Yeah, brother. We really don't have to prepare much on that much skills respect, right? I don't mean sentimental respect. I don't mean sentimental respect. I mean real practical respect. Like they should realize what the Dunning-Kruger effect is and realize older people are much more likely to have superior. Right? No, I superior understanding. No, I agree. And you think that would be just natural from being around older people that are the ones teaching you. But the teachers are so often very immature. Like the teachers that go to school to make TikToks with their students and they dress up so their students say, Mrs. blah, blah, blah is hot. She's a baddie and stuff like that. And she's just a hoe. So it's just like they're not going to respect that anyway, let alone from and they're getting their knowledge from ChatGPT and stuff. So the kids think that they know everything because they have access to everything. They know, I can just Google it. Right, but so they don't know this stuff, but they know that they can get it. That's different. They don't understand that that's different. They believe that because they have access to the world's information, that they have all the world's information, but they don't understand problem solving. They don't understand comprehension. I feel so bad for Africa because the kids are very poor. Yeah, they're poor, brother, but sometimes they're the happiest people. When my wife got pregnant with our first son, I got right with God, got off weed, crack, and a few months later stopped smoking. Good, brother, and it'll do that. Children will do that. There's a flip side of the coin. You actually are exceptional as a young person. There's an uphill battle, yeah. The culture is trash. It's difficult to grow good in. Yeah, I agree too. It feels good when you prove yourself. It's the older generation. No, absolutely. That's why coaches are so integral to a lot of kids' lives. They don't want to disappoint their coach. They don't want to disappoint their teacher. They don't want to disappoint their parents. But that's gone. Because now the teachers are telling the kids that the parents are wrong if they don't accept you as a they, them. and a million other things. There used to be a few edibles that can be kept stored for a long time in older times, but in a commercial era, people abandoned it long ago. You would never change things to those phases, right? There used to be root cellars and things like that, and before we genetically modified a lot of our food to make it grow faster, but it would end up not lasting as long. But they could get it to the market quicker. That's why I love God so much, right? That's right, brother.
So here I am in the public toilet just on the side of the road. Look at it.
Low price are 5 cedis.
The price keeps going up.
The government is not good because the way the government handles us, we are suffering.
So you're working 13 hours a day just to get 1 or 2 meals?
Yeah.
This is for eating?
Yes.
Is it nice?
Yes, this is legs.
If anybody robs or if anybody's a thief, he'll get killed. Are you head shopping?
Yeah, I want to buy the head.
What's the price for a head? How much?
Jeez, the potato houses or whatever. I've seen someone's.
They're suffering for Ghana.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But now they don't want us doing that. They don't teach us how to do that because you can just go to the grocery store and now you can just DoorDash it, right? So it's like that's how kids think you get food. They don't know that food comes from the earth. They think food comes from the store. They'd layer straw, keep it on the ground from rotting. Yeah. So it doesn't have contact with the soil. You don't have moisture. You have moisture barriers and whatnot. Yeah, that's what you would do. And also, you would keep things in fat, like the way they used to store eggs for a long time. The way the Amish still do is they would take a jar full of like cow fat, like tallow, and then melt it so it was liquid. Then they would put a bunch of eggs in there, and then the tallow would solidify at room temperature. And then the air can't get to it. So it's basically like better than refrigerating. This is Ghana. Yeah, brother.
Very beautiful.
What kind of metals are they looking for? Liars.
Filippo ke Jacobo.
Seniors.
Johanne ke Matthew. Simon ke Tadio.
iPhone.
Jeez. From which cow does the chocolate milk come from? Yeah. Yes, sir. It'll all pan out in the wash.
Yesu je Nazareth. Ye Galilee man let me.
Thank you, sir. That's fun. So welcome to Tamale, one of the biggest cities in Ghana and the capital of the northern region.
Listen, like kids, most adults don't even know about vitamins and minerals. Most kids definitely don't. So it's like the things are you eat food till you get sick and then you go to the doctor. You grow old until you get sick and then you go to the doctor and then you die. And that's like just what everybody's doing. And you buy stuff along the way. That's life. That's life. And then if you really want to explore life, then you have to promote your sexuality because there's nothing else in life but that. But and with that comes a whole host of issues. So the people that own the largest companies in the world understand that people are really dim, and they say, how can we profit as much as we can off these people? They don't care. They'll kill each other. They'll do whatever. They don't care. The Democrats want the Republicans dead. The freaking. So they're just like, how can we rob them? And they don't care. Okay, how many pharmaceuticals can we get each person on? And how can we make people want to buy our products? There will come a time when they need to know these things again. That's absolutely true. We simply can't abandon 500,000 years of living and then and think we're superior because we have shiny things. Yep, it'll pan out. I look at the house; it's so very poor. I feel so bad. Richard, they kill cows and chickens. Yes, they do, brother. No, it will. It absolutely will. And the thing is, the Christians, especially in America, had it so good for so long that then the people, the atheist Satanists, decided that, hey, the Christians are pushovers, so we'll let people come in until they don't realize that they've been taken over, and then we'll force them out, and that's just what happens. So then that builds up until the Crusades have to happen, when it's finally like, okay, we let you take advantage of us long enough, now it's time to go home, and they'll be like, no, it's not, and then we'll be like, yes, it will. Yes, it is. There was an occasion yesterday where the Punjabi people distributed sweetened water on the roads, and they use disposable glasses. People drink littered all around. The wind and the rest. I missed your comment. I don't see it, brother. I don't see it. I don't see it, brother. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. The last one was that's totally spot on, Tony. Yeah, that was the last one. The last one was this one. Because they need to eat. They need to eat. Yeah, they gotta eat. Yeah, YouTube might have moderated exactly. This is all prophecy and a good book. Right. And like they try to push people away from history. And the best history book, the oldest history book we have is the Bible. Absolutely. And no matter what you think of religion or spirituality, you should. It's a great read on how people treat people, how governments treat people, how evil treats good and whatnot. And it's a great way to prepare for life. Absolutely. Because it's an old book. Millions and billions of people have read it. Why haven't you? Right? And that's what I finally told myself. It's a DIY microphone.
It's completely different landscape, people, and majority Muslim here. See how life compared to down in Accra, where we've been, the capital city and the coast there, to up here in the north. You can definitely see a big difference. We flew here about an hour's flight. Let's go meet the people.
When my wife got pregnant with our first son, I got right with God.
We basically pulled over just then. We hopped out, and the driver went to grab.
And that's what they don't want. They don't want people getting right with God, because then you'll start reading and saying, "Hey, you guys are doing the same thing that the evil people in the good book did." Richard, one of the host's house is broken because the tsunami broke like 300 houses, probably like 300 million houses in Africa, but not just that, like all over the world, brother. But that's not the only problem. A lot of people don't want the best for themselves, and there's a big problem in the world. Everywhere in the world, you'll find this problem.
Grab some food, and then we come back to the car, and it's been clamped. And then a huge fight started, but that's amazing efficiency. We pulled over for like 2 minutes, and the car had been clamped in that short amount of time.
Right. So in Africa, lots of places in Africa, they'll do this because they're poor. And the cops don't make much money, so they'll do things like this when they see foreigners, because they know that you'll just pay them money right there, like a bribe, to get the car undone. But they won't do that to the poor people because they know that they can't pay. How evil treats the good, or how good treats the evil, with love and affection, that one day they will restore the righteous path. But has it ever happened? It has happened, but not in mass. I got off the crack, weed, booze, and cigarettes a few months later. God is good, brother. Yep. Do you believe in curses? I don't know if I believe in curses, but I definitely believe in demonic possession. Like to see how pissed off people get when you mention God or Jesus, and you see people that will come into the chat and just be like, God's not real. Why? We're not even talking about God. We're talking about freaking fart jokes or whatever, and they come in just to say that. Why? What if you don't believe in God? Why would you jump into a conversation that has nothing to do with religion or spirituality or anything, and just to start pushing that? It doesn't make sense to just start be like, hey, you guys are talking about vitamin B12. There's no God. By the way, there's no God. You don't believe in God, do you? Right? It's like, well, why? And they're so sure that there's no God, but they have no proof that there's no God. And so they don't know. They don't know that there's a God or not. They just think that there's not. So they have just as much proof that there is a God as they do that there's not a God. So it's like, it doesn't make sense. And that's how it makes sense to me. People actively want, because it says in the good book, evil will come to you. It wants to push you away. Just in case you haven't thought about God today, there's no God, so don't even worry about it. Okay, thanks, cool. We were talking about car parts, or whatever. So it's like that kind of stuff you'll see, and you're like, there's people that just drive towards death. They drive towards you having a worse life. It does seem to be there's cursed places and whatnot, and I think it would appear to be true, Tyler. As we have laws for the good citizens, but punishment for the wrongdoers. Yep. Yeah, they better catch a lot of fish. What up, Raid? I've seen that a lot, and it gets so demonic and actually furious. I've called it out multiple times, telling them a demon becomes enraged when you call it by its name. Yep, the Pope and he needs an exorcist. I don't necessarily reject God, but what is it exactly? Brother, listen, so the way you'll get to it through science is when you look into chemistry, and you have to look into like a lot of different subjects of science. That's what I had to do to get to the point to realize that this is engineered. This is all engineered. Like the way that our DNA works, the code that works, the DNA creates the things that create DNA. Like without DNA, you can't create the things that are required to repair broken DNA or to copy DNA. So even if evolution did happen and DNA was made, it would have to be made, it couldn't replicate. But the DNA creates something that makes it replicate. Everything that's needed is DNA. So that's where I came to first. I realized, okay, this is either a joke or there's a creator. And then so I finally got myself to the point where I was like, this has absolutely been created. And then I started saying, well, let's see what the world used to say about this. And that's when I started looking into history. If Jesus makes you angry, something is seriously wrong spiritually. I agree. Could it be the process that resulted in existence? So, but how did it get there? And then you start to look into astrophysics, and you realize about the Big Bang, how everything's expanding, which means everything had to start at once. And then the atheist scientists will say that there was quantum fields. Okay, is that God? There's no God. Well, how do you know? If the quantum fields have been around forever and it created everything that we have, then it had to come from somewhere. But then who created the quantum fields, right? So there has to be something outside of space and time. There has to be. Because nothing is forever. And everything in the universe aims towards death. Every timeline goes to death. How the hell did that happen where all of a sudden it went towards life? Right? And then the thing is, like, even like, and then if you learn enough about chemistry and you realize that what's required, the purity that's required in chemistry in order to make like sugars and whatnot that we can't even make on our own, but they say it happened in a puddle in the side of the ocean, on a beach, that life created from stuff just splashing together just over billions and billions and billions and trillions of years. It finally did that. Well, great. So even if you made a backbone of RNA, you've got 4 hours to complete the chemical process, and you have to do it in a dry environment, or else it'll hydrate and it will rot. So you only have 4 hours. You don't have billions and billions and billions and billions of years. And so it just doesn't work. The chemistry does not work. Sorry. If you ever experience that, it does not guarantee that it does not exist, right? Are you sure it's not a chicken and an egg problem? I'm positive it's not. And the thing is, the chicken had to be created able to lay an egg. It's not a chicken and an egg problem. The chicken was created with the ability to lay an egg. If you go to church or temple, the positive vibes will lift your soul. Right. The people that follow God have a better life and a better, even if you look at the science, look at the Nobel Prizes. More Christians have gotten Nobel Prizes than any other group. Right. So how do they have more access to more knowledge quicker? And okay, I mean, but yeah, sorry. Right, but the people, look at the results. Look at how miserable the miserable liberals are. The atheist liberals are so miserable. Everything's crap. Everything's horrible for them. And then, like me, I barely get upset. And like, you go and you hang out with people and like godly people, and they're super nice. They're not fearful. They're happy to see this beautiful thing that is our existence, and they're just a different people. And even if God doesn't exist, I want to be around people that believe it does. He does. I wish that Africa was the richest country ever, brother. It is. It's got the most minerals, the most resources. They're just not pulling them out of the ground. I can explain God, I think, I can't explain God. I think you have to find. Well, that's the thing. You'll ultimately get to the point where you realize that godliness, God is a personal relationship with what did the creating. And when you read the scriptures, it talks about the Father, and it makes sense to think about it like that. Your earthly father helped birth you and teaches you and brings you up. Well, where, even if we were evolved, where does the information come from? Where did the information come from? Where did the math come from? And why does it work if it's random? And randomness pushes towards death also. And it just, Anyway, God does visit the sins of the parents upon the children of the fourth generation, according to Exodus 25. It's so illogical or superior to logic. I don't even think it's illogical. I think we're just told it is. I think kids are told it's illogical so that they don't even look. And then it's something like me. Like I had to learn myself into it, not looking for God. I was looking to see how the whole universe worked and everything. I wanted to know every subject, every principle of the physical world. And then it got to the point where after you learn enough engineering and chemistry, and then you understand and recognize engineering, you're like, this is engineered. This has been designed. So then you say, okay, well maybe it's a simulation. Like that's where my mind naturally went. And then I was like, well then somebody had to start the simulation. Always like talking to a brick wall. You are a sweet man with a sparkle in your eye. I feel though you would be a perfect candidate to be hooked up to an industrial grade vacuum pump. What up, Sil Farm? It would be like talking to me when I was like 19. I'd probably mock you and pretend to be I'm the intellectual. Right. That's what people do when they don't have the knowledge yet, right? They don't have it yet, and they want to act like they do. So they get like, well, you got a big nose. Okay, cool, dude. The drama starts when you come into existence and ends when you leave. The great illusion, Maya. Because the size of the universe, maybe it's so big it creates enough probability for life to spawn, despite reality's tendency to lead to death. Understood. But we don't have the time. There's not the time. If you rewind the universe, you don't have enough time for that to happen. You have to understand that when that first Big Bang happened, everything is super hot. You have to wait for it to cool down enough before these chemical reactions can take place. You do not have enough time between when it would have cooled down and water would have condensed on Earth to start those experiments, to start those reactions. So you don't actually have the billions and billions and billions of years worth of chemistry time. We should probably leave it alone. Leave the cradle alone. I feel like God could be a real entity that emerges from belief. Either way, my life only got better. It's a phenomenon of what it is in scientific terms, scientific phenomena. Science will never explain God and several things. Right. And also, like, you hear from anti-God people that say science, blah, 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 blah. Well, science can't prove history. The only documents we have of godliness is historic documents. And history, by nature, by definition, is not repeatable. You can't repeat because it's history. It's in the past. And science, by definition, is proven by repeatability. So you cannot prove history with science. No one starts out as an atheist. It's learned ideology and assumed mental superiority, rebellion against God. I agree. God never wants him to be the topic of debate. It's aware that we're talking religion with disbelievers, right? What up, Scout? Africa looks like Indian food at the same country. Yeah, you're wasting your energy on negative energy. They have to live and experience God for themselves. I agree. I agree. Maybe there is a God, but why the biblical God or any God of any other religion? The data we have to pull from, and if you look at all, you have to look at all of the religions, and the dates of from what we have to start with and where it goes. Jesus is in the Vedas. Jesus is in the Quran, but Jesus in the Bible is the only one where Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. All the other religions plant a seed of this Jesus guy. And when you want to finally find out what Jesus said, you end up back at the scriptures. Do you consider writing or vlogging about the subject? I mean, the specifics that you observe from being a biochemist. Yeah. I mean, I don't really have the time yet, but I probably will in the future. In other words, I'm not some white knight preacher who's trying to convert. Me neither. Like this isn't this isn't a Bible thumping channel, because that's not the way that I got there, But I'm not going to allow people to try to teach kids, try to prove to kids that there's no God for no other reason than to push them into a worse life. Because life only gets better when you surround yourselves with people that appreciate this universe, this existence. That's why God is nice and God loves us so much. That's right, brother. All right, Siraj, see you tomorrow, brother. Never catch me preaching to anyone. Just need to live more in line with Jesus every day. Right, yeah. Blogs about that would be juicy.
Okay, so we're here.
Yeah, and we only have so much data to pull from. And all the data we have, all the historical data we have of the religions that the world has had, everything ends up pointing back towards Jesus. Going from back to front or front to back, no matter which way you go. If, like I said, if you go with the Indian religions, if you go with Islam or Judaism, but we won't get into it. But it all leads to Jesus, and I got there as an atheist. Can you only appreciate life if you believe in God, the Christian God for that matter? So I know a lot of people that absolutely do not appreciate life at all, but I can say that there are more people that appreciate life that practice the religion of believing in a Christian God. They are the nicest people. They're the smartest people I know. They have meaning in their life and purpose. They're not running around just trying to tell everybody to bang everything that you look at and whatnot. And there's shitty people all around too, but I surround myself with the least shitty people. And I tell you what, now that my mind has been changed by what I've found, I do not get mad. I do not get, I understand, oh, you're just lost. You're just a lost soul, blah, blah, and this is why I don't, flip out at people and yell at them, because I understand that they're just lost and confused, as I was, right? And it just gets better. So the point is, in life, you want results. So you say, what's the best way to live life to get the best results? And then follow that path. Okay, mate, I'm leaving. Time to get started. All right, the core, brother. There's a God. Would he not want to reveal himself to his creation? That's what the Bible is. I agree. All right, brother. So you're talking about the Abrahamic God. Yes. I do believe there has been some time dilation and time manipulation that's suggested in the Bible when it comes to man, not the dinosaur bone stuff. I know this is real. Yeah. Yeah, but dinosaurs were in the Bible too. They were called dragons. We changed the names. Why tsunamis always come to Africa? Brother, Africa is a very large landmass. So there's lots of fault lines that create earthquakes when they shift, which causes tsunamis. If you dig really deep, it's what's suggested in the other realm. The other gods, Thor, Odin, Ra, they're all there. They're just demons. Yep. Yep. And look what following all those gods got people. It got them dead. It got them dead and vaporized, freaking evaporate. There's nothing. Look how dead that area in Egypt is. Look how dead Rome is. And it's why aren't people still there?
Abraham, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
This one is cow.
Yeah, cow.
Cow.
This one, goat. This one is sheep.
Sheep.
Oh man!
Is
See, this is not talking about
hard?
parasites, dude. There's just flies landing on all that stuff, landing on a turd, and coming over here and landing on your food. They're using the same machete for multiple different animals.
So there's many different languages in Ghana, and the national language is English. So when you come here, you're coming with somebody from the south, like in Accra, and you come up here, they'll communicate in English. Quite a lot of people here speak English up here in the north as well, like they do in the south.
This time is very difficult.
Okay.
The economy is very difficult.
Right.
Yes.
What's the problem?
The problem is, look, food stuff is
problem.
Is problem. Fuel before to go to farm. It's a problem. You understand?
Yeah.
How to farm? It's a problem. Fertilizer is not there.
Too expensive.
Yes.
Something I've noticed here is how many people ride bicycles, and there's these big.
So something interesting here, right? The fertilizer is not there. So what do? How do you fertilize the land when you don't have fertilizer? And first of all, they've got fertilizer. They've got cows and shit and chickens walking around all over the place. They've got human shit everywhere. They're just not doing it. They're not putting the poop in the fields. They're rinsing it into their gutters and then out into the oceans or lakes or streams. They absolutely could fertilize that. But also, you can use different crops like chickpeas that fertilize in reverse, or that fertilize instead of pulling nutrition out of the nitrogen out of the ground. They take nitrogen out of the air and put it back into the ground. So they could plant a whole big ass field full of chickpeas or other type vegetables or legumes that do the same thing. It pulls nitrogen out of the air instead of pulling it out of the soil, and they could just run that in. Man, now you got this big old fertile area, but they're just not doing it. Now it's because they don't have the education, maybe, but they've got phones, so they could find it. And this is one of those things where you think you know everything because you have access to the internet. Thou shalt not put false guides before thee, basically. Yep. All right, brother. Have a good night, huh? On the flip side, there is such thing as overcleanliness to the point of asbestosation. Yeah, you don't want to be too clean. These guys have gone a hell of a fight to a gut biome and immune system. Agreed, dude. Agreed. We are tempered in raw sewage. George Carlin.
Mechanic shops with
our
these
beans,
old parts
bean
that
pods, fertilizers the same way as chickpeas. So, legumes that put nitrogen into the soil. Not play games. Legumes. Legumes that put nitrogen in the soil through a symbiotic or a bacteria. The bacteria live in the root, converting the atmospheric nitrogen into ammonia for the plant. To release this nitrogen, the plants must decompose or be tilled in. It's called green manure. So legumes do that. Chickpeas do it the best from what I remember. So what you do is you plant all your chickpeas, you water it, the bacteria on the roots pulls nitrogen out of the air and turns it into ammonia for the for the chickpea to grow. Then you just till that chickpea crop into the soil, and then they rot, and it gives you all of this great nitrogen rich that they could then plant corn or whatever. His immunity bit, yeah, pretty good. He definitely was. But there are many older religions than Christianity before. Isn't that questionable? Christianity has very long. Brother, so if you look at them, a lot of it was all pagan and Zoroastrianism and stuff. You have to, I understand you got questions, but you have to understand those. Most of them were pagans. They weren't really worshiping gods. They were worshiping idols. They were saying like they were worshiping idols. And they were just saying they were worshiping things on earth. They weren't worshiping spiritual gods. Beans do. Yeah. The true God basically didn't send his son until then. So if you read the good book, you'll get a good story about how things came from there, and then what was seen. So, and it comes down to a succession of births from King David. Indeed, it's not a matter of antiquity, it's a matter of truth and righteousness. Right, so Jesus, by first of all living a life without sin, and everybody being like, this dude is the greatest guy ever, and he healed people. Jesus was known as a magician before he was known as Jesus the Christ, because he was healing people. He was a healer. So then people started saying, we got to start following this guy. We got to listen to this guy. And he started teaching, and he would go around as he was healing, and people would follow him. This is all documented. This isn't just documented in the Bible. This is documented in other religions and other atheists and just secular writings in the time. So then that's why Rome got mad, and then we're like, okay, you got to die. So he said, and if the stuff that was written before Jesus, the stuff in the Old Testament, says that he will be nailed or pierced, and he ended up being died by being put on a cross and pierced with nails. And then the resurrection part, he appeared to 400 to 500 people after his resurrection, and that is also documented outside of the Bible by people that were not Christians. And okay, sorry. Well, keep going. Okay. The older religions are worshiping idol gods, stars, planets, and demons. Right. This is the end, beautiful friend. Catholic Church considers it all demonic. Tony, that's not my point. Why would God not reveal himself to the world before so many years after human earth and earth creation? Why would he not? He did. So he did through people. That's what the Old Testament is. It's the Testament that God came and talked to Moses and whatnot. So God was revealing himself through his prophets. Anything outside the Christ is demonic, according to them. I've never been a Catholic. So this is a version of David, the supreme version of David Blaine, right? Yes. What time of day do you take your B12? Should I start taking it in the morning after? So I wake up in the morning. I go out. I take my B12, and now I take my B12 and my methylfolate, not folic acid. I take both of them. I put them under my tongue. While they're dissolving, I prepare my coffee. It only takes about 30 seconds, but that's just the way I do it. But you can watch those Exorcist guys Sean Ryan talks about and talk about other gods. Yep. How people are still possessed by them. Jesus is the only way out of here. The rapture is coming. That's what I'm going to do, brother. And so the story is all written. It's all written. And the thing is, start with the Bible. And what I tell people to do is start with the New Testament. Start with the Scriptures. Start with Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And then you'll be interested in what's going on and read it. And then when you go back and read the Old Testament, you're like, wow, they knew about the New Testament. And then when you start to learn about the Bible, like how it was written across multiple continents by multiple people, and then when the book was combined, when the books were combined, they all work together and they all link back to each other, even though they were written thousands of years apart from each other. And they didn't know each other. A bunch of people that didn't know each other, in different languages. I know it's a bit anecdotal and funny. A very high percentage of atheists are decorated with tattoos, jewelry, and novelties of Satanism. I think most atheists are Satanists. I think most of them are, especially, I don't understand why they're not agnostic, because especially the scientism guys, the people that are so believing in the science that they believe science proves there's no God, even though they know that science cannot prove history. It can't do it. They know this, so they're just lying. So they're being deceptive on purpose to try to prove to people that there's no God. Why? Why would they do that? They're not teachers. They're just trying to teach you that there's no God. The only thing these people come in here to when they say that to teach me, the only thing they're trying to teach me is that there's no God. For no reason. We weren't even talking about religion at all. It happens all the time. Yeah, absolutely. Atheists sure love pentagrams. But yeah, I think most of the atheists are Satanists. They just don't want to say they're Satanists because they're undercover. Isaiah's Old Testament, and there are verses about Jesus in there. Yes, sir. The 64, it's all 64 books. I think it's 60 books. God is outside of the time, also of his word. Well, it also depends what 30. Say there's a joke and there's a higher intellect, right? I used to be described as demonic trick bag too. What's a Satanist in that context? People that are pushing you away from godliness, people that want the worst for you. Why would anybody that doesn't know the truth, that cannot know, why would they just make sure? Why would they just come in and say, hey, by the way, hey, cool website about freaking cool video about Ghana. By the way, there's no God. What are you talking about? Right? It's like they just try to push that. Why would you push me? Why? They don't say, hey, there's no God, but have you ever read the Bible? It's a pretty cool book. They never say that. They never say that. They're like, don't waste your time. It's just delusional. Well, you don't know. You don't know. And the thing is, it's like people that buy self-help books. They do it because they want to see results of they see people that have read self-help books and got results. So they're like, I want to read this book to get these results. Well, that's what I did. He actually first people he created with a fellowship with God until they sinned. As time progressed, God set apart one man, then family, and called into a nation to himself. Which I mean, I don't follow any of the church lead denominations. I'm a Christian, Orthodox Christian, what you would say. I don't go to church. This is my church right here. I read, and I'm a pretty smart guy. I don't need a pastor telling me what things mean. I can figure it out for myself, and so can you. You guys all can too. You don't need to do that. And I think 99%, 98% of churches don't even follow the Bible directly. And then look at all like the ubiquitous churches now. They're saying that they're Christian churches. They're teaching Jesus would love abortion. Yeah, right. And you can see, wow, they're actually Satanists. Why are they wearing the robes? Why are they saying this? Yeah, so I don't follow any of that stuff. It's dangerous being an atheist because the more you resist the truth, the reality of God could allow you to have reprobate mind. Yeah, fully. Yeah, Jesus is the truth. Everything else is falsehood. I agree. Yeah, I agree too. Yeah. And the thing, denominations, it will get confused. I think a lot of people follow different denominations and follow a church. They're following a man. My pastor. That's a man. You know, why don't you do what you can do to not need that? And I've done that with schooling. I dropped out of high school. I dropped out of college. I taught myself. So I did it the same. I taught myself about God. So God hasn't abandoned us. So has God abandoned us, or he's sending us a messenger soon? The world seems pretty godless today, and it appears to be getting worse day by day. It sure does. Have you read Revelations yet, Andy? I think you'll get a kick out of that. Why the word Satanist, though, is because they effectively, from a Christian perspective, is that they really Satanist ritualistic. Brother, I do not know for sure because I don't talk to them about. I don't entertain it. But it's like I can't understand why someone would interrupt a stream that's not about God or a conversation that has nothing to do. Like I said, we're talking about automotive repair and whatnot, and people just come in to let you know, hey, there's no God, by the way. Why would that manifest? What would pop into that person's head to be like, I need to tell these people the truth that there's no God, even though they don't have the truth. They don't know it. They have no idea. So what's telling them that there is no God? Where are they getting that info? Yeah, man definitely left God. Absolutely. Draft Dodger says prisoners of war are suckers, losers, remember MAGA idiots. Non-demon Protestant, unrelated, but would you explain forgetting? Unrelated, but how would you explain forgetting to be? Unrelated, but how would you explain forgetting to be that can't forget? How would you explain forgetting to a being that can't forget? Good question. What do you mean when two non-denominations agree on the interpretation? That's what do you do when two non-denominations disagree on the interpretation? That's what do? I don't get into them. I don't proselytize. I don't talk to. I deal with myself, and if people have questions, I'll answer questions. But yeah, I don't deal with all that stuff. The Bible is 66 books, right? 66, right? Authored by God, written by 48 writers, 3 continents over the course of 1,600 years. The Bible says things will get worse and worse in the end times. The Bible says Israel restored in the end times. The Bible says the world turns against Israel in the end times. You see it happening today. Yeah, like today. You came from a fish 50 million years ago. Right. Do you have that fish, Richard, brother? Pastors and other leaders of the church are biblical. Homeschooling is based. Yeah. Okay. So I want you guys to follow what this guy says. Listen to this guy and listen to what he's trying to tell you to do about a book that he has not read. God is not real. Milk is. A God-inspired book, right? You don't want to be stuck here after the rapture. Milk. I understand that, but even the Old Testament was some 500 years after Hinduism, for example. So it did take a long time for even the Old Testament. The documents that make that were around far longer. I think that's what you might be missing. So the books of the Bible have been around far longer than the Bible. There are the documents that have been compiled to create the Bible. Maybe that was a personal choice to that person rather than some atheist. Yeah. Do forget I have health and safety makes stronger than God. When you a fan of Dale Earnhardt, Rich? Should I say NASCAR? I didn't really watch any NASCAR. Satanists will tell you officially they're a troll organization of atheists, basically representing freedom of religion by worshiping whatever they want, whatever their weasel explanation. It's biblical to follow a man so long as he leads by the word of God. My church is with me tucked under my arm. It's an authorized King James 1611 AD Bible. That's a good... The word of God. Yeah, say and really the worship. It appears that they do. Open it up and read it. Yeah, Book of John. Yeah, I agree. Seek it out. It's the best thing you'll do. It's the best thing you'll do in your life, and you'll meet the best people. You'll meet people that actually want to teach you things about the truth, not people that teach you the latest fad of wackadoo science and knowledge that ends up being wrong anyway. You know, people are like, well, I'm not learning. Yes, you are. People are like, and people think godly scientists will just be like, well, how did this be created? Well, God did it. No, they don't say that. They actually look into it. Like I said, most Nobel Prizes in chemistry were awarded to Christians. Would you continue your milk subscription? Yes, El Leche. All right, let's see them.
Painting up and recycling, making nice new bikes out of them. Beautiful, fresh green paint job here.
We are used to corn.
Corn?
Yes, corn. And rice. Now this time it's too high.
So you can't afford to buy it?
Hey, if you want to buy, you buy few.
So you have to eat less now?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
And what needs to happen to change that?
Our leaders...
Sorry, one more thing. Going back to the chicken and the egg thing. If we evolved from something, so a man and a woman had to evolve side by side exactly so that sperm and egg work together to make another child. So even if we came from a fish, that would be one entity that came from a fish, or billions of fish that slowly, you think they would have turned into a billion different things and whatnot. But then how did we get a man and a woman? Because a human man can't impregnate a dog, right? The sperm and egg don't work together. The DNA don't work together. But so somehow a man version and a woman version just so happened to evolve, and they happened to evolve on Earth near enough to each other that they could have sex to have a kid. Right? So what would the chances be that if two humans evolved on Earth, that they happen to be on the same continent or the same hemisphere and then never find each other? Then they would die. Then what? That would have to happen again and again and again. And there's not enough time. What if I believe in a creator but don't follow any religion? Yeah, listen. If you believe in a creator, that's how I started. I started that. But what you'll find in your heart, you'll find a yearning to find out what that creator has to say about this whole environment, and you'll naturally seek it out, and then you'll find what they have to say about it, what he has to say about it. Psalms 14:1, the fool hath said in his heart, there's no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. That's up, really cool edits. I'm still going to say Dodge Ram is a reliable truck, and you should go. I can't afford one, brother. Jesus is the only path. The path is narrowed. Yes, ND. Do you remember your gate dream? ND, I do. By the time the rapture actually happens, the world will finally be peaceful. I agree, my brother Zio. The purest white life-giving essence is the only the leche. The world never becomes peaceful until Jesus comes back. Actually, that would imply human men and human women are two different species. Right. We believe in milk. Yeah, I don't either. Yeah, I follow the teachings of Jesus, right? Yeah, you can call it whatever you want. I'm not. Yeah. Follower of Christ. I remember the gate dream. I also remember dreaming that Putin took over Denmark yesterday. But Putin got attacked yesterday, so maybe you're pathetic. But what's interesting, ND, is when you have dreams like that, you won't know that it was prophetic until you go through and you get to the parts of the Bible when you're like, why did that happen? Why did, and it's unbelievable how when you go through it and you're reading it, it seems to be written for you. And when you read it, it'll seem like it's written for you. When I read it, it seems like it was written for me. It's a very interesting book. And even if it all happens to be bullshit, it's the coolest experience. Your mic peaked there for 1 second. Feedback that's given the best quality when you're not. Yeah, I get excited. Yeah, Trump always wanted to be a war president, and now he's failed war president.
Something about it.
So you want the government to come and help with supplies and the equipment and things?
Yes.
To make life easier?
Yes. We don't know
was Trump really a draft dodger? I thought he got a exemption. Trump draft dodging. During the Vietnam War, Donald Trump received deferments. Yeah, so he didn't dodge the draft. Yeah, that's what I thought. Forget everything else. The cold, white nectar, the true path. Oh, what elaboration. You know I've been reading a lot of the Bible. I have not stopped ever since we talked about it months ago. Good, brother. But it's still not convincing me enough to undercast and blindly believe in. That's all right. You don't have to, brother. Yeah, he deferred 5 times. He obtained 4 student deferments while attending college, university, and he received a 5th medical due to bone spurs.
This year we'll survive or we will survive.
Okay.
Yes, I'm telling you.
Is that bad?
Yes.
Okay.
It's very, very,
and now
very
he's
bad.
an ultra-rich president.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
I got all the nuts and bolts here for the bikes. The whole workshop here. These are all ball bearings, so they sell all different kinds of ball bearings. Have you traveled to Accra before?
Every week I used to go to Kumasi. I get car, I buy pies.
Right.
To come to my workshop.
What's the difference between 5 years ago and now in the economy?
It's a change. It's a change. Proper change.
And this is all because of petrol. Is that right?
The petrol, both the petrol and the diesel. If only the fuel come down, we will hope that if the fuel big down.
So you want the government to bring the price down? Right.
Everything
We're nothing without calcium.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Yeah, the
so those
Brownsburg,
guys that we were just talking to, the mechanics, they were saying that most people...
I saw a preacher push a guy over on his back, a tree. I saw a preacher push a guy over on his back like a tree falling. It was like he fell onto a pillow of feathers and defied all physics right in front of me. Believe in the brother. I do believe in the milk. They speak English well. They better. Did he say Metro Boomin? Did he? Please tell me he did.
Everything will change again.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. So those guys that we were just talking to, the mechanics, they were saying that most people are just, a lot of people at least are sitting around because there's just no opportunities and jobs here. And so they used to be mechanics, but now they're just
So this is one of the things that needs leadership. They have all of these men sitting around here doing nothing because there's no work. They could absolutely say, hey, all of us, at least all the 28 people that you know or whatever, let's go plant a bunch of freaking, plant a bunch of legumes to turn this into, but it doesn't. Winter never comes, so they always think they can start tomorrow because it doesn't matter. Well, okay, so tomorrow we'll do it, and then tomorrow ends up being tomorrow, and they never end up doing it. Draft dodgers saying prisoners of war are suckers and losers. Remember? There you go. Could just be an absolute strong as heavenly preacher. Second time I seen her sitting on a log trying to get off of the old bullfrog. What up, Space Cow? The only the freshest, coldest white liquid can save us. 14-7 milk.
And just passing the time. And I asked them, has that led to an increase in crime? And they told me, if anybody robs or if anybody's a thief, he'll get killed. So there's this kind of like communal policing going on here.
The government is not good because the way the government handles us, we are suffering. The way the petrol is going, our customers, they're lost, they don't want to come to market.
Today, how many customers have you had?
Because we are loading according to 5.
How many trips?
So 25. I get maybe 4 trips. Or
4 trips. So like 20 people.
20 people that I think.
Okay. Is that enough to buy food?
In the morning I buy rice.
Rice?
Rice and beans.
Rice and beans?
One food.
Okay. That day.
Okay.
day.
Those are
I can
motorcycle
take 1 or
handlebars in there.
1 or 2 meals a day.
Yeah, a day.
So you're working
Milk
like
with trust.
13 hours a day.
A day.
Just to get 1 or 2 meals.
Yeah.
Wow. That's hard, eh?
It's hard. It's very hard.
You know,
And see, I have a problem with a lot of this because if you know the scams that happen all the time, the dude sitting in a motorbike saying he does that, the reason they say that often is so you give them money because you feel bad for them. And it's such an easy to do scam. It's always, oh, my life, everything, the government, this, and that. Oh, I've only eat rice even though I've done this, and that. Okay, right. But do you believe that? Do you believe that? Or do you believe that he makes more money than that? Or he's got something, obviously he has a job and whatnot. So all those other people that don't have jobs aren't dead, so they're getting food. So he's probably getting food too, and he's probably saying that. Because I see a lot of these YouTubers go out there, then they start fundraising campaigns for the people that they go and visit. And I've seen like 12 different YouTubers go to the same people, and more than one of them will have, and they repeat the same thing. So if the first one went and raised money for that person, like $70,000, that would last them like 20 years. So that when the next person goes and starts a GoFundMe for them, it's all a freaking scam. In milk we trust. Hebrews 11:6, though without faith impossible to please come to him. For it cometh to God, must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder. And of them, it says, well, Andy, what happened with me is I read through, and then I started to seek as much knowledge as I could about what's called extra biblical things outside of the Bible that also show. Like the newspapers of the time that were talking about what was going on, and then so you know that you can trust what you're reading. You can trust that it's a reliable source of information. Should humans drink cow milk? Yes, definitely, 100%. Get real cow's milk, not freaking grocery store milk. I buy a gallon of raw milk, and I get a gallon of grocery store milk, and I mix them half and half because cow's milk straight up is $10 a gallon. So I mix it with a $3 a gallon milk. So the bacteria and everything, the life from the raw milk can inhabit the other milk, and I can stretch my dollar because I'm broke. Democrats call Trump voters 1,000 times worse. Everything. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's like, what? That's the only thing you got, dude. Listen, I'm not a freaking warrior. I would dodge the draft too if I was rich. The only controversial thing my brother saw is the chocolate milk. No way, the devil. I think humans are fine drinking cow's milk. Not too much. I don't know. I think it's really good for you, brother. I think it's really good. I think we've lost that in knowledge because we've been drinking grocery store milk that's dead. So dead that they had to add vitamins to it to try to make it worth something. The bacteria is what gives it what you want, and grocery store milk does not have it. Most people that say they're lactose intolerant is because they're drinking milk that doesn't have lactase in it because it's been boiled. I believe the placebo effect, the evil placebo, being the cause of some people believing in divine punishment. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, that could make you suffer hell on earth. Cow's milk is good. Straight out the teat, I am. What's grocery store milk if not cow's milk? So grocery store milk's been pasteurized and homogenized. The gallon of milk that I got today, you can see the fat floating on top. Why isn't that happening with grocery store milk? Because they homogenize it. They destroy the structure of the fat so it spreads evenly throughout the milk. That causes different effects inside of the body. It doesn't do the beneficial things inside of the body. And also, they pasteurize it. They kill the beneficial bacteria, trying to kill possibly harmful bacteria, because they work on such huge scales of thousands of gallons. So they mix all kinds of different cows together, and they've got machines that have been working 24/7. So they have extra bacteria there. The small dairy farmer, you can trust his milk, I'd say, more than the grocery store milk. Zeal is like a wanting for, like I have a zeal for, like almost like a zest for. I once mistakenly drank booze milk. What's up, Professor Oak? Profac? Where do you find the... Look up cow's milk near me. Just Google cow's milk near me. Raw milk near me. or pet milk near me. They sell it here as pet milk because it's not for human consumption. So people buy it to feed to their cats. Why would they do that? Because cats can get sick from giving them milk from the refrigerator from the grocery store, but they benefit from getting actual alive milk. It's not a grocery store. I have to go to a dairy. I go to a little store called Country Garden Farms, and they have a dairy right down the street that has cows walking outside. You can go see the cows that the milk came from. Our own government is doing warfare on us. Yep. Well, today's your lucky day. I'm the milkman, el lechero. Focus on the dairy-based purity. Everything else is a distraction. Your stance on ice, like frozen water. It's another one of those things about chemistry. The craziness that ice floats and expands 20% when frozen, when everything else can shrink and sink in itself when frozen. It makes the chemistry on Earth happen and possible. It's pretty fucking freaking cool. The creamy calcium packed truth. What up, CEO? What's your news, brother? Yeah, you go to a farm. Yeah, 56? Good. Yeah, like if you go, look, just like this. Look. Raw milk near me. And you'll get a bunch. Here you go. There's a raw milk finder. Raw milk finder. Realmilk.com. Here, Country Garden Farms. This is who I go to. Here's another one. There's another one. Yeah, you can find them. You can find it. Get raw milk. Getrawmilk.com. Yeah, there's a whole freaking host of people that do. And listen, like so going back to what I was saying, the bacteria in milk will help your body digest it. So people that get grocery store milk will have lactose intolerance because they don't have the bacteria needed to digest the milk. Well, that comes with milk if you don't kill the bacteria. Neptune. Vitamin D3 energy. What up, brother? Absolutely, you're welcome. I thought he was asking for Costco and ice and a bunch of milk activists. All right, sorry.
People actually leave here and they head down to Accra to find better opportunities. And you've seen in Accra when we were there in Abu Bloshi, which is one of the main markets where they break down all computers, electronics, phones, either strip the copper from them or they sell the metals. And you saw how hard life was down there and the things that people are exposing themselves to, burning rubber to access metals and just, shortening their life by being exposed to all these toxins. So if they're willing to put themselves through that, and this is where they're coming from, then that kind of shows the situation and how bad it is.
They want you to think that's about everything else, but it's always been about the dairy. The creamy abyss gazes back at you, and it's enriched with vitamin D. Can you tell us about drinking water? Do not drink tap water. Do not drink fluoridated, chlorinated tap water. It will destroy the bacteria in your body that you need to absorb vitamins and minerals through your guts. Do not drink that stuff. Absolutely not. I filter every single drop of water that goes into my body. That you could think about the fluoride. It's like government freaking blah, blah, absolutely whatever. I'm talking about chemistry. Have you ever heard of the U.S. government mountains full of billions of dollars worth of cheese? Yes. They also have old salt mines filled full of stuff like that. Yeah. They just like us. What's up, user brother? No water, only milk. But I drink, I got a big ass glass right here, and I got a bigger ass glass right here. I drink out of stainless steel or a glass. But yeah, and like, it's unbelievably bad for you to put that stuff in your body with not unfiltered. Remember, water is one of the strongest solvents on Earth. It can dissolve rocks. And so water was how we used to get minerals in us. But when you get water out of the tap, it does not contain the minerals that we used to get from it from Earth. This is why I tell people that you got to supplement with minerals, the vitamins and minerals, because you're not getting them from the water anymore. You absolutely need vitamin K2. Yes, actually, if you go through your growth spurt deficient in vitamin K2, you'll often end up shorter than you would have because your growth plates will calcify. And vitamin K removes calcium from soft tissues and the blood and moves it into the bones and helps bones grow. Filtered water from the faucet. Yes, I filter it. Yeah. I mean, you can call it erosion, but it dissolves. Like that's how you have that. When you look at water, you have what's called TDS, total dissolved solids. So the water dissolved the solids, and it's now in solution in the water. That's how your body used to get those minerals, and we don't do that anymore. We don't go get it out of a well that's got all those minerals in it. We get purified water that's got chlorine and fluoride added to it. Every drop is a sermon, every glass a baptism. The cow is the architect of our salvation, and I am its disciple. You're welcome. Everybody needs vitamin C, B12, D3, K2. Absolutely.
Morning from Tamale. Stayed in this pink hotel behind me here last night. Quite nice on the outskirts, but we're about to drive back into the city. Hopefully it gives you a good grasp of the city here of Tamale, the northern capital of Ghana. Let's go into the city.
So, yeah, right. I mean, so erosion is what the water does to a mass. The water erodes it, but that's not that's not chemical. That's not the chemistry side of it. That's mechanical. The water running over it causes a gap, or and that's that process is called erosion. But how did it do that? How did the water do it? By what chemical process did it do that, or what happened to it? Well, it dissolved what was there, and it dissolved into the solution. So, yeah, nailed it. Bam, brother. It's a vitamin. There's one called K2 also. K2 MK7 is what I'm talking about, though. You guys have a good night. All right, Jacob, brother. I'm going to tie my pecker to a tree. You should. You should tie your pecker to a tree, then push yourself away from it as hard as you can. No problem, brother. Fun fact, there's a thing also called heavy water. It's called D2. That's right. That's deuterium. Deuterium is heavy hydrogen, which is cool. K4 is a drug dilaudid. K2 is some spice synthetic thing, and they sold gas stations in the early 2000s. Sister, why did the milk get a promotion at work? Because it was outstanding in the field. People having strokes and seizures, right? And if you don't think a lot of the issues people are having is from vitamin and mineral deficiency, you're sorely mistaken. We do not put in our body what we used to. We do not, the minerals we used to get from drinking well water and stuff, everything else is now filtered and have other stuff added to it that does negative things for our body. But K2 is also a vitamin, yes, yeah. Don't forget to drop a like. If everyone subscribe to Rich, subscribe to CEO Jacob. Thank you, brother. I agree. Move on from milk to Chihuahua cheese.
So here I am in the public toilet just on the side of the road. Look at it. Quite handy. You'll just see these little shacks on top of the curbs here, and I guess the sewage goes into the drain there. Are you head shopping?
Yeah, I want to buy the head.
You shopping for some head?
Yusuf! It's expensive in Accra.
It's much cheaper up north.
Yeah, because this is where most of the cow meat in Ghana, this is where they come from.
Nice to meet you.
Okay.
Are you
This is cow head.
That's a head.
Yes. This is the cow head. Legs.
Legs.
Tail.
Cow head.
Tail.
Tail.
Oh, right, that's the tail.
That's the tail.
This is for eating?
Yes, yes.
Is it nice?
Yes, sit down.
Tasty?
Oh, what am I doing? Oh, no. Damn it. It says your video, we detected your video belonging to someone else. Your stream may be blocked. That sucks. I wish it would tell me which one it was. I guess we can't watch that. Did it go out? Oh no, it's still there. Okay, sorry. What would happen if you made whale milk based cheese? Brother, whale milk is basically cheese. Have you ever seen whale milk? It's so thick it doesn't dissolve into the water. It stays like yogurt through the water. Now these guys, Jean Mexican, my body is 70% water. That's right, not milk. What would happen if you made whale? Yeah. We're still here. All right. They should really put a mark on the videos. I know. I can't believe it. Like, it's so stupid. Because then you get halfway into it and you can't freaking watch it. All right, let me see if I can find baby whale drinking milk. All right, look at this. Look at this. Look at this underwater whale.
It's kind of hard to imagine, but baby whales actually grow up drinking milk.
So
it's
how
kind
the
of hard
hell
to
does
imagine,
that happen? Let's go here. Let's do this.
It's kind of hard to imagine, but baby whales actually grow up drinking milk underwater. The thing is, they can't nurse like most mammals. Doing that underwater would just mean swallowing a bunch of seawater.
Right. Well, funny enough, I was just thinking today that you'd better off learning stuff and then giving us a presentation. Someone else is lazy. I agree. Yeah, I agree. But we're having a good conversation while we're watching it. I kind of think of this like a bar. Like we're hanging out in the bar, there's something on the TV, and we're having a conversation. You're being blocked? What are you being blocked for? Did he vitamin 3 D3 energy? What are you being? I didn't block you. Milk is milk. Yeah, I haven't. That's the last time. John Ellis water was the last thing I heard you say. Or all you say. Male whale milk and cow's milk. You have evolved and need seawater with it. Look at this. So the milk is so thick. Like if you dumped milk into water, it would just turn the water cloudy white, right? Did he? Well, I feel my parents and my grandparents may not gain the ability to detect AI videos. They absolutely won't. They absolutely won't detect it.
Instead, female whales have special mammary slits near their lower belly. This design keeps their body streamlined for swimming, while still allowing them to feed their babies. When a calf is born, it instinctively nudges and rubs against its mom's belly, and that's when the mother actually squirts milk directly into the baby's mouth. And the baby isn't just passively drinking, it has its own trick too. It curls its tongue into a U shape to catch the milk precisely as it's being released.
It does look wrong.
What's even crazier is the milk itself.
Look.
Whale milk is super thick, almost like toothpaste, and can be up to 50% fat. Because of that, it doesn't easily dissolve or wash away in the water. The baby whale basically eats it like jelly. This high-energy milk helps the calf stay warm in freezing ocean water and grow at an incredible rate, sometimes gaining dozens of pounds in just a single day.
Jeez, look it up. Would like to know your knowledge. Okay, yeah, I'll look it up. John Ellis, oops. John Ellis water machine. Look how our patented process energized distilled water. Here's the proof from a top scientist. John Waters, energized distilled water, a patented machine, LWM5, claims to permanently alter the water's hydrogen bond angle from 114 degrees as opposed to regular tap water at 104. Okay, the core claims hydrogen bond angle. The machine's supposed to change the bond angle, which makers claim allows for easier cell absorption. The water under. Okay, so here, real quick. How, if the body is built with water that's got a 104 degree bond, hydrogen bond, then wouldn't giving it water with a different hydrogen bond, it doesn't seem to be what the body would expect. Okay, beyond human consumption, they've noted it's good for houseplants, reducing odors. Oh, it probably kills bacteria, so it's probably horrible for you. But let's see, the water itself can be found through a few different avenues. All right, let's see. Purity. The water undergoes a multi-stage filtration process combining reverse osmosis multi-stage to strip out impurities. So this is a thing too, right? Impurities. Impurity doesn't mean bad. So you might want the magnesium and the phosphorus and whatnot. You know, if you're not getting it anywhere else, Right, so you're just making it H2O without the other stuff that was in water. Now the bond thing, I got no idea about, like, why the body would. They say it'd be easier cell absorption. All right, let's see. I've never and look, the core claim, it's from eBay. So there's no scientific paper on there. John Ellis waterproof. Living water machines. Distillation machines heats and cool water while exposing it to UV and ozone, purportedly to change the water hydrogen bond angle. Yeah, it's eBay. Scientific scrutiny. The scientific claims are disputed by the scientific and medical communities. The Federal Trade issued a warning to John Ellis regarding his unsubstantiated and deceptive claims. So it's just marketing. How are you going to check every molecule of water to know that the angle has changed? Yeah, dude, it's all marketing. Yeah, because you got no idea. So going back to like the nocebo placebo effect. If you're like, so somebody that doesn't drink water starts drinking this water and they feel better and they think it's because the hydrogen bond angle changed. No, it's because you started drinking more water because you spent $500 on a water machine. Right now, that I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that at all. It's some strong milk. Probably, yeah. I'm sure you could drink whale milk. Let's see. Humans drinking whale milk. While consumption of whale milk is biologically possible, it's not practical or commercially viable. It's vastly different. It's 50% fat, not 4% fat. The bears waste salmon to get fat in their bones quicker, since the part they eat is the most fat. Yeah, they like eat the head and the liver or something, right? And throw like the rest of the meat away. Milk main ingredients: milk and water concentrate. You're welcome, brother. eBay leading science. eBay milk. Just heat water up to a pot 114 degrees. Voila. Listen, that stuff, this is a thing where people don't understand how the body works. You're dumping that water into your stomach acid. The alkalinity of the water doesn't matter. It's going to hit your stomach acid and be converted acidic. And you sometimes have more and less. And what if you just drink a shot glass of it versus like 2 pints of it? Like the stomach acid's still gonna. No, yeah, that stuff don't matter. It's all marketing. All right, oops, let's see.
It's kind of hard to imagine, but baby whales actually grow up drinking milk underwater.
That's so crazy. Yeah, the hydrogen bond. It says it changes the angle of how the hydrogen bonds. So you have hydrogen, and oxygen, and the angle of the bond is like this. And it says it changes it to this. It changes it from 104 degrees to 114 degrees. It's all crap, brother. I promise you. What's going to happen, it's like what I said. People are going to they're going to buy that machine because they believe the marketing and advertising, and then they start drinking more water. Then they feel better. It's not because of the hydrogen angle. It's because they started drinking more water. This also happens with these devices that you get off of eBay that say they're power saving devices. You just plug it into the wall and you'll save on your power bill. And the reason it works isn't because it works. The reason it works is because you're thinking about, I need to start saving power. So then when you actively do something like order it and plugging this thing into the wall, you convince yourself, I should turn my lights off and stuff too. So you actively go off. If you try those things don't actually work at all. A lot of them they don't even have anything in the box. But that's what it does. It changes what you do. It changes your actions. Very true. Your stomach is full of hydrochloric acid base. Right. Yeah. A lot of us are very dehydrated. How many Americans dead just to in the Strait of Hormuz? Brother, how many people died because of people lying in college? Do you know 14,000 people have been killed in Chicago? In the past, I think, 25 years, 14,000 people. I don't want to hear it. It ain't no Republican Democrat thing. This is freaking stupid ass politicians on both sides of the aisle. I mean, do you think it was a bad idea? You obviously think going to Iran was a bad idea. I think it was a great idea, and I didn't vote for Trump. You drink distilled water only, it will scrub your... Right. It also, because that water dissolves things, it will take it out of your body. It will take it out of your body because it wants to hit equilibrium. So osmosis. So that if you don't have any magnesium or whatever, any minerals in the water, and you do in your body, it'll move into the water. Do you like Iran? Do I like them? No, I think they should absolutely be forced into changing their ways. Absolutely. That stuff is freaking crazy. They're torturing their people, and they're torturing the people in the countries around them. They absolutely... I just wish it didn't have to be us. I wish the freaking limp ding-a-ling wussies in the countries around them would have taken care of them. Because now Trump can... yeah. Anyway. All right. Wild animals. Swine lover versus the laws of God. How many underground chemists? They're still making quaaludes? No, yeah, Iran yogurt distilled yogurt diluted with water, salt, and garlic. Never had it. Doesn't sound like my kind of thing though. Pale. I ain't seen you in a while, brother. Look at the fireworks. Bam. Thank you, my brother. I ain't seen you in a while. Bam. Thank you, brother. Nice. Nice. I ain't seen them in a long time. What's up, brother Warcord? How you been, pal? It's great. Brother, I don't know. I've kind of programmed myself. To yogurt is like sweet and tangy. I've been good. I've been really good. Things are going really good, brother. Things are going good. You've been good. Good. Are you guys smoking? These guys are smoking quaaludes? Jeez. Chinese mystery meat. Oh, that looks pretty cool. You're fat. You're welcome, brother. You're welcome. I'm here to help. Deleting their profiles. Carmelo Anthony. The world's most polluted place. Scopolamine. Jeez. Lemon 714s. Isn't that the stuff from Wolf of Wall Street? No. That was freaking Coke. Do they do quaaludes at Wolf of Wall Street? Probably. They probably did. Yeah, they probably did. For some reason, it's blanking on my mind. Damn. That's so freaking awesome. I never had a firework jewels before. That's awesome, brother. Thank you, Warcord. All right, let's see. What we saw extinct animals. When Alex Jones fought Cenk Uygur. What? No way. They actually got into a fight? Jeez, that guy looks rough, too. Yeah, they were partying it up. The Ivy Coast, fading coke. Oh. Zombies of Afghanistan. Even the dogs are addicted? What are they doing? I never heard of this.
Holy Sokhta, one of the darkest places in Afghanistan. Beneath this broken breach, nearly 2,000
opium or heroin or something.
Drug-addicted and homeless people have been living for the past 20 years.
This is what they want to turn Los Angeles
Thousands
into.
of drug-addicted people under this bridge who cannot even stand. This is the only place in the world where even dogs are addicted.
One of the reasons they are making these dogs addicted.
According to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, Afghanistan has around 4 million drug addicts, one of the highest numbers in the world. and Poli Sokhta is among the worst affected areas. People come here and get trapped in a deadly cycle.
We are hungry and thirsty lying under this bridge day and night.
There are people who are brought to rehabilitation camp 2 or 3 times. Because they have no one, they go to either Sarai Shamali or Poli Sokhta.
Over the next 7 days, we'll take you inside Afghanistan's growing drug crisis.
I've never even heard
Joining
about
me
this.
is Ali,
Yeah,
a friend
that's
and
crazy.
local guide.
I mean, listen, I know a lot of opium is grown, opium poppies. Papaver Sophernium, Papaver Sophernium. The opium poppy, I'm guessing that's what they're doing.
Kabul.
So they probably get it for super freaking cheap, considering it's cheap in America. And, you know, the precursors come from Afghanistan.
His life to help us document this hidden world.
We call this place End of the World.
How did they not all die from COVID?
Welcome to the forgotten town of Afghanistan's addicts. West of Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, there is a bridge across the Kabul River. The moment you step onto this bridge, you feel terrible condition around it. Human waste, dog feces, and dirty drained water are everywhere. An old man washes his legs in the filthy water. This gives you just a glimpse of their daily struggle.
There are thousands
He's
of
washing his legs
under
with
this
poop.
bridge, and we are going under this deadly
Peace
bridge
to
where
all the
no
people in
one has
Afghanistan.
entered.
Getting inside.
Absolutely, man. Peace to the freaking world. That's thing's taken care of. What's up, brother?
It was not easy. It needed a lot of efforts and special permission. About 6 Taliban soldiers came with us for protection. Here, fights break out. One wrong move and you could be stabbed. We were warned to stay alert. One mistake could mean a trip to the hospital. The situation here is terrible for human beings. No media or journalist has ever entered this part of the bridge. We took a real risk to come here to show you the harsh reality for the first time.
It's really difficult to enter this place also. Come. I really don't understand how they are living in this place under the bridge.
What stream did you and me, brother? Dude, it's got to be like 8 months ago. I got no idea. Dude, it's got to be like 9 months ago, and I've done probably 500 streams since then. Jeez, got old doggos, and they said they're getting the dogs addicted. There ain't not a woman there. I saw Gino the singing Italian today. He played his latest song called "Watch Me Culo."
This is really sad place. I have never seen in my entire life. What the hell is this?
You can see how badly drugs have destroyed their lives. Inside Poli Sokhta, the daily life of drug users is full of pain and suffering. We witnessed one of the most heartbreaking scenes here. A man was eating food he found in the trash. Another person washed clothes in dirty drain water. But the struggle does not end there. This place feels like a hell. The level of filth is beyond imagination. Once people take drugs, they collapse on the ground and forget where they are.
What are they doing?
Meet Muhammad, not his real name. He has lived here for 6 years. No family, no food for days, no way out.
Do you want to stop taking drugs?
1000%. 1000%. I want to stop using drugs.
Then why don't you stop it?
Where is that place where we can stop using drugs? We are hungry and thirsty lying under this bridge day and night. What should we do?
He's like, just stop. Just stop.
There is no hope. There is no such kind of place where we can stop using drugs.
Let's see if there's a donation.
Where we
link.
stop using drugs? Where is such a place where we stop using drugs and receive food and cure? Such kind of place where we stop using drugs.
Yeah, because that culture, they probably don't have rehabs and stuff because they're seen as a disgrace.
Camp to stop using drugs.
Yeah, this isn't America where they consider addiction a disease. This is freaking Afghanistan where you went against Have you ever listened to Pastor Patty and the Cow Pies? Nope. Meridian Point. Do you think that's what they need?
You are going to regret because you will face thousands of other problems there, like being beaten.
Yeah, they're going to get, like, think about it. If women cheat on men, they get stoned to death and stuff. So you don't think these guys are going to get, you know, they're going to get beaten up and stuff. They're going to be going through drug withdrawal and having to say, please help me. And they're going to be like, we're going to beat you to death. And then they're going to chain them to a tree till they dry out, till they sober up.
Who is happy to be in such place?
Do you have a family?
My family is now in Kunduz. My father and mother passed away, and my 2 brothers live in Kunduz, in the north part of Afghanistan. I am not married. When you don't have your father and mother, your brothers really don't care about you. Tell him that here I have no one, but only God.
Dude, it's
Go inside. Go inside.
It's completely chaotic here. It feels like one of the most dangerous places on earth. You can see the heavy impact of drug addiction on this country's young people. It is a human disaster. We even met a woman here, but she was not comfortable to speak, so we didn't film her.
Oh, there's one woman there.
You can see there are hundreds and thousands of drug addicted people under this bridge who cannot even stand. If you look at this situation, this is really sad. Everyone has light on their head to see this place because there is...
He was a rocket scientist. She worked at the lab also. So my father and mother both retired from Johns Hopkins Avery Propulsion Research Laboratory. My dad was a rocket scientist and my mom worked in administration. Yeah, dude, it's got a smell, and not just poop and pee. It's going to be rotting flesh. There's probably dead people back there that they just think have been high for a couple of days that are starting to rot and whatnot. And, you know, I mean, it's probably, and they're next to a sewage drain. That's the water that they're cleaning up with. It's like poop and pee water. They're dead in the tents. All this because of the U.S.? No, they didn't start doing drugs because of the U.S. He said he started doing drugs because his mother and his father died and his brothers didn't care about him. So I guess he got on drugs, and now the Afghani government won't help people get clean because they look down upon it.
Darkness in entire at this place.
In one corner, an addict cuts another addict's hair. Some people collect plastic from the drain. They sell it to earn just enough to survive and to buy drugs. Others make cheap glass pipes for crystal meth to earn money.
People here are using meth pipes that you make. Doesn't that make you feel bad? I don't have another choice. This is my job and my work. I can't do anything else. I don't want to produce these pipes because I don't feel good when I'm producing it, but I have to keep producing.
He doesn't want to produce.
So he lives under there melting glass to make meth pipes to sell to the people under there to use meth pipes. Jeez. My dad was a machinist and an engineer for the machine manufacturer with patents. So that's how my dad started. My dad started as a machinist, and he's an engineer. It's same thing. Not exactly. My mom was done the same. His machines pack a lot of our stuff. Yeah, kick ass. That's kick ass stuff. Game is game. Get that, buddy. I'm under a tornado warning in Alabama. I'm in Georgia, brother. Yeah, we were looking at it earlier. I'm in Georgia. I'm right here. Right there where that pin is. You're in Alabama right there. So you got this cloud coming up, coming your way. So you guys should be done in a couple of hours. We still got all this coming through right now. Social media and the news scaring the hell out of people also in Afghanistan. I'm sure. Propaganda's a B.
Produce this.
Gulf Shores.
He doesn't want to produce this because he doesn't feel good when he's producing this. But he has to
produce these pipes.
Abdul Wahad, since when you are taking drugs?
Yeah, I think it's 17th years I use the drug.
Yeah, brother.
17th year.
17 years, yeah.
So, what was your education? You speak good English. Even after 17 years of taking drugs, you are able to speak. What was your education?
Yeah, bundle of things. I think I don't think so. My English is very good, so I can break the hints in the fruits of English. So yeah, I take the second year.
1 Peter 4-8. 1 Peter 4, chapter 8. And above all things, have fervent charity among yourselves, for charity shall cover the multitude of sins. Say God bless. Thank you, Frog. Props, brother. Scared people give up. Absolutely. And that's why fear is pushed in media so much, because it's so profitable to the businesses, to the cartels, the mobs. All of them make money when the populace is scared. I drove through Bama today. I saw lots of wrecked cars. People don't know what hydroplaning is anymore. Nope. Yeah, they're definitely getting dumber. Yeah, they got no idea. I don't even think they teach kids that. Like, we were taught at 35 miles an hour and over is when, that's what we were taught. And I haven't heard it. When I talk to people about hydroplaning, they're like, what is that? And I'm like, you're 20 years old. You should know that.
College from Pakistan, and 16th class take the master degree from India.
Master degree from India?
Yeah.
From where?
Yeah, the city, Calcutta City.
Shining the light right in his face.
So you live here under the bridge?
Haji's definitely.
Yeah. Sometime out, sometime down the bridge. I think it's necessary if you want to bring the rupees and for other things you go out to for some works, for another things you bring the rupees.
So he's probably giving him a couple dollars for this interview.
Then you can take the drug and use the drug.
It's called Zombies of Afghanistan. I'll put the link, brother, in the chat here. I'll put the link in the chat. There you go, brother. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Do you have family?
Yeah, I have 2 wives and 7 children.
2 wives and 7 children.
What do you think about them?
They always advised me, you leave this thing, it's not a good thing. It's destroyed your life, you destroyed our life and the children's lives.
This place has many drug dealers and sellers. We are taking a big risk by being here. Only with the protection of Taliban soldiers, we are able to film.
Oh, with permission of the Taliban. Jeez, it hurts my heart to see my brothers and sisters like this. Yeah, brother, it's up to us to help teach people, especially the kids as they come up, show them what happens, because they don't see this stuff until they're too late. They get playing around, they hear that weed's legal in America and blah 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 here and there and whatnot, so it gets programmed into their head that it's not that bad. The government just doesn't want you to do it, and then they start on stuff like this. Next thing you know, it's 17 years later and they're under a bridge. I'm going 55 to 60. You can barely see because of the rain, and people pass me on an SUV like I'm sitting still. I hope they survived a solid 5 miles down the road, wrapped around the trees. Jeez. The weather seems to be letting up a little here now. Yeah. I'm right there, and so we're in a lull right here. But it looks like some more might be coming up. He's wearing a white kufi. Only men who make the pilgrimage can wear the white kufi on a Hajj because they made the Hajj. Yeah, that's during Ramadan to go to the Kaaba.
On the dead bodies. It was the place that I have never seen before. It's not the life. I really don't know, because they are just surviving. Nothing else.
So the Taliban are selling drugs to these guys? Is that what he said? He said that it was dangerous and they could only film there with permission of the Taliban. So I'm guessing they have a link to the drug trade. I think that's fake news, brother. Might be, brother.
Here take drugs.
Do you raise these dogs here?
They are brought to this place when they are very small and being left to this place with drugs.
Who brings these dogs here?
These boys, addicts bring them here. Addicts who like to keep dogs as their pet bring them here and make them addicted so that they don't leave.
From where do you bring them? Do you bring them from other places?
Where dogs give birth, from that place they bring newborn dogs and keep them here.
Do these dogs stay here with you?
Maybe.
These dogs stay with those addicts who keep them.
I mean, what Tony said, but whether that guy has or not, yeah, we don't know.
When addicts go to work, their dogs stay here. And when they come back, they call their dogs.
So they go to work and then come back. So they're not homeless. This is just a den to get high in. I've seen some YouTube guys over there kinds of investigate journalism. Risky, I guess, but the Taliban honestly seem not that bad at all. I'm sure I'm going to list out. Yeah, you know, it all depends. It all depends what side you look at it from, right?
Then addicts give their
who's good and who's evil. Like in Iran, we're evil, and in America, Iran's evil, right? So it depends.
Dog water, food, and whatever they need.
Those who love to keep pets like dogs here.
I can't believe they give them drugs. Like I mean, you would think maybe we're thinking about this wrong. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Maybe it's not a money problem. Maybe they do have jobs and whatnot, but they just want to do drugs, so they want to stay out of the public eye. But because if you got enough money to keep yourself high and feed your dog drugs, also, that's just the economics of it, the economy of it. Afghanistan has deep-rooted weapons and war culture, street gun venues such as the U.S. Not as much different as we pretend, right? We're not as different as we pretend. I don't think you need to give dogs a drug to make it stay. Yeah, food. That's what I was thinking. Food. Right, just give it food. I agree, Kenneth, brother. Yeah. Where empires go to die. I don't know why they go overseas to make a documentary. We have crack houses here, too. Yeah. Maybe they're local. Yeah, I don't know much about the YouTuber here. I mean, he can speak the language. Afghanistan is not the country to play around with him. I saw a video of a dude sneaking through a crowd in the UK wearing a hijab. He grabbed some flag and ripped it down. That's not nice. They don't give their dogs drugs. It's the dumbest shit I ever heard. It might just be for the video, you know, just saying that stuff because they want to be edgy and.
Addicted people also like to keep dogs here. They are going to bring all these dogs from other parts of Kabul to this place, and one of the.
I mean, the only way I can think is if they're constantly dropping some drugs and the dogs are eating it regularly, but that's crazy.
They are making these dogs addicted.
We would leave most of the places alone, wouldn't worry about this, though, and then the hijackers and Bin Laden and Saudis never forget. Everybody loves the Pakistan-Afghanistan truck videos. Yeah, they're good videos.
Is to keep them stay here, to keep them here under the bridge. After bringing these dogs under the bridge, within few days, within 20 days, they are going to become addicted and they are not going to leave this place. When the dogs are addicted, they are going to give them drugs through a bottle.
Here, even dogs fall into addiction. It shows how deep this crisis goes.
See, this water is coming from a public bath, and this water is completely wastewater. This water is wastewater, but they are going to wash their faces early in the morning here. They are going to use this water, and they are going to take bath here by this wastewater. All these water come from public bath and buildings, apartments, these kind of places.
It's a really sad reality. Actually, I don't understand. Everything is going on here. It's beyond our understanding.
Opium poppy has been grown in Afghanistan for centuries. Yeah. It was used mostly for traditional medicine and local needs. but it was never meant for the worldwide heroin trade. According to American professor Alfred McCoy, author of The Politics of Heroin, there was very little heroin production in Central Asia by mid-1970s. But everything changed in 1979. After the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, the CIA started Operation Cyclone, one of the most expensive secret missions in US history. The CIA worked closely with Pakistan's intelligence agency ISI. With nearly $2 billion of US taxpayers' money, they armed Afghan Mujahideen fighters. But guns alone couldn't sustain a war. The fighters and their families needed income. So the CIA and ISI turned to something else: opium. They supported large-scale opium farming and gave power to drug traffickers. Trucks filled with weapons entered Afghanistan from Pakistan. On their way back, those trucks were loaded with opium. Soon, hundreds of heroin labs appeared in Pakistan. From there, heroin began to spread across the world like never before.
There are smugglers who are importing drugs from different countries into Afghanistan, and they are also cultivating these drugs, such as poppy seeds, in various provinces of Afghanistan. The main reason we cannot stop using drugs is their easy accessibility.
He is saying that if they don't stop importing all these drugs to capital of Afghanistan, Kabul, we can't live using these drugs. Even if we go to hospitals, we are going to come back to this place and use drugs for second, third, or fourth times. As an Afghan, it's really sad for me to see my people suffering from this kind of bad situation. They are living under really, really bad conditions under the bridge. And this is the result of war in Afghanistan for 20 years. NATO and their allies and other countries came to Afghanistan. U.S.A. invaded Afghanistan and brought all these results and situations to Afghanistan. See what they did to my people, to my country. Their reasons were because of unemployment, poverty, and war in Afghanistan. They became addicted.
The Taliban, once accused of fueling the opium trade, has now begun a massive crackdown on drug addicts across Afghanistan.
So I'm with the team of Phoenix Rehabilitation Camp, and we have
I don't get the tendency to blame the other side of the market. What about the ones demanding consuming the truth? That I guarantee that right there was required speech for them to get permission to film this. The propaganda from the Taliban, that was probably the required lines that were required for them to publish the video and to get the footage. Because, right, there's personal responsibility. It's not the war. It's not the Americans. It's not, and the drugs are being imported in from other countries through the way to fund the weapons. So but you have to do it. You have to consume the drug. It doesn't get in your body unless you put it there. And that's what they want to say. It's much easier to say our people don't have a problem. America caused this problem. It's not true. Drugs are everywhere around the world. Some cultures do it, some don't. The poppy has been in Afghanistan for centuries. People, the Afghani people, have consumed. They called it They've consumed opium poppy for centuries. It was the heroin adaptation that made it so much more addictive. But that the consumption of opium poppy and the lack of connection to alcohol, the drug that the rest of the world consumes. This is why people in times of stress go to those drugs, because they don't have a bottle of liquor to go to. And it's purposeful, and as far back as I'm concerned, it's an attack. I would offer to die off in there if there was no demand. What up, Who knows who else doing it? I don't think any one group is to blame. Right, listen, it's personal. No, if the whole country was addicted, then I could understand. Like America came in and said, all right, do some heroin. Do it. No, they did it. They seeked it out. They went and seeked it out and got it and did it and then did it again and again and again and again and again until they became addicted. And not everybody did. So if it was forced upon them, everybody would be doing it, and they're not. It's only a small subset of the populace that is. So it's not. But they don't want to say. They want to say, look what America did to us. Now it happens everywhere. You're going to get conquered, and it was a deal that was made because they wanted an army. But the people are doing drugs because they want to do drugs. That's the bottom line. It wasn't America. It wasn't Afghanistan. It wasn't the Taliban. It doesn't matter how the drugs would have gotten there eventually. If they didn't get there then, now with airlines and everything, like they say now, the drugs that are coming in are being smuggled in. So they would not be there if people weren't going there, but they wouldn't get in your body unless you put them there. People like to blame Jews for, right, for Israel. Just don't think it's feasible. Rather than a lot of people they're undereducated and they want to act like they're educated, and they hear other people blaming Israel or blaming the United States or blaming Pakistan or blaming Saudi Arabia. It's personal, and that's the thing. People don't understand. They want to say, look, I'm a drug addict because of XYZ. No, you're a drug addict because you do drugs. Yeah. My addiction is hot dogs. I blame
soldiers with us, so they need entire team to catch drug addicted people and take them back.
Like, do you know how easy it would be for their government to go down there just right now? Like, they just went there to film it. The government could go down there and put everybody in handcuffs and take them into jail for a couple of days to get clean. Absolutely, they could fill that bridge. They could the area where everybody's living. They could put up a wall there. They could do it tomorrow. Right, they grow them in Afghanistan, and they've been using them, and it was part of the culture. It was called the plant of joy. So, like, they understand that, and it's in like nursery rhymes and like popular music and stuff from like the 60s and 70s, and probably why nobody can leave Afghanistan over the past few hundred years.
To the rehabilitation camp, and it's quite a difficult job, as we have already seen in the police Sokhta. It's the drug hell of the world, and this is a really big mess.
Addicts are taken from the streets and sent to rehabilitation camp for the treatment. But as we have already seen, inside these camps, the conditions are harsh and resources are limited. The Taliban say they want to wipe out addiction in all...
Right, so now all of these guys are going to get clean. How do they end up back under the bridge? George Bush? No. It's the best part of The Wizard of Oz.
4 provinces of Afghanistan.
In every corner in this area, there used to be addicts. Theft were committed. We want Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan to do the same thing in other regions and collect the addicts and send them to a rehabilitation camp and cure them.
We try, and we are highly committed to collect addicts from all over the country. We cure them and send them back to their families so they can continue their lives.
We cure them.
Inside the camp, a harsh journey begins.
Addiction treatment
15
hospital.
days of brutal withdrawal. No painkillers, no escape. Only cold, hard detox. But how successful are these centers in freeing people from addiction? Doctors here admit they have little hope. Most addicts relapse again and again.
Yeah.
Many return to places like Sokhta, some even after coming to these camps 3 or 4 times, unable to break free from the cycle.
I mean, really clear.
There are people who are brought to rehabilitation camp 2 or 3 times. Because they have no one, they go to either Sarai Shamali or Sokhta. When they are brought to this place by police, after 2 to 3 months they fully recover. Because they have no shelter, they return to those places. Even there are people who might have recovered 6 or 7 or 10 times. There are no jobs for them here or after they recover.
Doctors try to convince them to quit, but once outside, life is no easier. Many of them return to places like Polisokta and fall back into addiction.
He says that because I don't have house and I'm unemployed, if I came out of the rehabilitation camp.
He's unemployed. How is he affording the drugs? 6, 7. Dun, 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 dun.
I'm gonna come back to this place again, and it seems impossible to stop using drugs.
How are they affording the drugs? He doesn't have a house.
Because he is addicted, his family doesn't want him. He says the chance to get employed for addicted people is really, really low. No one wants to give us work or job, and that's the problem. I tried to stop using drugs, but after 10 days, because I was unemployed, I came back to this place.
How?
But for sure, I want...
How did you afford it? Bush, Clinton, Obama, warmongers, slowly chipping away our rights, pushing propaganda to scare everyone, blowing up people in the Middle East, smuggling drugs. False flags.
To stop using drugs and work and go to my family. This is the only place he can live because he doesn't have any money to pay for hotel or hostels or these kind of places.
How can he afford the drugs? How can he afford the drugs?
This is the safest place and cheapest place he can live here. This is the only place he can stay here.
Jeez.
I can tolerate being injured. I can even tolerate being shot, but I cannot tolerate the pain of living without drugs. For the first 12 hours, it is possible to stay without them. But after that, we will do anything. We will commit any crime to get money and buy drugs.
Drug addiction has impacted people of all ages in Afghanistan. To understand the way forward, we spoke to former police official who is now an addict himself.
I was a policeman, and my father was Brigadier General of Police Chief of Kunduz. When he has been killed in an attack, I started taking drugs and became drug addict. I am in this rehabilitation camp since last 55 days. The solution is to stop the cultivation and buying and selling of drugs. If you go to streets or even in front of your house, it's sold. It's everywhere. All youths are addicted, and even 6th grade youths take drugs. And they use alcohol, crystal meth, hashish, and heroin. Jesus. Boys from above 12 years old use hashish, crystal meth, or heroin. I have seen many boys above 12 years old using different drugs. If the government doesn't ban it, youth addiction is not going to be solved.
I wonder why you kept repeating 12 and over, 12 and over, 12 and over, 12 and over. What do you mean? You never seen an 11-year-old? 12 and over, 12 and over, 12 and over.
Bring addicts to rehabilitation camps and keep them 50 or 100 days here. When they leave the camp after 1 year, they start again taking drugs.
This place has left a deep mark on us. Young, educated Afghans who could have built a nation are now trapped in a world they were never meant to be in. After we left Afghanistan, the Taliban launched a final crackdown on Polisokta. All the addicts living under the bridge were removed and taken to the Phoenix Rehabilitation Camp. Today, for the first time in nearly 2 decades, the bridge stands empty.
Hello, I am Akshay Shetty. I have taken the initiative to cover real stories and reports from the ground, even those that traditional media often ignore. I am working independently without any media networking, and I want to build a good team to bring real stories from around the world. If you want to support me in this project, join me on Patreon, where you will get access to raw footages that I can't show here, and be part of this independent storytelling project. Even if you can't give or even don't feel like it, that's absolutely fine. We are just glad that you are here, and thank you so much for watching Beyond Boundaries.
Back with net worth of $2 trillion. Welcome back, Elon. No. And what we need to do is make people aware. People don't understand what propaganda is. Do you understand how much money people donate to bull crap and money that could help them? Like, people donate a lot of their wealth, of their what could be their wealth, if they just invested it. We have to teach people that they need to secure their own futures first before dipping in to help other people. We shouldn't have 18-year-olds donating to the Democrats or the Republicans or anything. They need to put their money in the bank. And when you're 50 and you got the loot from everything that you would have been of donated, now that you've got a bunch of money and you've got reoccurring income and compounded interest, then you can start donating, but not till you're 50. People need to absolutely change. Funny thing, I wouldn't be surprised if that actually is Elon Musk. It is. Look, it's got a picture right there. It's right. It's a picture right there. That's horrible. Man. Oh, it's freaking out. Cinema's most brutal costumes. I can't believe people get this eye color surgery. Did I invest? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. I'm freaking broke, brother. I'm no. But because I live the same way. I live the same way we're talking about. I helped other people before securing myself. And a lot of people do. And you can't do it. You can, like, I didn't expect to live this long, first of all. I didn't have, I was a freaking musician and I didn't expect to live this long. I'm 49. So the house that I had in Maryland, from just the house in Maryland sold. I took that money and invested it. Then I got a mortgage on this house, but the investment from that pays this mortgage. So my mortgage bill is paid monthly with the returns from the investment from the other house. And now this house is worth twice as much as it was. So I'm thinking about selling this place, going to Florida, because now it's a buyer's market. And if I can get a place in Florida for under $300,000, which it looks like would be very possible for a decent, like, 2-bedroom place, then I can pay off the mortgage and pay off this mortgage and pay off that mortgage. How did you ever have enough money to buy a house in the first place? I worked in the movie industry for a bunch of years. I've worked for a zoo. I've always had jobs and stuff. I just didn't invest in anything else. Like, I didn't put money into the 401k. I didn't put any money in the stock market. And it wasn't until, like, last year that I bought a bunch of silver. But once I left the movie industry, I have enough to carry me through, but I don't have wealth. Don't sell that place. This place is beautiful. It's beautiful, but it's too big. It's too big, and I'm not ready to get married yet. I'm not ready to get married until I have reoccurring income and money for reoccurring money for family. I want my investments and whatnot to be paying me while I'm asleep enough money to raise a family. It's going to be right by. It's called Mount Dora. That's where I'm looking. But it is beautiful, isn't it? Yeah. So, like, and all my tools and everything like that. I'm thinking, chicken coop. All the gardens, everything like that. $550,000. You can have it all. I'll start over. But it is beautiful, yeah. And I think making it as beautiful as it is, because it wasn't this beautiful when I got it. It wasn't this beautiful. It took 16 years to craft it, and that's something that we should teach. Also, is you should always be improving your living situation. Surround yourself with beauty, because most people don't. They buy into beauty. I'm moving to the St. Petersburg area at the end of this month. I can't get out of Minneapolis fast enough. Yeah, brother. Yeah, get out of that place. Abso-freaking-lutely. But I don't know when. We'll see what happens. Like, this is kind of a very interesting time in history where if I can sell this place now for what it's valued at, and it's a buyer's market in Florida, and people are having problems selling properties down there, prices are dropping. So it's like now or never, because I want to eventually. Yeah, I'm flipping. Yeah, St. Petersburg, Florida. Yeah, I'm familiar. What up, bear brother? Hit the like button and subscribe. All right, where are we at? Let's see. The untold story of the scramble for Africa. Let's watch some Frank Zanou. You guys know who Frank Zanou is? He's freaking awesome. Why Africa's not the rich... That's an hour long. All right, maybe we won't watch any Frank Zanou. But he's great. But no. I'm done with the cold. I'm done with the cold, brother. Fake ass doctor. Low IQ fake doctor gets owned by the Crucible. Meat. Oh, jeez. Look at these AI conjoined twins. You know who Frank Zappa is? Yeah, he's from Baltimore, where I came from. There's been over 1 million people in the U.S. immigrate from other states to Florida since 2025. Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason for it. And also, here's a big thing. They're talking about homesteading, I believe it's called, where you don't pay, if you aren't paying a mortgage, you don't pay property tax. So once your mortgage is paid off, you own it. You can die there and rot, and the house can just rot around you. It's not like you die and then the next month or the next year or whatever, property taxes come due, and because you're dead, you can't pay them, and then the land gets taken. They just resell your house, right? It's just like, so no, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna go so I can own the property and own it for the rest of my life, my kids and whatnot. What's up, Brondano? It's not easy to make your own money these days. I don't think I ever did. All these jobs I ever do is pay the bills. Yeah, you can't make money with a job. You can't make wealth with a job unless you're young and you don't do drugs and don't drink. The only way to do it with a job is to do it young and don't party, don't chase girls, and just invest every dime, like 50% of your paycheck. Live with 3 friends, do whatever you need to do to pay the least amount possible, and then do that for 10 years. That's the only way to do it, like with a job. They don't let you make money now, and they tax the rich everywhere except the third world. Would I live in Puerto Rico? Yeah, I mean, would I live there? Probably not, because I got too much life here, family and whatnot in America. So in the continental United States. So I don't really like flying all that much. So, but I've been to Puerto Rico. We're gonna make that. We're the generation that's gonna make it happen. While your children are sleeping, your puppies are crapping. Frank Zappa. Investing is worthless if you're not investing 3 figures. And that's a high interest savings. No, you don't want to do any of that. You want to go into silver, gold, or the S&P 500. The S&P 500 it averages out at 10 to 12% every year for like the past 100 years. So you could do that. That's way better than a 6 or 7 or 8%. I mean, or less, 4% high interest savings account. Yeah, that's the way to do it. And then just keep letting that money roll back in to like a mutual fund. Death tax, though. A lot of your states, screwed kids inheriting property. A lot of families have... So if you have a trust, the house can stay in the trust and your kids can use it. The trust doesn't die when you die. The trust never dies, so it never pays a death tax. So you want it. That's why, like, you have the Trump family business. It's a trust. You know, but people hate Trump so much they don't look into how he sets his business up, which is dumb. They're so hateful they don't want to say, hey, well, how can I do what these people are doing to protect my family? People just think, well, I'm not a billionaire. Well, that doesn't matter. The percentages are the percentages. I gotta know about the loophole to put it in trust. Yeah, absolutely. You got to know about it. Everybody should. Right. And these are simple things that are very inexpensive. A couple $100 to set up, and it protects you for 30% or more. A lot of people won't do the trust route because they may not understand it. 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they do not understand it. They don't even know it's a thing. And people don't realize how wealthy they are. People don't realize that $35,000 a year is 1%. You're in the 1%, top 1% of the world. And they don't realize because they spend so much money because they want to look good on Instagram and shit. So they don't invest their money. They spend it. Yep, LLCs are important. I got one of them too. You got to run drugs or guns a few times to get that first 100K, but even that's impossible. I never did anything illegal because my parents be able to run construction back in their restriction. Yeah, construction's a really good thing to do, but I tell you what, it's even now, electricians and plumbers can make well over $100,000 a year easy. People just don't want to do it, but I do it. I do anything. I just did plumbing today. I refitted 3 toilets. Did freaking painted a neighbor in one of my neighbor's houses. You know, absolutely. I don't care. And I was gonna stream it, but I didn't bring my tripod. What's up, Quinn? The twins video. Okay. All right.
Hello and welcome to a new video. Twins and identical twins are rare.
I don't know if I'll be able to handle this
from
AI.
Historical curiosities
Yeah,
to
the trains are
modern
hot
medical
right now.
marvels.
Yeah, and they're going to get hotter and hotter and hotter. Dude, everything that illegal aliens have been doing for the past 40 years is going back. And then now that there's legal ramifications for companies that hire illegal aliens. So now they're hired, and the prices are going up. There's more money in the world now than there ever has been. People are making more money all the time. There's a handful of people bitching on the internet, but most people are doing really well. And anybody with investments, it's people that went to college for bullshit stuff, which is millions of people. They're having it rough, but that's their fault. Houses are good investments. Yes, absolutely. AI is poo-poo. I was an electrician for 10 years. They put red tape all over the place. I was supposed to... Where? You're in California? Yeah. Grandfather to journeyman that changed the law, whatever else. Yeah. So many videos new to this AI bullshit. Yep. I just wanted to see the twins, but I can't handle the voices.
They show how human life and the human body can adapt. Bond is normal. Number 16. Tista Toshi, born in an ascites, fluent in Italian, French, consciousness. Still play hockey and choose a life of shared thoughts over separation given the risks. Number 8.
No
in a remote
way.
Indian village, Shanat and Shibram, Shahu, captured hearts around the world with their ardent agility and unbreakable will. Born in 2001 near Ripur, the brothers were joined at the waist and shared 2 legs, 4 arms and a stomach with separate hearts and lungs. Raised in poverty by their father Rakumar and mother, they learned to move independently with their hands and feet, bathe, dress themselves and attend school. They refused offers of separation because one might lose control of the legs. They preferred to stay together. Documentaries brought them fame. They received government support and dreams of medical careers, while neighbors sometimes considered them especially blessed.
Me neither.
They tragically died on November 8, 2021, at the age of 20
COVID
under unclear circumstances, possibly due to health complications, prompting an investigation. Number 7.
Imagine if you were a conjoined twin and your brother was gay.
Sisters Joy and Joe
I doubled my money
Maxino
on that house,
embody a
Lisa.
zest for life amid a remarkable connection. Their foreheads meet in a rare, partially angled shape.
Jeez, to be able to make money, I can work as a handyman. I work the job electrician, but the companies don't hire blue-collar monopolies. Yeah, right. I mean, listen. The movie industry, brother, if you're doing handyman's work and electrical, go into the movie industry, dude. You could be a grip for $40 an hour, plus everything else, plus like an extra hell of a lot of money for everything else. A pension and a 401k, all that. Yeah. This would be terrible.
Born on March 10, 2008, in Sanilac to parents Shirley and Ricardo,
could be a grip.
they share part of their skulls but have separate brains. They stand apart from each other, only partially able to see each other. Doctors predicted they would be 10 at the most, but they have made it to 17 and are continuing their education with adapted desks, succeeding despite bullying. The separation would cost about $70,000 for surgery in the United States. The risks include brain damage, but the dream of independence remains. Their personalities diverge. Joy is outgoing and a K-pop fanatic. Joyce is shy and artistic with mirrors coordinating daily routines like eating and walking. They are popular on TikTok, sharing dances and appeals to raise awareness and funds.
You're in California?
Number 6. From sideshow stars to record holders, Ronnie and Donnie Galvin lived as the longest living twins in the world, a testament to resilience. Born on October 28, 1951, in Dayton, Ohio, they were joined at the abdomen and shared a lower digestive tract with separate hearts and stomachs. The 9th and 10th children of Wesley and Lynn began performing at age 3 in fairs and circuses across North and South America to support the family at the time. After decades on the road, they retired in 1991 and settled in Baby Creek. Their earnings bought them a home, and in later years their brother Jin provided intensive care. In 2014, they surpassed Sean and Ann Bunker to hold the Guinness World Record at age 63. With contrasting personalities, the outgoing Ronnie and the reserved Donnie enjoyed wrestling, baseball, and pranks, and dismissed separation as tantamount to murder. They died on July 4, 2020, at age 68 of heart failure. Their legacy continues in documentaries as a symbol of human sisterhood and resilience.
Yeah, but I went to Arizona, Washington, Arkansas, Boston, Oregon. There's no work anywhere. Jeez, dude. Yeah, it's sad.
Number 5.
They might not think so, though.
Born into the harsh realities of slavery, Millie and Christine McKay rose from exploitation to become celebrated entertainers. Born on July 11, 1851, in Whiteville, North Carolina, they were known as the Carolina Twins, the two-headed queen. The twins were joined at the base of their spine and shared a pelvis that stood at right angles with their upper bodies, arms, and legs spread apart. Their mother had already borne 7 non-conjoined children, but the twins' rarity drew immediate crowds. At 10 months old, McKay sold them for $1,000 to a showman, setting off a chain of managers and tours. In 1857, they were rescued by entrepreneur Joseph Smith, who brought them in as a family. They were educated in 5 languages, taught music and dance, and toured the United States, Canada, and Europe. Billed as prodigies,
Me and my
they
friend
sang duets.
built a deck at the house in Hollywood. It was right across the street from where they shot American Horror Story. That's cool.
Millie as contralto and Christine as soprano, reciting poetry and holding lively conversations, earning fortunes despite the dehumanizing practices of freak shows of the time, including those of P.Y. Barnum. After emancipation in 1865, they became legally free. They bought the plantation where they were born, built a 10-room house, and amassed wealth through shrewd investments. They retired in the 1890s and lived comfortably until tuberculosis struck. Millie died on October 8, 1912, and Christine followed 12 hours later at age 61. Number 4. From rural Egypt to independence, the separation of Ahmed and Muhammad Ibrahim stands as a medical marvel of courage and collaboration. Born on June 2, 2001, in Peoria, the siblings were joined crown to crown with shared blood vessels and faced with what happened between them. Their parents, Ibrahim, Muhammad, Ibrahim and Bodinia, were told that separation was impossible and that their children would live with short-term developmental delays. In 2002,
see, a lot of times doctors say that because they're freaking psychopaths and they just want to be the ones to end the life. They're like, no way, they can't be separated and they're going to live a short, horrible life, so we might as well just get rid of them now.
Surgeon Kenneth Slyer flew the 12-month-old boys to Dallas for evaluation with parental consent, despite a 90% risk. After stage planning like 3D side-by-side, a marathon 34-hour operation in October 2003 led by 50 specialists achieved the separation. After surgery, they underwent intensive therapy for mobility and speech. Ahead walked with a frame while Muhammad danced and did somersaults. Back in Egypt, they entered third grade at age 8
The movie
and
people
mixed
paid the
English and
homeowner
Arabic as Ham
$5,000
dreamed.
a day just to string electrical wires on his driveway. All right, yeah, give me that. Yeah, get it. They don't want to damage their reputations. No, yeah, absolutely not. Can't do that.
Of becoming a pilot and ahador. Now 24, they are doing well, although Ham lags behind a bit. Their story has been featured in outlets such as Oprah and Al Jazeera and continues to inspire.
Jeez. Yeah.
Number 3.
Right. No, brother. Yep. This is why, like, a lot of people will say weird things like why are you watching issues, poverty, blah, blah, blah. No. Learn everything. Well, look at everything. Understand how blessed you are and get to the point where you can bless other people and understand where there is people are like, why you watch this? All right, well, I watch it because I want to learn everything. The original Siamese twin Chang and Ying were married 2 women in 1843 and had 21 children. What's up, who's a fail? B to B. So if one has a girlfriend, how do they?
Jenga and Hamuna Mondal, known as the Spider Girls, have woven a life of shared adventure and unconventional romance. Born around 1970 in Bashirhad, West Bengal, to a poor Bengali family, the twin sisters are joined at the pelvis and share one pair of legs. They have 2 heads, 4 arms and separate hearts, lungs, kidneys and livers, and move nimbly on their hands and feet like spiders. At age 5, they were given the names Hengjas and Jamuna after sacred rivers. At age 13, they joined the traveling Dreamland Circus. There they perform contortion, dance, and other spectacles, earning a modest income, though suitors often reject them because of their appearance.
Their suitors often reject
Their personalities differ. Yenga is outgoing and decisive, Amuna kind and thoughtful. They coordinate seamlessly in household chores, meals, and performances, viewing their bond as a strength, not a curse. In 2014, at age 45, love blossomed with teacher Yasmedinam, 30, who courted them respectfully. Marriage plans stalled due to social taboos. Now in their mid-50s, they still tour and inspire documentaries and stories, sometimes seen as divine incarnations.
I could not believe how many people, how many high-paid people were involved just to get 20 seconds of television time. Brother, I've seen millions and millions spent for very small clips, very small, absolutely, it's insane. And you see people here nowadays doing similar stuff with a cell phone or filming entire movies with cell phones and whatnot, and just like, why are they doing this? Why are they spending so much money getting things and doing things that are not needed? It's not for the art because your movie sucks. So why are they doing that? Well, we'll talk about it one day.
Number 2. Manar Mahay's brief life with her parasitic twin Islam rocked the world. Manar was born on March 30th, 2004.
I remember seeing some Siamese twins before, and one married a country singer.
A parasitic twin with Cranopagus, an extremely rare condition. The underdeveloped, disembodied Islam protruded from her head, sharing a vital carotid artery but lacking brain tissue. An incidence of approximately 1 in 10 million births. Islam could blink, smile, and suck, but he was completely dependent on Manar, severely straining her heart and causing her to have 6 bouts of heart failure in infancy. Egypt's religious leaders debated Islam's soul and issued a fatwa allowing for expulsion if a child could survive. At 10 months old, on February 19, 2005, surgeons performed a 13-hour operation to remove the parasitic twin, who died on the operating table. Tragically, Manar died on March 25, 2006, shortly before her 2nd birthday, from a severe brain infection, meningitis. Number 1.
They need some... No, we're gonna say it.
Brittany and Hensel embody an extraordinary normalcy that thrives against all odds. Born on March 7, 1990, in New HP, Minnesota, to nurse Patty and carpenter Mike Hensel, when only 1 child was expected, the sisters share a torso, pelvis, and lower legs, but have 2 heads, 2 brains, 2 hearts, 2 sets of lungs, 2 stomachs, and 2 spines. Initially with 3 arms,
Dude.
one of which was later removed, they defied predictions by crawling, walking, and developing perfect coordination from an early age. Their parents opposed the separation due to the high risk and the girls' lack of quality of life. At age 12, they underwent scoliosis surgery at Gillette Children's Hospital, expanding their chests to improve breathing. Since appearing on Oprah. In 2012, TLC's Abai Brittany has continued her teacher training at Bethel University and travels throughout Europe. Now 35, they teach math and physical education to 5th graders in Eden Hills, Minnesota, and drive adaptive vans. Brittany operates the pedals while Abai drives. Abai married nurse and former Dr. Josh Bowling in 2021, which was made public in 2024, while the sisters continue to teach in Minnesota. Do you know any conjoined twins or would like to be one? Let me know in the comments. If you enjoyed the video, give it...
That's a crazy, boy. Crazy. Man. James, stop laughing. All right, let's see. Yeah, now, I don't know, maybe I heard it wrong, but I thought they said that one of the girls married somebody and the other one didn't. Did I get that wrong? Did I get that wrong? Hold on, let me see something. Let me find their name. Okay, let me see. Famous conjoined twin teachers. Okay, here you go. All right, let's see if they're married. Shut up. Okay, so they both still have their same last name. Yeah, that's what they were talking about earlier. God sense of humor. That's what it was, Ozzy? Yeah, it's definitely freaky. Okay, so let's see. All right, born, okay, Hensel, so same name, 36, New Germany. All right, let's get out of here. Okay, let's see. Organ distribution, adulthood, media appearances, filmography. Media appearances, okay. 2 are teachers to continue to teach. Yep, Abby married John Bowling, a nurse and Army veteran, as a daughter from a previous marriage. Abby, so one of them are married and the other one isn't, but they're connected to each other. Like, don't look at his dingling. That's my husband. All right. And once I'm talking about as a country singer. Oh, I remember them. Yeah. When you hit it, it's 2 for 1. Double your body count. Attached to the mouth with bulimia. Oh, that's satanic stuff there. All right, let's see. All right, so hold on. The 2 become teachers. Okay. 2021, Abby married. Yeah. Abby and Brittany. Okay, so Brittany's not married. Okay, so this... Brittany Hensel. Okay. Brittany Hensel is not married. However, her conjoined twin sister is married. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. It says, sorry. All right, there you go. Push mode and weed in my grandpa's whole backyard tonight. Came home, took a shower. Good, you stink. What's up, TW? Wow. So what do you do? What do you do if Brittany wants to get married? Does the other guy get jealous when it's time for? Oh, jeez, Richard, stop thinking this way. What's wrong with you? I blame freaking wackadoodle. All right, let's see. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see. All right, what's next, ladies and gentlemen? No showers license. The grossest TikTok creators in history. Vance, Trump, something, Egypt. Street food in Uganda. There's something brewing. People And this tribe violate the laws of physics. Experiments shut down science. 24 hours in Nigeria. All right, let's check it out.
So I just asked if I could use the bathroom, and this nice man is going to take me to there. He said, just do it here.
Where did you get puppy to date a catastrophe like that to begin with, bro? No, I agree. Listen, I think often people do that for the attention. Like the dude's an army veteran and a nurse, and what's the quickest way to get famous so everybody knows who you are? You can't go viral on the internet without doing something spectacular, but you married this, so now you're going to be in everything they're filmed in. He's going to have something to do with. So he kind of just like bought his way onto the attention train. Ken Warby. Australia, Ken Warby. Australian motorboat racer is death. Who, at his death, held the water speed record of 275 knots. Jeez, Spirit of Australia.
For an incredible 45 years, the title of the fastest boat in the world has belonged.
Let's go here real quick, sorry.
For an incredible 45 years, the title of the fastest boat in the world has belonged to a legendary vessel known as the Spirit of Australia. Constructed by Ken Warby in his very own garage, this wooden speedboat achieved an astounding speed of 318 miles per hour, or 276 knots in 1978. Powered by Westinghouse J-34 jet engines commonly used in aircraft and fighter jets, the Spirit of Australia remains unrivaled in its remarkable achievement. Today, this historic boat is proudly exhibited at the Australian National Maritime Museum, serving as a testament to the ingenuity and tenacity of its creator.
Guaranteed.
Despite numerous attempts, no one has yet managed to surpass Warby's world water speed record for an incredible
Jeez. The water speed record.
Get a lion's head from. Is that legal? What kind of meat is this?
Was that the other one I was watching? Hold on real quick. Sorry. I want to make sure this isn't the same channel I was just watching and I got the issue on. Daily homeless boundless boundaries. Daily homeless news. What? I don't remember watching that either. Oh, it was Indigo Traveler. All right, no, I can't watch that. That's right. Okay. All right. No. Dang it.
So I just asked if I could use the bathroom, and this nice man is going to take me to there. He said, just do it here. Where did...
Jeez. Just do it here. Let's see. All right. Insane pain. Cheap clothing. There's those twins. Oh, most terrifying animal attacks. Infibulation. Oh, man. 8 limbs. Most painful medical procedures.
From having a giant needle plunged into your spine to getting your skin ripped off over and over again, these are the 15 most painful medical procedures someone can possibly go through. The crazy thing is, some of them are not all that uncommon. Number 15. The first procedure on our list is a type of elective surgery. This means people choose to go through the pain of having it done. Liposuction involves removing fat from the body. This may be done for a couple of reasons. Some people want to change the way they look and feel, so they decide that certain areas of their bodies need...
She's going in to get the liposuction, and she's just a freaking fat mess. Her hair's all... And then as soon as they take out a little bit between her thighs here, she's going to be like perfect hair.
...to be reshaped. Many people who decide to get liposuction have the fat removed from under the arms or around the thighs. Regardless of where the procedure is occurring, the fat needs to get sucked from the body, and this is going to hurt a lot. The procedure itself starts with a needle being inserted into the area where the liposuction will take place. The problem with this is that people who get lipo often want to remove fat from sensitive areas of the body. This means before the actual procedure even begins, the patient will be in discomfort. The first step of the procedure is that a needle filled with saline solution to help fluids...
Listen, I thought so too.
Fat solidify in the region is stuck into the body. After this happens, the doctor squeezes a tube under the skin and literally sucks out the fat. Depending on the location and amount of fat that needs to be removed, the whole process can take several hours. Most liposuction patients are given local anesthesia, meaning they will remain awake for the entire procedure. But if the tube is not in the right position or the doctor is sloppy, the pain can be excruciating as tissues connected to the fat are also sucked out. Even if all goes well, after the procedure is complete, the area of your body that was operated on will bruise and be tender from the violence of having your insides hoovered out. So the pain will continue for several more days. If blood or needles makes you squeamish, this next procedure will probably freak you out. Number 14. Arterial blood gas tests require a medical professional to extract blood from an artery using a syringe. The main difference between this procedure and what happens when you donate blood is the location where the fluid needs to come from. Normally, blood is taken from your veins, but since this test is often used to measure the amount of oxygen in your blood, the needle needs to be stuck into an artery. The most common location for blood to be taken during arterial blood gas tests is from the wrist, but sometimes it needs to be extracted from an artery near the groin or the inside of the arm. Since arteries tend to be slightly further under the skin, the needle needs to puncture deeper in
the artery goes away from the lungs and the veins go back. So they want to see if they get it from the vein, then it's the body's already taken all the gases out of it and already done gas exchange and everything. So you want to see after somebody goes like what's actually in. So you want to test the artery away, right? Isn't that right? Artery goes away and veins go back too, if I remember correctly.
Into the body than typical blood draw. The deeper the needle goes, the more painful the experience. The other part of an arterial blood gas test that makes it so uncomfortable is that the amount of blood needed to make an accurate assessment means the procedure can take a while. So if you think a normal blood draw is painful, imagine having to sit through several minutes of a large bore needle buried 2 inches into your groin. Like needles, how about needles and drills in your mouth? Number 13. Having dental work done is rarely pleasant, but there's one oral procedure that hurts more than all the rest. Dental implants
will shoot up into the needle. The artery is highly pressurized compared to veins. The artery brings oxygen into blood.
That are given to patients who need a part or entire tooth replaced. In order for the fake tooth to function properly and stay in position, the doctor needs to drill deep into the gums, similar to a root canal. Then, metal rods are screwed into the tissue and jawbone to keep the fake tooth in place. Unfortunately, this isn't the only painful part of the procedure. Oftentimes, a damaged tooth or root system needs to be removed first, which can be excruciating once the Novocaine wears off. Next, the jawbone may need to be grafted to ensure the implant remains secured and resistant to other complications. During each dental implant operation, a needle will puncture the mouth to deliver an anesthetic, but before the drug kicks in, the patient will definitely feel a sharp prick. After that, the actual procedure can begin. These steps typically happen over the course of several visits, which means after each one, the mouth will...
Look how evil her eyes look. Look at the dentist or dental assistant. Look at her eyes. Watch.
These steps typically...
Look at these evil eyes. Hold on. Look at those evil eyes. Look at those eyes.
happen over the course of several visits, which means after each one, the mouth will ache. When the implant is secured and the anesthetic wears off, there's often a painful throbbing in the patient's gums and jaw. This is especially true when they need to eat. And although the patient can probably sustain themselves on a liquid or smoothie diet for a while, eventually they will need to go back to eating solid food. As the bone regrows around the implant and the nerves are repaired in the area, every bite after getting dental implants will be painful until the mouth is fully healed. The healing time can vary, but tends to take a week or two to recover completely. Our next spot involves extreme cutting and tearing in the most sensitive part of the body. Number 12. You probably have never heard of a myomectomy, but it can be an incredibly painful procedure that women sometimes need to have done. This surgery takes place in the uterus when fibroids need to be removed. Fibroids are non-cancerous growths that can cause discomfort and bleeding in the uterus. The specific methods of the operation to remove these growths vary, but since access to the uterus is required, the doctor needs to get inside of the sex organ. Normally, this is done by cutting into the abdomen. Once inside the reproductive system, the doctor will need to cut up the fibroids and remove them from the body. It should come as no surprise that cutting up growths within the uterus can be painful. But even worse is that oftentimes there are multiple fibroids that need to be removed. This means that each one needs to be sliced up and extracted. The patient can be put under general anesthesia or given local anesthesia depending on the number of fibroids, how big they are, and where they're located. However, the real pain begins when the anesthetic wears off. It is at this point that the patient will feel each cut and tear made into her reproductive system. As the body heals, there will likely be bleeding and some cramping in the region, along with constant pain. From start to finish, a myomectomy is a very painful procedure. Next, imagine having an entire bone cut out of your body. Number 11. Having a hip replaced is normally a procedure reserved for someone who is in excruciating pain due to arthritis or degeneration of the hip bone. This means having a hip replaced should alleviate pain. But unfortunately, the surgery itself can oftentimes increase the pain exponentially until the hip is fully healed. Open hip surgery can take up to 3 hours to complete. The hip is not a small bone, which means the incision to gain access and replace it is larger than in most surgeries. After the skin and muscle is cut away from the hip, the bone itself needs to be removed. All of the damaged bone must be replaced by artificial materials. Depending on how much damage and degradation there is to the hip, a significant amount of bone might need to be removed. The pain associated with having parts of a bone cut off and then a prosthetic reattached can be extreme. The doctor may also need to smooth out the socket where the hip rests so it can rotate freely. This is done by the doctor taking what looks like an electric sander to the patient's bone and buffing it out. Again, this would not feel very good. Thankfully, the patient is asleep for the whole procedure. However, the recovery time for hip replacement surgery is long.
One day, my friend's dad got up and was like, I gotta run some errands. A few hours later, he came back after undergoing liposuction. His wife was like, you never get to say errands for anything again. Jeez. Imagine, I know it's rare, but it happens. Imagine if he would have died on the operating table. Like, where is he at?
It can take somewhere between 6 and 12 months for the patient to fully recover, and during this time, their replacement hip will ache and feel strain. Although the prosthetic is not technically part of the body, nerves, tissue, and muscle will regrow around it. As this happens, the body is literally rebuilding the connections severed and the damage done during the surgery. After months of physical therapy, the pain will lessen, but for those first several months as the body heals and gets used to the prosthetic hip, the patient will be in a lot of pain. Our next procedure is embarrassing, but also excruciating. Number 10, hemorrhoids can definitely be painful, but the surgery to remove them can be even worse. This type of procedure is called a hemorrhoidectomy. It is done to remove infected tissue in the anal canal. This is much different from being probed or getting a colonoscopy. The doctor literally has to tear away tissue in the rectum to stop excessive bleeding. Hemorrhoids themselves are swollen veins similar to varicose veins, but located in the anus. This is where the whole procedure will take place, which means that it's not only painful but can be extremely uncomfortable. Unfortunately, in some situations, the hemorrhoids need to be stapled to block the blood flow in the region. This means that the veins in a patient's rectum might not only be sliced apart, but staples might need to be inserted into anal tissue. And for anyone who's ever accidentally stapled their finger, imagine that feeling happening to your anus. Next, we're going to be ripping flesh off from one part of the body and reattaching it elsewhere. Number 9. A skin graft is a procedure where a piece of skin from one area of the body is cut off and transplanted onto another.
I had an ex-girlfriend. She's married now and whatnot, and anyway, doesn't matter. Anyway, but she had breast cancer, or possibility. Well, anyway, so they had to do a skin graft. So she was skinny girl, so she didn't have enough skin to remove from anywhere to move to like recreate her breast. So they put a skin stretcher like in her back, and basically it's like these two things that fold out, like so it goes in and then it slowly folds out, and like they can click it, so then it stretches your skin over the course of a few months to like what would happen if you got fat. It would stretch your skin out, so then they could take that skin, remove the skin expander, and then use that to create. First word I hear when I return is hemorrhoids. Awesome sauce. The skin graft thing is how female to male trans. Yeah. They usually take it off the arm.
Part of the body. This is sometimes done with burn victims or after a major surgery that has damaged a lot of skin tissue. However, the procedure itself is not the only painful part of the skin graft. Maintaining the cleanliness of where the new skin is attached can be easier said than done. Bandages need to be constantly replaced, and if not done properly, there can be some nasty side effects. Since the patient is under general anesthesia and asleep when the actual procedure is happening, the pain doesn't occur until after they wake up. It is then that there will be two major areas of the body that will hurt. The first will be where the skin skin was removed from, and the second is the location where it's been stitched back on. However, it's the recovery process that really begins to take its toll on the pain receptors of the body. There's a chance the graft won't take, and the body will attack or destroy the skin that was surgically implanted. In this case, there would be pain from the immune system trying to destroy the skin. Skin grafts can also become infected, meaning that the transplant might inflame, and the area could feel as if it were slowly burning. One of the most painful parts of a skin graft is when the bandages covering the operation site need to be cleaned or replaced. As the bandage is removed,
evil eyes again. Look at those evil ass eyes right there, dude.
There might be dried blood or pus that's connected it to the skin graft. If the bandage needs to be ripped off,
brother, you ever listen to Buck Angel? You ever watch Buck Angel on YouTube, dude? It's like, dude, people have like had their dinglings turned into vaginas, and then they had to take skin off of like another part of the body to put it inside of the body for there to be a canal. But like doctors are so sketchy that they put the skin in the wrong way, so like hair is growing into the abdominal cavity rather than because there's hair on your skin. So if you remove this part of your skin or your belly skin or whatever to make it wet, that you're supposed to destroy the hair follicles like with laser or whatnot, but you're not going to get all of them. So the hair might still grow, and it's supposed to grow into the canal, not into the body. And so they mess stuff up like that, all kinds of infections, and then people have to get it closed up and yada, yada, yada. And then you just did all that, cut your ding-a-ling off, did all this stuff, and then it rejects, and then now you can look at it, but you can't do anything with it. Yeah, Buck Angel is a transsexual that transitioned in like the 80s and is like anti-woke, like trying to teach people, hey, you're doing this the wrong way. You shouldn't be talking to kids about this stuff and stuff. So he talks to like detransitioners and whatnot. I don't need to eat dinner anyway, right? The tornado's over with. Bax, brother, sounds incredibly wrecked. I've heard all kinds of side effects with a hair follicle. Yeah, brother. Yeah.
some of the skin could go with it, causing pain to shoot through the area. Then the cleaning agent to prevent the infection will get under the skin and activate the pain receptors, which just adds insult to injury.
Let's take a look. Yeah, here's where I'm at now. It's 11:30, 11:40. Yeah, so I'm right here in this light blue area. So it looks like it's going to clear through. Yeah, it's not raining outside right now. But it's I just got an alert that said a couple minutes ago that said it might rain throughout the night. So I'm sure this stuff here will probably head over in a little bit.
The worst part of the skin graft is that if the body rejects it or it does not heal properly, the patient may need to go through the procedure all over again. The next procedure is something most of you will have to endure sooner or later. Number 8, a lumbar puncture, also known as a spinal tap, can be a painful procedure. It consists of a doctor sticking a very large needle between the 3rd and 4th lumbar vertebrae in the back. The thought of a sharp needle being stuck through your skin and into your spinal cord is definitely a nerve-wracking one. The doctor then uses the syringe to suck cerebral spinal fluid from the subarachnoid space in the spine. The needle is not supposed to come into contact with any nerves or the spinal column itself. But accidents happen, and if the needle manages to tear through any bone or tissue, the pain will be excruciating. Regardless, even if the procedure goes 100% according to plan, the doctor will need...
Awesome. I have to dig out a trench for a drain line tomorrow. Glad to know it's going to be a muddy damn mess. Yep.
Take somewhere between 5
We got a lot of rain today.
And 20 milliliters of cerebrospinal fluid from the body. This means that the needle will be in the patient's back for a decent amount of time. And remember, this isn't just a pinprick. The needle has to be long enough to penetrate the skin, muscle, and slip its way into the spinal column. Most of the...
Let's see where you're at. North Kakalaka. There you go. Yeah, you're getting nailed. You're getting nailed. All this is heading over into you, brother. Here's North Kakalaka right here. So you got a bunch coming out. Yeah, it looks like you got a whole bunch coming your way. I'm the weatherman. You got to understand.
With a skilled physician, the patient will only feel a slight pressure in the lower back during a spinal tap. However, many patients also report feeling a searing pain, like a gigantic bee sting shooting up their spine. When this intense pain occurs, the first reaction of the body is
heavy-ass mucky muck
to move and get away from whatever's hurting it. But this can cause even more pain during the procedure. If the patient moves unexpectedly, it could cause the needle to go into the nerves or scrape against the bones in the spinal column. In this scenario, there would be no escaping the pain. It would be intense and unrelenting. Nothing quite beats the pain of having organs ripped out of your body, though. Number 7. Gallbladder removal, or cholecystectomy, is when the organ responsible for collecting and storing bile is removed from the body. When the gallbladder is not working properly, it can cause a lot of problems and pain. Patients have reported feeling intense discomfort immediately upon waking up from the surgery. Considering they were just hacked into and had an organ carefully cut free of its blood vessels and other connective tissue, extreme pain isn't unsurprising. In open cholecystectomy, the surgeon creates several incisions, the largest of which is about 6 inches long. The procedure is done if someone needs to have gallstones removed from the gallbladder or to
my
alleviate.
neighbor got hers. Well, she's not my neighbor anymore, but my neighbor had hers removed, and she only had like a keyhole done. They like went in and like collapsed it and pulled it out through a little hole.
Other problems that might be causing intense discomfort. In order for the gallbladder to be removed, it must first be separated from the liver and the small intestine. Although someone can live without a gallbladder, having it removed hurts a lot. The recovery time from the operation can last from just over a week to several weeks. After the body begins to heal, the pain subsides for many people. But just after the surgery, patients find that a lot of painkillers are needed to get through the first few days of recovery. Our next procedure involved stretching the most sensitive of body parts to extraordinary proportions. Number 6. Although not technically a surgery, the next procedure is probably the most common painful experience women go through in hospitals. There is no event in life that can cause as much joy and pain as childbirth. If the baby is born vaginally, the mother is in for a lot of suffering. However, in emergency situations, the baby may be extracted via a C-section. This is typically less painful, but the hours of labor beforehand will be filled with discomfort regardless of what type of birth the mother goes through. For women who give birth vaginally, it's like pushing a long watermelon out of their reproductive tract. Just to be clear, the birth canal is not the size of a watermelon, which means as the baby is pushed out of the body, it is forcing the opening to become larger and larger. Pushing anything out of your body that isn't urine or fecal matter is going to be painful. This is why any other type of pain can rarely come close to the pain felt during childbirth. But that's not the most painful thing a woman can experience with her reproductive organs. Number 5. An abdominal hysterectomy is a procedure used to literally scoop out part of the female's reproductive system. That's right, this surgery takes the entire uterus out of the patient's body. It's probably pretty obvious that having an entire organ removed would be painful, and if that organ is part of the reproductive system, it comes with an increased amount of pain. In order to remove the uterus, the doctor needs to cut open the abdomen and separate the organ from the rest of the reproductive system. Unfortunately, the uterus is connected to a lot of different structures, including ovaries, fallopian tubes, and the upper vagina. The blood vessels, ligaments, and connective tissue that support the organ also need to be severed in order to remove it. After all the cuts and punctures to the reproductive system, the uterus can finally be extracted and the patient can be stitched up. Even after the surgery, there will be bleeding from the vagina, and the pain of having the organ removed will be intense. The recovery time varies, but can take several weeks, all of which will be agonizing. The next spot on the list involves removing even larger amounts of organ from the body. Number 4. Similar to a hysterectomy, a proctocolectomy removes organs from the body. In this procedure, part of the large intestine, rectum, and anal canal.
That's where the word hysterical comes from. That's right. That's right.
Are taken out of the patient.
A floating uterus is what they used to think, that the uterus was floating around. Yeah, boy.
The surgery might be done to combat ulcerative colitis, bowel cancer, and some forms of Crohn's disease. In order to reach the organs that need to be removed, the doctor needs to cut open the patient's abdomen and separate the structures using surgical tools. Depending on the needs of the patient, the entire colon must be cut out. After the necessary parts are removed, the surgeon will reattach what remains. This means that after a proctocolectomy, things can get very messy. Patients need to be monitored to ensure they can have healthy bowel movements. At first, their stool will most likely be filled with blood, and every poop will be painful. Therefore, patients who go through the procedure don't eat solid food until the excretory system has had time to heal. Even still, going to the bathroom after a proctocolectomy can be just as painful as the surgery itself until the body fully heals. Now we're up in the top 3 most painful medical procedures, and this next procedure will make just standing up excruciating. Number 3. open reduction internal fixation of the calcaneus is the fancy medical way to say surgery of the heel bone. Regardless of what you call it, this procedure may be one of the most painful experiences of someone's life. We don't necessarily associate the heel with being a very sensitive part of the body, but for anyone who's ever had a bad fall and shattered their heel, they know nothing could be further from the truth. The heel supports a lot of body weight, which means that it needs to be strong. However, it also
missiles. I won't tell the story, but anyway, he broke it. His iliac crest, which is in the heel. He had to get a bone cut out of his hip and fashioned into this iliac crest to go into his heel.
Also means that if it's damaged, a lot of pressure is put on the injured part of the body. And since the bone is meant to be sturdy, repairing a damaged heel comes with a lot of pain.
Crest is
First,
in
the
hip,
doctor
and he got that. Hold on, iliac crest. Iliac crest. Not Jack. Or iliac crest. Yeah, the iliac crest is in the in the pelvis, and he had to get a hunk cut out of that to make fix his foot. Hey, I just went roller coaster. My keys fell in the water, and they found it. Thank God, it still worked. Good, brother. Good to hear. Good to hear.
Needs to cut through the skin, muscles, and tendons to access the heel bone. This means there's a chance that the nerves in the foot during surgery will be damaged. This will cause immense pain when the patient wakes up. Once the surgeon has a clear path to the bone and sees how bad the fracture is, decisions need to be made. In some cases, the only way to repair the heel is to put metal screws and plates in the foot. Imagine someone twisting a screw through your bone to secure a metal plate between broken pieces of it. This would be agonizing.
Twisting a screw through your bone is different than twisting your bone through your screw.
But the worst part isn't over yet. Once the screws and plate have
12 p.m. It's midnight.
Been put in place, the ligaments need to be reattached and the whole foot needs to be sewn up. Upon waking from an open surgery on the heel, patients have reported experiencing the worst pain of their life. And this is all before they start putting weight on it again. After the surgery, the patient will need to go through months of physical therapy where they will be applying pressure to the reconstructed heel. Hopefully, there will be no infections after the surgery, as this would cause the patient even more pain. Also, there is a slight chance that the screws and metal plates don't set right, meaning the doctor would need to cut open the foot and reset everything. This would result in the patient having to go through the...
I've been going to like 2 o'clock in the morning. What up, Black Hawk? I've been going late these past couple of days. Yep, time zones are wild. Know what? Oh, my bedtime he's talking about. It's military time, yeah. 2300's 11 p.m. It's 0-100 hours now. Midnight is 0-100. There is no 24, even though they call it 12-hour and 24-hour time, but there is no 24. It goes from 59:59 to 00.
The open reduction internal fixation of the calcaneus surgery for a second time. We mentioned the spinal tap earlier in the list, but there is a procedure that's even more painful than having a needle shoved between your vertebrae. Number 2. There's few things less painful than having your spine fused together. People who have had degenerative diseases that affect the spine often need to have surgery to address the issue. A spinal fusion procedure is used to connect 2 or more vertebrae together.
Make sure you're taking vitamin D3 and vitamin K. Oh, I don't. They do call it 0. Why don't they call it 0? Because it's not. It's not 0 to 12. They call it 12 midnight and 12 noon. So it's on 2 12-hour chunks. 12 for eternity. And there is no 0 hour. In 24-hour time, they should call that 0 hour, but 0 doesn't mean anything, I guess.
To keep them in place, this procedure could require a bone graft, which in and of itself is notorious for being painful.
There's no 24.
The physician will take a piece of bone, normally from the hip.
There's no 24, so it would be 0 to 23, 59, 59.
Hip, leg, or rib, and attach it to one of the vertebrae. The doctor might also realign and connect the spine using metal rods and screws. If this is the case, the pain can be excruciating due to the number of nerves running through this area of the body. The connection of the vertebrae needs to be precise, leaving very little room for error. This means the procedure is slow and meticulous, which is also how recovery will go. Unfortunately, the entire recovery process will not only be long, but agonizing as well. At our number one spot.
That's right. Because right after 23:59 is 0. New military time. It's what time? Oh, that's 12-hour time. No, I'm 0 to 23:59.
have a procedure that's not only excruciating, but will probably lead to
because we're not in the military, so we can't call it military time. It's 0 to 23:59
more
time.
painful procedures in the future. Number 1. The most painful medical procedure might be a bone marrow biopsy. The basic premise of this procedure is to extract marrow, which is the
open
tissue.
heart surgery. Damn, dude. He's got to take some vitamin K too.
Inside of bones. What makes this procedure so painful is that the only way to extract the bone marrow is to pierce through the skin, muscle, and all the way through a bone. Bone marrow biopsies may be done to make sure the body is producing the right amount of blood, or to diagnose certain types of cancer such as lymphoma and leukemia. Normally, the doctor will give a patient a local anesthetic, which means they'll be awake for the procedure. But even with the pain-dulling drug, the bone biopsy can be torture. The doctor will insert a hollow needle into the patient's body and into their bone. This will send massive amounts of pain signals to the brain. It's the combination of a needle penetrating deep into the body and the destruction of part of a bone that makes the biopsy so painful. Normally, the needle is stuck into the hip bone, so following the procedure, there can also be lingering soreness in the region. Now watch the worst pain ever. These injuries will make you cry like a baby. Or check out most painful parasites that infect humans.
Jeez, I'm doing bad. My upload sucks, and I gotta call the provider. Did you reboot your router? I'm sure you might have, but sometimes did you reboot your modem and your router? Sometimes the cache in the on your phone. I thought you meant your internet. Gotcha. Yeah, they're wackadoodle. No, yeah, they're doing bone biopsy, local anesthesia. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah. That sucks. And it's the same for phone and the home. That's weird. Huh. I kind of puts into perspective just getting a shot in the bone. Right. I'm going to give you a shot in the bone. Excuse me. I don't even know your last name. Jeez. Fatal mistakes. All right. We'll do one more. Somebody pick one. Ape science. Jeez. What is that? Remote? No, that's gotta be fake. Expiration dates. Are you on the Discord? Governatory. It's the same provider, same contract. 2 contracts the same. Ape. 5 hour. No, we watched a 5-hour video. We'll go to maybe 2 more. We'll go 2 more hours. Maybe. We'll see. I snuck into a big forbidden canyon. What I found changed everything. Mr. Mountain Beast. Let's see. Youngest mother in the world. Jeez. Man with half a body. High Risk Chris. In Delhi, India, the dirtiest, smelliest place on earth. Jeez, that's an hour and a half, though. That Bigfoot Canyon. Bigfoot Canyon. Did I miss it? Big Forbidden Canyon. All right. Shocking
I
discoveries.
just snuck into a canyon to show you footage never before seen on YouTube, Discovery Channel, National Geographic.
Yeah, you should join the Discord,
government,
all right?
Time you've ever
should be linked in the chat.
Footage. I hope you guys enjoy. Guys, I'm not even kidding now. I've explored more than 600 of these stone buildings now, and I've climbed to the top.
Well, we got pretty good conversations and documentation of it.
And looked over as far as the eye can see. And every canyon is carved out. I've seen enough stone carved out that you could build over 20 Great Pyramids.
Make sure to hit like and subscribe. What up, Robert, brother? Dun, 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 dun.
This is the most mind-blowing ancient place I've ever been to.
You are my shining light.
On this adventure, I'm taking you deep into a slotted canyon.
Dun, dun, dun.
I follow ancient steps that go into the canyon. They're carved into rock, and I stumble upon something No one's ever seen this before, besides probably locals. Look at this.
Damn.
All carved in.
That's crazy.
It's his skinny. I had to free solo down.
Yeah, I don't
this
think I'm gonna be able to
canyon.
watch this. It's freaking.
And then I made it to here.
It's too whispery. Yeah,
And
let's
then
find
there's
something different.
carvings
Let's find something different.
everywhere.
We'll get into canyon diving some other time. A deadly virus. Put Peter. Before I die, please listen. Fatal deal. I put Takis under a microscope. What I found. Infested, probably got freaking parasites. You don't want to disturb the resting spirits. No, you don't. First human head transplant. That's so crazy. We want to watch that? The first human head transplant? 72 hours, burning tires, guy who mummified himself alive. The U.S. wants him dead. I could get back on there and assist with those speed issue software engineer. Give it a whirl. Help the man out. Real tornadoes caught on camera. Oh. Why U.S. aircraft carriers are insane. Real dragons caught on camera. Secret weapon. Israel's conquest. Number one evidence for Israel's conquest of the Promised Land, other than the Bible. I'm not gonna watch Gutfeld right now. Want something funny? I guess Gutfeld's sometimes funny, but horrifying reality. Uh-oh. Memory loss every 7 seconds. Devil's Door, Delirium. At least see if it's going to be fun. Somebody's just trash. Yeah. We'll see. All right, we'll see what. Where did it go? All right, let's see. Did you know they put a dog's head on a perfectly good, healthy dog, making two dogs together with interest, but they could eat and drink without a stomach? Jeez. Yeah, we're not going to get into politics right now. No. Well, we're not going to get into politics right now. All right, let's see. The untold story, the scramble. All right, we're going to listen to the untold story of the scramble.
Some African tribes.
You get kicked off DMCA if watch government. I don't know. I just don't want to get into politics right now. I don't know if I would or wouldn't, but it's sometimes the only issue that I have with things like that are clipped from the news is if they want to get as many views as they can on the first day, because that was just released a few hours ago. They want to get the number of views that they can get in the first 24 hours. So. Wasn't Space Cowboy? Yeah, it was in here earlier. Yeah, he changed his name to Tornado Wrangler.
We're
I'll be right back.
With a scramble for Africa. They allied with the Europeans as a lesser evil in order to defeat regional rivals, secure modern weapons, or protect their own power and people. Examples of a few: Buganda tribe of Uganda, the Lozi tribe of Zambia, the Maasai tribes of Kenya and Tanzania.
Hello, welcome to ZPR, ZANU Project Rethink, and I'm Frank ZANU. I'm in the studio because a couple of months back, for some reason, there was a lot of discussion about Africa and its past and present and its future. So many of the comments that were left, in fact, I received like 3 or 4 fan letters, people asking me to talk and share my views about the scramble for Africa, the Berlin Conference of 1884. There are many misconceptions about that conference. Till today, young people are 16, 18, they hear a version of it and they conclude in their minds what really took place in 1884. When you hear the story, just on the surface, and you are from Africa, you will not be happy. Your first conclusion is that a bunch of European heads of states or presidents and kings came together, and that was where they planned how they were going to go to Africa and divide the place among themselves, just like some bank robbers used to do. After you successfully walk away with the loot, now you have to find a place you can hide and count the money and decide who gets what. And so I had not wanted at all to do it, but with this, the request coming in, I thought, yes, once I find an angle that will make it, for me, a bunch of numbers and facts and dates put on paper, it's nothing. It doesn't explain some of the logics behind. It doesn't. So I have to wait to be sure that I have found an angle to this question of the Berlin Conference, which has been a painful conversation. Yet, you will never hear any of the scholars, including those from Kenya and the lady from Zimbabwe, all these scholars who love to quote it. And
all right, let's say on this Tuesday we're doing a thing. We're going fishing and other stuff. We had 25 minutes in the park. The rest of the time, kids got stuck with a baby swing, and they had to call the fire department. Hey, good.
They quote it.
Go get the fire department.
In the sentence they quote it. It's only
kids
generate anger. But what was the reason for the conference? Ask anyone. Oh yes, that was a conference where they decided how they're going to chop up Africa. That is not true at all. Now, before I get into it, let me give you a story, and it would help understand it properly. So, during the Cold War, the Cold War, of course, primarily was between the United States of America and the then Russia, then called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republic. After the Second World War, these two countries could never sleep with their two eyes fully closed. They were at each other's throat.
Sleep with both eyes.
So after they have fought many Cold Wars, and that was the height of what we call spy games. And many mother goose or spy mothers were born. 007 and all these things were all countries trying to flex their muscle to tell the rest of the world, don't mess with us. So the Cold War was not a physical pull a gun and shoot someone. A lot of destructions were done. Psychological game. It was a psychological warfare, you would call it. And so what you have to do is do a lot of things to show the other person, you see, this is what I can do to you because look at what I've done. When they have tried everything on the ground, one was to attempt to lure other small countries in the unaligned regions, Africa and Central America, the one who can win more people, that is a sign that, yeah, you see, I have more people behind me. When they couldn't do that, they took the whole thing up into, they said, well, there's another place unconquered, the moon.
Benin.
And who gets there first is a show of strength. Well, of course, Russia was the first to go to the moon, but they sent an unmanned crew with their sickle and hammer national emblems patched on it for the world to see, took photographs and stuff like that. Now, please, do not rush into my comment section to begin your own conspiracy as, no, there was never a moon landing. I am not here to defend moon landing if there was one or there was not one. That is not the point of this conversation. So please
there's not one.
Spare me that. I am only simply saying what transpired, how it transpired, what we saw. Whether it was faked, it was staged, that doesn't matter. I'm not there. I'm not a specialist in moon landing. So please don't talk about the moon landing at all. Listen carefully to this comparison I'm going to make. So yes, 1959, the Soviet Union was the first to send an unmanned crew to the moon. And they had photos to show. Whether they staged it in their lab in Moscow, that is up to you and them to decide. That is what I saw. They said they landed on the moon, and here is the photos of their unmanned crew with a sickle and hammer, the red sickle and hammer attached to it so the world can see. 2 years later, the United States would send real human beings, and that was Apollo 16, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, to the moon. But you see, when they landed on the moon, Soviet Union landed first, the United States landed. They have to make sure that, hey man, It's like the same thing drug lords do. This is my territory. You must understand, I landed here first, and I want to show that I landed here first. So this area belongs to me. Now, you must understand that the science of topography, which is the design of rivers and mountains and whatever, maps, was not on the moon. So if I landed somewhere, there is nothing will show that I landed here. Okay, so when you go next, you could take the place where I landed. Maybe when I landed the first time, I saw the possibility of H2O, water or something, could be here, which is of course necessary for survival. So you don't want anybody to land there where you found the possibility of water. You don't want anybody to come close. How are you going to do it? There were no maps on the moon. You can't build a wall where you found the thing.
Georgia,
no material is possible to be, used on the moon, right? So Soviet Union didn't think of what.
If you and your family are down here and you're going to visit a restaurant or someplace around here, I'll come out and meet you. I'll grab my family and we'll go meet your family and we'll have some steak and shake. Islamic takeover is being pushed by the Western powers. Tis.
They could do except to show an unmanned crew with their emblem, national emblem, on it. The United States, on July the 21st, 2 weeks after the 4th of July celebration in 1969, the United States then sent Neil Armstrong and his crew to the moon. And that was the first time in human history that they actually took a man-made flag with a pole and they mounted it or planted it where they landed. And took a picture of it, and the whole world saw the national stars and stripes.
That's right.
Fluffing on the moon.
This guy's great.
Now you know
this
I landed
guy here.
This is my territory.
Frank Zanu, he's a pro-American African. So he's from Benin, Africa, but he moved to America, and he's a teacher. He teaches people not the propaganda. He teaches them the truth about African government, African law, African culture, and the African people. And it's kind of hard for people to hear, but he's a brilliant man. I knew that already. The thing they call crazy is the reports come out, but my Twitter, all the other stream social networks, been
Otherwise, of course, they can't fight. Who landed here first, and why did you bring this thing here on the moon? You're floating upside down. You can't fight anybody, but they will start fighting midway, or by the time they come down from the moon, something is going wrong in Moscow or in Washington, D.C. So the United States planted a flag. Now, not to raise alarm and show that it's shoving its muscles, it's put a small plaque that said, oh yeah, we put this flag here to show that peace is possible in the world and that humankind can get along, all kinds of fancy words. But the whole thing is...
It's not the same, it's not
turf,
self-promotion.
Turf, protecting where you landed. Okay? Now, these two countries, of course, they went at each other until somewhere in the early 90s or late 80s, with the help of Gorbachev, the Soviet Union, of course, dissolved. That was the scramble for the moon, where and who would occupy much territory, real estate, before, if China and Germany and other countries begin to send their people, or by then we have covered a certain area, except they can build a wall like the Soviet Union built a wall in East Germany, between East Germany and West Germany. Now, we come to, how is that story related to the Berlin Conference?
Oh, Berlin.
Let me start by saying, no. The Berlin Conference did not happen before Europeans decided which country or which regions in Africa they would take. No, it didn't happen. The Berlin Conference did not start the scramble for Africa. that a group of European countries came together and say, hey guys, have you heard of the continent called Africa? What do we do when we get
they've
there?
already been to the moon, but they're saying, have you heard of this continent called Africa? I got temp banned because of Twitter because I still got bit.
But when you hear the Scramble for Africa means that is the day they plan how they were going to take Africa and chop it among themselves. And that is what makes many people get angry because nobody tells the story properly. What happened is exactly what happened on the moon. Now, you must understand that when countries like the European countries began to arrive in Africa, which is, of course, with no dispute, it was a form of conquest. You come, you see the place, and you want to add it as your extended territory, because kingdoms and empires, they want extended territories outside. Or, if you have the power enough, you take other small tribes in the region and then assimilate them into your tribe to grow stronger. When they started arriving in Africa, you must understand, the science of topography was never there in Africa. The science of topography means the means of being able to draw maps and official borders and being able to tell demarcations of spaces between people here and there was never there.
Oh, there was no borders. There was no borders in Africa when they were doing this. So people said, no, this is our tribe. This is our ancestral land. But it wasn't like from this river to here, 29.7 degrees north latitude, blah, blah, blah. So they just said, no, from the tree to where the eagle peaks or whatever, right? So, okay, I guess that's what he's getting at.
The science of topography to decide, mountains and rivers and lakes, where they flow to, in whose region, and all that. The design of cities and the planning and the mapping up to understand districts and all that, there was nothing. So if you arrived in Africa 250 years ago, or 300 years ago, or whatever, you're not going to hear names like Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone.
Right, none of that existed.
There were no names like that. There was a map that went all the way to under the chin of Africa, which was first captured in 1554.
There you go.
It only stopped at the chin, at the bottom of Africa, the big head. Later on, when the British began to conquer the countries north of where Africa stopped, so that whoever drew that map in 1554, you can look it up at the Britannia Encyclopedia, meaning they were only referring to people who lived below the Sahara. Sub-Saharans, all the way down, were called Africans. Those were the Africans. That's why the map, you could only draw it in its natural form, only up to. The top part was not part of the map in 1554. No, that was not. The original map of Africa.
What's the meaning of ego in philosophy? So egoism? Egoism, or it's basically saying that you are the reason for everything. You're basically saying not God, not your parents, not anything. You do stuff for yourself, your enjoyment, your everything. You're the reason that you're here. You're whatever. So your actions, everything you do is for yourself. Not the that's it's a psychological illusion, but yeah, it's basically egoism is like instead of like atheism or being religious or whatnot. It's in when it comes to like psychology or philosophy. I mean, it's basically the philosophy of I want what I want, so I'm gonna do what I want. I That's basically what you see going on a lot in the world today. People doing stuff that's only for themselves, no matter who else it hurts. Don't help anybody. Don't do nothing like that.
Africa stopped right at the chin here. And the top was flat.
I started playing the blue verification. People has been trying to take me down. I said, take X, does that want me to take it? Elon needs to wake up and unban me. Wake up. I think it's country based. Government has the other ones, but it seems to be an anomaly while I'm banned logging and do something. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird.
They will only refer to those who live below the equator as the Africans, because that's why today you say sub-Saharan Africans. It was during the conquest, the colonization of the Middle Eastern countries, that wherever you conquered, you have to add it to the one you...
For Discord, the Discord link... Yeah, I got you. All right. Bam, 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 bam. So it's kind of like when Old is trying to cross the road and no one helps. No. It's like when if you want to be the manager of a company, the only thing that matters is that you get the promotion, even if you have to, like, not necessarily lie, but you would do things that might hurt other people. Like, you might tell your boss that, oh, Jimmy over there, he actually likes doing drugs or does something, blah, 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 or you just do things that might hurt other people, and just to make sure that you get what you want. Yeah.
You already have. And since some of the European countries have already colonized sub-Saharan Africa, now Great Britain or UK and then the French, when they were conquering, they were adding it to the countries they've already conquered to say, this is my expansion. So now their head started growing. So Egypt, now it's inside geographically, it's inside, now you're saying Africa, because they had both Mali and all those countries there colonized, and now you are adding more spaces that you are colonizing,
well, so
and you want...
Not necessarily like rob. I mean, it could involve robbing someone. It basically is saying that you don't worry about whatever happens to anybody else. The most important thing in life, in your philosophy of life, is what you want. You don't worry about it. Like you no matter what, if you want to do something or anything, if you want to make $1 million, you don't care if you scam people to get that $1 million, or if you win the lottery, or if you work for it, whatever. In any way, whoever, you might hurt people doing it. They like if they got scammed, or you sell a product that's really shitty and people might get hurt if they use it, but you'll do it anyway, because no matter what, it's just all about you. You just want to make the money. No. It doesn't look like it's gonna hit the tornado. The warning went away, brother.
To show that I still have it. So you add it to the existing map. That's how the top head grew. Okay? So when they arrived in Africa, there was no signs of topography. They only arrived in regions. That's it. Either you arrive in West Africa, you arrive in Central Africa, you arrive in East Africa. By the world, geography, so this is the east side of this continent, this is the west side of this country. That's the only way you can describe it, because you have the compass telling you have landed the north part of this continent, the east part of this continent, the south part of this continent.
Yeah, right, because it wasn't called Ghana or Nigeria or whatever. It's just I landed on this big hunk of land, and I take this part for myself.
Central part of this continent. So they only knew that they have arrived in West Africa, but there was no country. They didn't know anything. No country to tell you, this is where this country ends or this tribe ends. Even the tribes, no one can tell where the tribe began and where it ended.
Right, that's why you had a lot of warring amongst tribes. Because one tribe might say, my land, our land goes until that tree right there. And the tribe on the other side might say, well, mine goes to a tree that's 3 trees over, which overlaps the other people's land. So then they would war, because there was no lines. There was no borders. This is why borders are very important, because you don't want other countries saying that land is mine Or, so we make a border, and then the other countries around the world agree, yes, these are those borders. Those are the agreed upon borders. So Africa never had that back in the day. They just said, the tribes just said, we're just been living here, so it's ours. And they never, were part of the global, structure until, when they came, they said, this is ours now, and we're going to cut out the piece, and we're going to call this country XYZ. It's happening, it's happening. It's happening in Africa. The news is reporting every 60 seconds. A minute goes by. I think you've been 5 hours and 47 minutes. The
Ashanti tribe, if it's different from the Ewe tribe or it's different from any tribe, for them the language is just the language. The locals themselves, for them their borders would mean how far you can speak the same language and be understood by the people means I am still within my people, my tribe. So the extent you can speak your language.
So if you walk for a couple of miles and you see people, and if they speak the same language of you, which means they're in the same tribe, then you're still on your land. You only know when you're not on your land if you walk and you find somebody else and they don't speak your language. Then you know you're not on my land, but they didn't draw any borders.
Determines how far extended your tribe is. Once people begin to ask you to repeat yourself twice, you know that you are in a different land of different homies, and you better turn around. So people started using facial marks, clothing, mask, and different things, so that when you see people, others who wear the same thing you're wearing, either it's face mark or something, you know I am safely within my people. Yeah. There was no sign line to determine if your tribe has ended here or not. Simple. And what do? You make sure that the next tribe, sometimes they are behind a river, or they are behind a lake, or they're behind a mountain. So if I can hear them, I am safely away from the next
That's why
tribe.
They make a lot of noise.
There was
a
no
lot
signs
of weird progressive instruments and
Keep
stuff.
that in mind. So when the European arrived,
my land is as far as you can hear the drum being beat. Yeah, they have to say weird things like that.
One country or one region, the UK, the British arrived in West Africa, in a certain region, and they wanted to convey that message to Europe that we have arrived somewhere. But what name were they going to call the place? There was no name. The people themselves, they just have a local name for themselves. For example, if your tribe is formed behind a mountain, the name of the tribe sometimes would be we behind the mountain people, the behind the mountain people. This is how some of the tribal names. For example, there is a tribe in a place in Ghana called U.S.A. Se means under, or at the bottom of, okay? At the root of. So if there is a huge mahogany tree, and that mahogany tree was the first the tribe settled, they will say the name of the mahogany tree and the people who dwell under this mahogany tree. So Obua, I don't know if it means a stone, a rock, a hill, or something, but under or at the bottom of that place. That is how they name themselves. So for these foreigners, when they arrive in the region, they don't know a name of a tribe or where it starts and where it ends. So they will find something to say that, you see the place we found this thing? That whole place belonged to the queen. In the case of the modern day Ghana, the British began to say the Gold Coast area. Because when they arrived, they saw that the Ashantis and others, these people wear a lot of gold on their fingers and on their neck.
What's going on, Notorious?
This place has a lot of gold. Now the question is, you name the place the Gold Coast, except you can't tell underground where does the gold start and where does it end. Is it 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles? But they're tricky enough to say the Gold Coast area. Well, we control that area called the Gold Coast. So they named the place the Gold Coast. But what place? It's a region. As far as it can go, they can continue to hear and understand the language until it stops.
Why Africa, when Africa was invaded like 300 years ago, why it was different than what history teaches. when England went to Africa, Africa wasn't a bunch of countries. It was a bunch of tribes that never wrote down where their borders were. So they the people outside of Africa had no idea where the countries were, where each tribe had its own borders, because the people in Africa didn't speak to anybody else like that. So when they went for conquest to take over Africa, or to take land in Africa, they said, this chunk is ours, from this mountain to this area, down this stream over to the coast. And then the people that lived in Africa were like, hey, no, that's ours. And they're like, what, show me the hell it's yours. And they couldn't do that, obviously, because they said, well, my grandparents live here. So it kind of went all wackadoodle. Yeah, this is back in the day. Richard, when you find gold, it gives you a lot of money. Yes, gold's good money. Actually, you know what we're going to do? I apologize here. Let's see if I can do this here. We're going to have to finish this off tomorrow. I got to go let the cat in and fed the dog across the street. I completely forgot, and I'm supposed to do it in the next 7 minutes. Who would have thought they didn't have the cartographers, right? They didn't have any cartographers, right? They still don't have any cartographers, right? So this is what he's getting into, and then why there was a scramble for it. So then when they said, hey, there's this Africa place, there's all this land that's not have been divvied up. The rest of the world doesn't know where the borders are for this area. So, then other countries came in. It wasn't just the UK, but UK just had the most. France and Russia, but at the time, when came and carved it up, and then said, hey, here's the map that we've drawn. And then Russia or France agreed that this is my area and this is your area. But all of the tribes didn't, they weren't part of that conversation. Anyway, I love y'all. I'll post a picture on the YouTube community tab. But I love y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. You have a good night. I love y'all. Bye bye.